Whew. What's going on, brothers? What's going on? It's your dude, Mr. International Passport, here again for yet another future classic live stream. Hope you're doing well all around the world. It's your dude IP. First and foremost, if you can hear me loud and clear, press a 1 in the live stream chat. Donald, can you hear me, bro? Is my audio good on your end?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. I can hear you well.
Awesome, bro. Brothers, so let me know in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear. Couple announcements first, though. As you know, we're getting closer to the Germany, Spain, and Japan intel coming from me, right? My insight in those 3 countries. So make sure you follow me on Kick and Twitch. I have a lot to say about Japanese women, okay? And a lot to say about Spanish women too, in the bees of Spain. If you want to hear those streams, follow me on Twitch and on Kick, okay? And you'll get that intel. Aside from that, if you're interested in IT, book your IT consultation with me, okay, by the kindly link below, okay? Aside from that, you can join the Patreon, okay, to hear the true insight in Ukrainian women. Ain't that right, Donald?
Yes, sir. Indeed. Yes, indeed.
You wouldn't hear all about how freaky Ukrainian chicks are, what really gets down in the bedroom, the whole culture there. That will be on the Patreon coming this week, a 3-part series. Donald gave us a 5-hour intel on Ukrainian chicks. 5 hours, man. So Donald, what I've done, bro, I'm gonna do part 1, part 2, part 3 each separate weeks, and then I'll release it once a week. So coming this week, brother, part 1. Don't miss out on that. It's very important you hear that Patreon intel. Aside from that, brothers, please cop the match. Show me some support. That'd be greatly appreciated. And of course, hit the super chats and PayPal donations to support the movement. Python course coming next year, early Q1, where I'll teach you Python, right? So make sure you sign up to that, and I'll see you in my Python classes, okay? So let's get straight into it, okay? We have a very special guest here called Donald, who is currently in Ukraine and is here to break down life in Ukraine, how he got there, woman, culture, life. We are here, okay? Donald, how you doing, bro? You good?
I'm very good. Quite cold up here right now, but it's a lot of it's very festive right now in Ukraine. So I'm doing very well. Lots of parties right now. Lots of people are, excited to have me at the party. So my schedule is quite busy at this time of the year.
Awesome. Thank you, Donald, for coming on here and clearing your schedule to share the gospel with brothers. So Donald, before we break down your life in Ukraine, right? How about you tell me about who you are, where you're from, and anything interesting about you, brother? Are you an anime fan? Are you a manga fan? Or do you like movies? Break it down for me, bro.
No, man, I'm 51. I'm an 80s baby. I come from a very good family, suburban family. Both my parents are married, and I played sports and all that. I went to suburban schools. I think one thing that was interesting about me growing up is that we didn't have a TV in our house until like the 5th grade. So all through elementary school, we never had a TV. So by us not having a TV, my dad would make us very avid readers. So he would get these magazines like Time magazine, which the magazine was basically a political magazine, but it would take me all around the world politically. In Russia, it would take me over to Africa, it would take me over to Asia, China, everything that's going on around the world. But at that time, of course, it's Gorbachev, it's the 80s, it's the Cold War. But I would read all that. The second magazine he would order was a magazine called National Geographic. So I would read or look at the pictures of National Geographic, religiously from front to back. So those are 2 magazines that I couldn't wait every month for them to come in. So us not having a TV, not only were we a close-knit family, but my dad made sure we were well read, and we were well read, like just on a larger scale around the world. So that was cool. I went to almost like a private school, so that was pretty cool because I was around people that did not look like me. And so my dad was always conscious to make sure, even if we lived on a certain side of town, we went to school here, we read, we didn't have outside influences, like we couldn't have the Michael Jackson tapes, all the rap tapes and all that kind of stuff in the house for a period. So with that being said, I grew up with an understanding of different cultures. We went to church with different cultures. We allowed different families to come live with us, Hispanic families primarily. And so, being from Texas, Austin, Texas. I grew up basically, you know, surrounded by a lot of different cultures, not just blacks. So eventually, growing up, my parents did ultimately divorce, and when they divorced, you know, my life took a different turn because, you know, it was just difficult, of course, for me as a teenager around 16, 17. But I quit playing sports, I quit socializing with certain friends, and I started hanging out with other friends. That detoured me. That detoured me from my suburban lifestyle to having to go to prison in Texas for 8 years with a group of
Damn.
friends of mine. So this is what we didn't touch up on Patreon because we were discussing Ukraine. So it adds more to my story. So I went to prison for 8 years. That was under the party law. So even if one person has a gun, all the people that's with them, they can be arrested. So if multiple people got arrested, multiple people got time for one robbery. That took me away from my suburban lifestyle. It took me away from school. It took me away from a lot of things. But it put me back into reading again. It put me back into reading, you know, realizing what my life was going to be after my 8 year period, because in Texas, you have to serve so much time. So each time they told me I wasn't going home, I'm like, okay, boom, I'll go back to doing what I got to do to survive, make it through. While I'm there, my mom, she's an international flight stewardess. She's flying around the world. You know, her and my dad had divorced. So my mom is now in Egypt. She'll write me from Egypt. She'll write me from South Africa. She'll write me from just all these places. She'll write me like on Egyptian scroll letter. Like the prison people had to call me down to the mailroom because it was on a scroll. She got a scroll and like would write me. So she would send me pictures from around the world too. As I'm doing my time, I knew that I had so many options ahead of me, you know, of what my life could be like. I spent 8 years in there from 18 to 26. I come home at 26. And when I came home, I hit the ground running. Whereas I went and got a job. I started working very hard, working inside warehouse, you know, making calls, doing call centers and everything. And I started working in a warehouse company, and gradually working for that company, I started to move up. I moved up from just the warehouse guy down to the manager, then another couple of years later to project manager. Then they saw I had the gift of gab. I'm actually making sales for the company, making the money a lot of company. They moved me to sales. Eventually they made me partner along with, you know, I was a sales guy and I'm also a partner in the company. Very interesting. 12 years post prison, it was for me. In those 12 years, I'm dating lots of women. I have women. I have I have no kids, no wife, which I knew that before I left prison. I knew I wasn't going to come home and have a baby. So I try not to date certain women because I knew they're going to try and trap me. I wanted to focus on working hard, exploring life, going to Vegas on weekends, spending this new money, enjoying my life because I come home at 26. Um, Not immature. I was very, very mature, very wise in my years, but I come home like very green. So I was very aware that I didn't want to be around 304s. I didn't want to be around certain women. I like shy women, quiet women, but I would date Hispanic women, white, older women, corporate women, the women in the warehouse. I date a girl from California. So I'm just dating all these different women. So I'm okay. As a bachelor, I'm doing very well. I'm making good money. I got commission checks coming in. I got paychecks. I got partner checks coming in. I have other Fortune 500 companies that I work with asking me to come to their company. So I have a good, you know, a good life. My mom is proud of me. My family is proud of me. So, but one thing I wasn't doing was I noticed after so long, after so many years of working my way up, I'm watching my friends. I'm watching the guys get married and then divorced. I'm watching them have kids and then the woman takes the kid. And I'm watching this and I'm realizing that, you know, I don't want to be caught up in this trap. I even married a Mexican lady. So there was a Mexican girl who worked at my job that I didn't love. She knew I was dating a lot of people, but you know, she wanted to have papers to stay in Texas, and I did it. You know, and I did have love for her. She stayed with me and everything, but and I would go to Mexico with her, and I would go deep into Mexico with her to see her family because she spoke no English. And those were my first like subtle trips to just leave the USA. And I would go down there, spend time with her family. I'd buy them stuff, air conditioning, get all, you know. And I was thinking to myself when I come back home that, you know, how free I felt because for some reason, even though I'm successful, I felt like I transferred from one prison to a second prison. I felt like that. And I truly felt like that when I decided to take a month vacation. And that was after 11 years of working at this company. I decided to take a month vacation. I went and got a passport in 2011. And I knew I was going to go somewhere for a month. So I'm dating. I have all these girlfriends. I have a girlfriend for each night of the week. But I'm still very greedy. I would get online and I would talk to girls in Colombia and I would talk to girls in Eastern Europe. And I had options to go to Colombia, but I was already married and divorced from a Mexican lady. And even with that Mexican, I've had so many Hispanic women. I'm like, if I go to Colombia or Brazil, that's just another Hispanic woman. That's just another Spanish speaking woman. I have enough of that. Texas is full of that. My family is Blaxican. We're Black and Mexican. We're just mixed. There's so many Mexican girls in our family. There was no reason for me to go anywhere towards South America for a whole month. So as I'm talking to Eastern European women, and I was talking to a multitude of them, I was convinced to come to Eastern Europe. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to come to Eastern Europe and I'm going to try to visit as many girls as I possibly can. And as I was telling IP on the Patreon, you know, I had a female in Belarus I was talking to, Belarus. I had a female in Russia. I had a couple of, you know, like a few here in Ukraine I was talking to. And so I didn't want to do a Michael Jackson tour. You know, I'm not going to go all these different, you know, this is not a tour. So I'm like, you know what? How about we meet in one place near the water? Can you come to Turkey? And like some could come to Turkey, some could not. So the Ukrainian girls told me about a place called Crimea. If you go to Crimea, I can meet you. Another girl told me, if you go to Crimea, I can meet you by train. Another girl told me, if you go to Crimea, I can meet you by bus. And then I looked at the Belarusian girl, the Russian girls, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to go to Crimea. And so I bought a ticket to go to Crimea for 1 month. I left my company. I left my girlfriends. I left my family. I didn't do much research on racism. Is there problems? What's the political climate? Are people robbing? I did not do any research like that. I'm a man. I'm okay. With where I've been, I'm okay. With my experiences, I'm okay. What I was paying attention to is I had the money and the means to go somewhere very far no one else has been. That's what excited me. I started to think back to all the different places on the map that I would look at and read about. That's what excited me. So the fact that I had, you know, 4 or 5 Ukrainian women to meet, and I had it set up. I was a bachelor in the USA. I had different closets. I had different dressers where I had different girls' clothes and stuff. So for girls coming over, I can put her clothes out. I'm a bachelor. I had, you know, there's room in my closet. You know, I have tampons and stuff for girls and stuff. Like I'm a bachelor. So with these girls, it was the same thing. I brought Victoria's Secret. You know, I went to Victoria's Secrets. I bought panties. I bought bras. I bought stuff that they would like in the clearance. I set them up. I say, you come to me this week. We're going to meet here in the city. You come to me the next week. And that's what happened. I went over to Crimea. Wow. and I experienced something that in that month that really changed my perspective in life. And it actually changed my life because, you know, a month later, I would end up moving to Ukraine. But IP, you want to step in, or you want me to continue?
Absolutely, bro. No, bro. That is an amazing intro there, bro. So you took that leap of faith to move to Ukraine. Crimea was your first stop. But before we even go deeper into your life in Ukraine, right? I'm assuming that in the US, you were getting women, you were getting money, things were going well for you, but you wanted a new change in your life, a new scenery, because in your time in prison, you had all these books. Your mom was a flight attendant, and I kind of inspired you to, okay, I want to see the world. What is out there? You know, I'm making good money in the West, but what is out there? You know, and that's the mentality that, you know, that's pretty cool there, bro. So that leap of faith was taken to Ukraine. You touched down 13 years ago in Crimea. Incredible, bro.
So 2011, yes.
Incredible. So, brother, right, you are a black man, you are a black American man, okay? And I doubt there wasn't even much black men out there in Crimea or Ukraine in general. So I want to ask you the zero. So essentially, brother, you'll probably be the first ever black man to ever visit Crimea. Realistically, brother. So racism is a key topic for us black men, right? Did you experience racism back then, brother? And up until then, until now, how is racism in Kyiv and Ukraine in general, brother, towards a black man?
So, and we discussed a little bit on the Patreon. I touched upon it that I I was on, I think it was my second or third week in Crimea, and I was with a particular female, two of them, and we were walking on the shoreline. So Crimea, most of it's like shoreline. So that's why the Navy of Russia is there now, because it's all like shoreline. So we were walking on the shoreline, and there was an instance where a young teenager was like, he said, "Hey, nigger, 50 cent." And I'm walking with a couple of girls, and I turned around and I thought to myself, like, I've never heard that before in my life. But then the 50 cent part was like, he's trying to relate. But he said, and I just turned around, I kept walking. I laughed it off a little bit, because later you would hear someone walk by and say, "Mike Tyson," exactly like that. "Mike Tyson." I would hear that. Then you would hear, "Michael Jordan. Do you play? Do you play?" So it's that kind of, they're going to say who they see on TV. They're going to say their favorite rapper. They're going to say their favorite boxer. And it's not going to be, I doubt every black man gets that experience, but that was what I would not call racism. It was like, hey, man, this is the first black guy, so I don't, but other than that, I've never experienced it. In that same beach area, there was a gentleman who was walking with his daughter and his family, and his daughter had asked him, and because we were walking towards an area where I think it's a little bit of drainage, and it didn't smell very well in the park area near the beach. It didn't smell very well in the area. So as we walk in that area, the little girl says, "Papa, like, what's that smell?" And he says, "That monkey walking by." So again, I was with a couple of females, and before my Ruski and my Ukrainsky got better, where I can understand, and or I try to hear, because in America you would pay attention to what someone says when you're walking by, because they speak your language. But sometimes when you're in a different country, you will block out other people because you don't understand the language completely, or you understand the girls you're talking to better than you understand the Russian guy with a deep accent, because we were Ukrainian, they were Russian. So you can block them out sometimes, but the girls didn't block it out. They understood completely. So they relayed and translated to me what the gentleman said. And, I had, this is YouTube, so I didn't fight the guy, but I did let him and his daughter know that, I understood what he said. So, but since then, like that was like 2011, right? That was my first experience has been here. Ultimately, a month later, that was in like August, September of 2011. By December 13th, I had moved here. When my company had got bought out, they had cut a lot of the company in half, and I was on the chopping block. The sales team was on the chopping block. One of the partners, a couple partners, I was on the chopping block. So that's fine, because we get a severance pay, whatever. So I went ahead and went home that night and bought a ticket back to Ukraine. I didn't want to go work for another company. I didn't want to go experience anything. So to make a long story short, I didn't move to Crimea when I came back. I moved to the country of Ukraine. Crimea was down at the bottom. It wasn't summertime anymore. It's now winter. So my experiences were in the small city that I went to. I didn't mind going to the gym every day. I didn't mind going to the pizza place, the cafe, being seen, because I didn't get any kind of experience negative. When I did walk into the pizza parlor, I did meet like 13 African guys in that small city. And that's when I started to meet the students. I started to meet more African students. So at that time, but as for any guy from the West, I've never met a guy from the West. I may think I've seen someone driving by, or standing when I'm driving by, but no racial experiences. People have all been happy to see me, to talk to me. handshakes from, the security when I'm going to the gym, nods, are you in the military? Even at the party I was at just Friday night, Saturday night, uh, I was the only black guy, of course, but there's people of all different walks, from the military contractors, teachers, English speakers. It's different people from walks of life, and there's English Western guys here, for whatever reason. And we, as a black guy, I just have never experienced any form of racism from females, from the babushkas. They love me. The babushkas love me. I love them. I appreciate them. Anytime they got food, I'm always, hey, welcome. Hey, I love to eat. So little kids, sometimes I'm the first black guy they ever seen. If I'm on the elevator, a little kid may say, Mama, Pachimu, his skin is chocolate. Like, why is his skin chocolate? And then, and I'll look down at the kid and I'll be like, Patimbu, the milk has a little chocolate in it, and I'll let him touch. And, it's like, but that's little kids being innocent. The same way if you went to China, sometimes you're the first black they've ever seen, the first one. So to me, I've never experienced anything negative, IP. I can't give you, and I've been to multiple cities. I've been to Moldova, I've been to Poland, and not just been, I stay there, which we'll touch on later, but I've lived there. I keep an apartment here in Ukraine, but I'll go live there for 3 months until my visa is up. And then I'll come back to my apartment here, come back to my lifestyle. So I can tell you that as me as a man, I have never experienced racism at all, from the police, from the militia, from anybody. Like I get more respect, and will you come join us, have a drink with us, please come to my party, come meet my wife, stuff like that. That's what I get. So I can't tell you that the average black man would get that, but this is a culture that's not racist. It's nothing like, and what's strange? When I first got here, I would see the buildings they would look worn down. The buildings looked like ancient buildings. They were old. They had graffiti on the side, and I just thought to myself, I'm not going to be around here looking for skinheads. I'm not going to do that. I'm from Texas. The races. I'm from Texas. I'm not going to be in Eastern Europe worried about. And another thing that changed my mind was that that's just the way it looks, because they try to be American in every way. These kids are not gang related. These guys are not. They don't have hate in their bodies. Even towards the Russians a little bit, but a lot of the Russians is family. People got brothers and sisters over there, and uncles, grandpas. So don't let the media fool you that they hate each other. But it's just me personally. It's a very loving culture. And that's what I appreciated about it. And I've been to, Mexico, South America, Guatemala. I've been to places like that where the cultures are very nice, and I feel this open arms. I get the same feeling here. That I get smiles when I'm walking down the street, curiosities, even if the guys are not from here. They're from like Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, but they're here in Ukraine as driver in taxis. They're like, oh man, I see you in the car. You talk to 3 girls. Then you drop off a girl. How do you get girls? Like, what do you do? I say, how long you been here? He's like, I've been here 2 years. I said, do you know Ukrainsky? You know the language? He said, yes, I know the language. I said, why are you not talking to women? He's like, oh man, they don't like Uzbekistan. They don't like us. They don't like us. And I'm like, I don't know. I can't speak for you, man. Like, the language. You're here. So I mean to say that every person has different experiences. And the women here, they may say, I don't like Turkish guys. The women here, they may say, I don't like the Uzbekistan because they have one eyebrow. And they may say, I love tall chocolate man, right? So if so I don't get racism. I get more that's it's a very positive response that I get from the men and the women here in Ukraine. That's the most honest truth that I can give you. And
Wow.
that's a sense of freedom too. So if you understand that you think in the West you're very free, I feel more free in Eastern Europe than I've ever felt in my whole entire life. And I was a law-abiding
Why is that?
citizen after.
Why is that, bro? Why do you feel more free in Ukraine than in America? Why is that?
So before I came to Kyiv, I didn't really associate with a lot of expats. I don't need to. I'm good. I'm entrenched with the country. I don't need to, But then for business purposes and to resourcing, I started to. So this one particular place I went to was It was a lie detector place. So I had to go get a lie detector for a particular company. And one thing the guy told me when I came in there, he asked me a couple questions as an American because he says that he has to test, Americans who want to get into this type of sector. And he told me something he found common, that every American that he talked to, they said that they feel more free here. They can save more money here. Uncle Sam, they're not taxed the same way. The laws can be bent, flexible, and um, you have you have way more laws in the United States than you do in Eastern European countries, and a lot of people don't understand that. You're getting ticketed by the police. You got laws for this, laws for that. There's so many laws that when you come to a country that don't have a lot of laws, it's just it's just different. It's very different. So I look at that as being totally free. That's a sense of freedom that I really can't, I can't express. And not only that, but I can open up my news every morning before I start my day with my coffee, and it doesn't look good from just one weekend in one city in America. But then here we have to get news from the war to get that kind of graphic information because it doesn't happen in the city regularly. It's not shootings and stuff like that, and crimes on women. It's like, so it's just different. The kids are kids. You can see teenagers outside till 2 in the morning when there's no curfew, having fun, women walking around, and like people in the park, and that kind of danger is not you would think it's dangerous to be in the West to do the same thing. So that kind of freedom and seeing that kids get to be kids, meaning that they're not all inside on the game. Like a lot of kids can't afford the game, so they're outside. And when I think of, hey, when I want to have a kid, I like to have my kid here because I see little kids, boys and girls holding their dad's hand, looking into their eyes, paying attention for like years. Whereas that Western kids have already distanced themselves from parents, and you can see it at the tables and dinner. They're not involved, but here the kids are definitely involved. They're kicking their feet, talking about, and it's like these little games and stuff. It's not, they're not in their phones and stuff, and it's like that's different. The kids love their phones and stuff. I'm just saying it's just different. So to me, I think that's freedom because I've seen the opposite side of that in the West. So yeah, I feel free over here, man. I feel free, very free. And every
Wow.
American says the same thing, from businessmen to backpackers. They say the same thing.
So let me ask this, right? So you're currently there, brother, while there's during a war there, which is very brave. Because I'll be honest with you, brother. I remember last year or 2 years ago, I saw clips of what I saw was Ukrainian people trying to get African students to fight in the war, and I'm thinking, okay, the Ukraine may not be safe for black men to be living there. So you're telling me, brother, right? During this war, um, no one has asked you to fight the war in any shape or form.
Okay, so a lot of the people that y'all saw in the media, some of those doctors and students and stuff, I've seen them. I've been to like 2 or 3 what we call like African parties. So it's African DJ, African music, and it's basically students from Morocco, Nigeria, Sudan. All these students, they're at the party. So here in Kyiv, I would go to these parties only because I met some of these Nigerian guys in the smaller cities. Once you meet each other, the cultures around here, you have their numbers, you have their information, you know each other in other cities. When you know they move to another city, you meet each other again and they introduce you to others, especially the women. So a lot of associates and not really peers because but a lot of people that I knew, a lot of people I've shake hands with and party with, they were in those clips. They were all going home. They weren't the only ones. There's hundreds of people from Turkey trying to get home. Lots of India has the most students here. Africa comes second. When I say Africa, I'm covering Nigeria first, but then there's lots of other African countries, but Cameroon and stuff like that. But India has more students here than anybody. Okay, so and then so what from the inside, I knew certain Nigerian friends were going home different ways. Now, certain Nigerian friends had to go home a certain way, which means they just had to get on the train to go to Lviv, Western Ukraine, and then on to Poland, which is right there. Lviv and Poland is right there. So they were just trying to get on the train to go to Lviv. Women, kids, that still was important over here. I know in the West, kids, yeah, it's a different situation. But over here, women and kids are still highly valued. You know, they're not deleting a lot of babies. They're not deleting kids. They're like, you know, all that they're highly valued. Now the orphan situation, that's different. God bless them. So there are lots of women, kids, and older people, and I promise you, and I have videos. I have video, like, you know, I have video footage of me. I live right across a main bridge. So I live on the main river. I can see from on my window the river, and there's a main bridge. Like that, all the bridges had army soldiers blocking them off. There was no traffic. There's old ladies trying to walk across with their stuff. There's certain people that were trying to leave. So it wasn't just students. So what they had to do was decipher which Ukrainian men could not leave, and then let the women and children leave because they were trying to get to Poland, and get these students out here. Now, based on who you were as a student, that's everywhere in the West. Certain students had a different way out of here. They didn't have to go through that zombie traffic. But there was not one Nigerian person that you've heard that fought in the war. There's not been one black person. So if we know that those students, they're not fighters. They all left. A lot of them left countries. I talked to my Nigerian friends. They left countries where there was fighting. They had experience in it. They were getting away. Some of these guys were not students. So they're not going to come over here and fight a war. That's true insight. So that was fraudulent. It was opportunistic for the media. It was fear mongering. And all those people went over to Lvov in different cities, and they got out of here peacefully, just like the rest of those women and kids. But who could not leave were men. So a lot of people were getting on those trains, and they had to filter that out. I've been on the train. I've left and gone to Guatemala. I've seen them take off guys that were. I just left in 2022 and went to Guatemala for 3 months. So on that trip, going to Lviv, going to Poland, I witnessed them taking guys off that were 18 that shouldn't have been on that train. I witnessed people coming off that train at certain stops. Military. This is 2022. So that wasn't for Nigerian. I'm passing through like, you know, like I'm an honorary guest. Then nobody's messing with me. But the same was for those Africans. No one was telling them, no, you can't get on the train. And no one was saying, you go last. This was not a Rosa Parks situation. I know a lot of those people that was on there. A lot of people were scared. They were grouped up. And I told you on the Patreon, I remember giving you an example when I told you that I used to always tell my African friends, because I'd meet them and they always been in a group. And I used to always tell them, why are you always in a group? And I know I'm a lone wolf, which, you know, for a long time, I was a lone wolf, which I can survive like that. But when they're in a group like that, they've always had situations. So that day with the camera and what they were going through and the frustrations, and were there many people trying to get on those trains on that? I mean, that was a very, very chaotic situation, was it not? They were scared too, right? So for one person to say one lie, they took that narrative, because other Nigerians, there were women there, they were all good. I mean, you know, it was a strange narrative. So no, sir, that was not the case. You know,
Wow.
And it was a scary situation. I was here, the first bomb went off. I got video footage where I could hear the gunshots, and we were afraid that they were coming in certain areas. They were preparing. They were riding around in trucks like what you see in Tel Aviv and Israel. I mean, Kyiv was on fire from the inside. A lot of these guys were coming out the house with rifles, putting on their camouflage. They were just, it was crazy. And the bombs and stuff, I witnessed it all. Like, I'll be honest with you, I think the very first night the bombs went off, I was making a sweet potato pie with my mom on FaceTime, and a Ukrainian girl inside the living room. And the first bomb hit, my mom was like, "Baby, what is that?" And I didn't want to tell her, because let me give you guys something. I've been here since Crimea belonged to Ukraine. So, like, the other night, I'm talking to a gym at the party. We've been witnessing this fighting since 2011, 12, 13, before you guys cared about it, before the Crimea situation, before the Kyiv situation. We've been losing cities that I would go to, where certain cities I go to, go meet a girl, spend the week in that city, go to the gym, restaurants, everything. I leave on a bus, come back. When I call her, there's gunshots in the background. She's like, "I'm scared, I have to leave." I'm like, "What the fuck?" Excuse me. I just left this city. I just left people walking around at the parks, beautiful girls, dating you, restaurants. And you mean to tell me I can hear the shooting on the phone? So that's one city I could never return to. She moved a different city, Donetsk. I'm talking to another girl. You could hear it in the background. So that's been happening. A lot of those people moved to Kyiv. A lot of those people moved to Kyiv and got away from war areas. So we've had so many wars in Ukraine. It's almost like we're used to it. It's always some fighting going on somewhere, if that makes any sense at all. So when this started happening over Kyiv, yeah, we were very scared. Yeah, a lot of people's left. It went from 40 million down to what, 19, 17 million. And I witnessed a lot of people leave, a lot of people. I know business owners who, like, for instance, a restaurant owner, he lost his chef. His chef was sent to the war. He's never returned. He lost one of the waiters, longtime friends, gone. So teachers gone. So it's almost like the movies that we would watch in the 80s where, people have to go fight wars, like 9/11 when they had to go fight wars and we never saw people from work again because they went back to the military. The same thing is here. And the strange part about it is that although they're not letting young men leave, there's a lot of young men around here living life at the gym. I know lots of men who have young men, 20, 19, they're not fighting. The war's been fought by men my age. The war's been fought by men 40 and up. Like, they're always knocking on the door or grabbing some man. That's a man, like an older man. They're always grabbing them. And it's just, that's a whole nother subject. I got intricate details from people in the military on the training processes, what they're doing, how bad it is, and it doesn't look good. But politics aside, yes, sir. A lot of Ukrainians do tell me, Don, it's very brave for you to be here. Like, that's one of the first things they give me when there's cheers, when we're having drinks. Like, I'm like, I'm one of the people now. Like, do people, like, do they leave Chicago? Do they leave New York? It's happening every weekend there, right? I'm from Texas. I know what happens around Dallas and Houston. I know what my friends did that led me away for a long time. So when I look at this, I'm like, yes, it's war, but the fear as a man, like, I don't have that fear. Like, I've spent time in Egypt, like weeks at a time. I spend different parts of Turkey I've been in. Like, I've been deep in Egypt, like, the non-tourist places where you got to pass by the, deep in the mountains of Guatemala. So it's like, I got to set fear to the side so was the National Geographic guy with the camera, was he scared?
So, but let me ask this, right? So you're now established in Ukraine, right? So, but I'm assuming that you actually own a property there. You own it in your name, yes, or are you renting there? You own a property.
No, so no, the property the property I'm in now, I rent. In the smaller cities, I own. So remember when I first came here, I went to smaller cities. So inside those smaller cities were advantages for a man like me. I didn't have to spend much money. So I could do a whole show about the cost of living here in Ukraine and how beneficial it is. And that's one thing a lot of Western men talk about too. Once they get here, you could retire here. So I had an apartment, like, that was 4-bedroom that was like $250 a month. So let me slow down. So there was a time, remember I told you I would always keep an apartments here, but I would travel. So I would end up paying for like 2 or 3 apartments. I'd have an apartment in Moldova. I'd have one here, the one there I rent, the one here I own. Then I'd go to another city and I'd add that to the portfolio, right? So because the properties were so small, you can renovate them, rent them out, and it's good for that economy. Then you come to a bigger city, you see the options you have. And anybody in the right mind, and if you have the opportunity, yes, you can come here, you can own your own property. I have a Ukrainian permit, like an ID. So I'm like part of society here. So with that being said, yes, I come over here and you start to create your own little empire, whatever it is you do. So since I chose to make this home, most American guys I know that I meet, most retirees, they have a nice flat, a nice condo, and a nice high rise. So that's like pretty normal. You come over here, you get a good price, and you just purchase it and you put it under your name, and then you just, cost of living is low, dating is nice, food is very healthy, not fat, not a lot of fast food restaurants. Barely any food trucks. That business is not popping here yet. So people are very healthy, very health conscious. So cost of living is very easy here for a gentleman like myself, especially when I dive in and I start living like, I went to Crimea, then I went to a small city, then I went to another small city. I stayed here I went to different cities dating, and that gave me information. I'm getting data. So I'm like, okay, boom, I could live here. This is too close to Russia. I don't want to be here. So I do that in Turkey. I do that everywhere I go. I take the information down. I'm looking at the apartments, the render, the signs, because different signs in Russia, they say rent in one way. The one in Turkey say rent a different way. You start to learn, and you can't, I'm a bachelor, so I'm like, it's espionage. I'm looking for the next place I'm going to go to, and how much would it cost. So, and I'll say this, and we can go to your next question. Do you remember in the Patreon when one of the Russian girls said that we had like 3 or 4 girls that staying with us, and we would travel, right?
Yeah.
That was me when I would go to certain places in Turkey. I knew how to find like apartments that could accommodate a small team, right? And that was me traveling. So it's the same thing. When you travel, you learn, you pay attention, and if you want to create a portfolio, you can. And at a low, you don't have to be. I've always told the people here, like, you could take $1 million and take it overseas and have so many properties, where rather than just drown it in Miami or drown it in New York or drown it in California in one property, or overseas, your portfolio would be just vast.
Damn. So brother, so while you rent in the city, right, and you have your small spot in a smaller town, what do you do with that small spot? Do you put down Airbnb, or do you leave it empty?
No,
How do you maintain the small spot?
so for any properties that I have, like in Kyiv, I may do Airbnb. But properties that you have in small cities, like even my lawyer, she has a property in Czech Republic. She has properties here as well. So I'm always talking to her because she has more properties in the bigger cities. So what normally you do is, yes, us Americans like to do the Airbnb thing for but inside the city. But when tourism is down because of the war, the Airbnb are losing a lot of business. But who's not losing business are the people who have flats that people come stay, because people are leaving the war. The city of Kyiv has flats going up all around like New York. They're just always building. So people have been moving to Kyiv, the main city, throughout the last 10 years because of the wars and all kind of reasons. So even when a lot of people left Kyiv and they left these other small cities that were being attacked. But when people move here, they come to Kyiv. So with that being said, the renting is not as high as it was before the war. I mean, the Airbnb, but the renting is very high because there's always families and people that want to come here and rent for like a year. Long-term rental is like popping in here in the big cities, the smaller cities as well. But once the war is over, then of course people are looking that value is going to skyrocket and opportunity is going to rise as well in that market, in that sector, real estate.
Wow. So brother, okay, so brother, so you're renting to local people, local
Yes,
Ukrainian people there.
yes, look,
Okay.
yeah. You just have someone to manage it for you. Like I have, I have my girl will take care of it by running through, like small companies, the agencies, and they'll, they send the money. They have a process here.
Awesome, bro. Awesome. So let me ask this, brother, right? So how long did it take for you to become fully established in Ukraine? So you landed there in 2011. Was it hard, or were you living off your US dollars? And then let's say a couple months later, you start making money in Ukraine, and then you start making Ukrainian money, then you start getting rich. So hopefully you are rich, brother. So brother, how long did it take for you to, become established there, brother, in
Nah,
Ukraine?
no, I'm not rich. Y'all not gonna get me like that. I'm not rich. I'm broke. I'm not rich. So we're gonna get that settled right now because it's YouTube. Y'all not gonna get me like that.
Sorry, bro.
But
Sorry, man.
no, it's YouTube, man. 'Cause
I just
it's
want
a
to speak
certain,
up. Sorry,
it's a
bro. I just
certain.
want to. Sorry, bro. I just
No,
want to
no,
speak.
no.
I wanted
But
to
no,
speak up positively.
it's actually good. It took me for me to acclimate, and I find it weird, man. For some people, and including myself, you throw me on the fire. I go from this place right here, then you put me on the phones, then you put me in sales, you put me in this opportunity, you put me in Mexico, you put me here. I'm like a chameleon, and you almost have to be when you're a lone wolf, right? With the experiences that I've had in my life, it's easy for me to adapt. So no matter where I am, I have to adapt, and I find adapting quite easy. So the only thing I didn't adapt to was when I came here. When I came here the first time, it was very warm. I barely wore clothes down here in Crimea, trying to show off my black body. Um, but when I came back, it was cold. It was December. It was snowing. Okay, and I had to get used to the people. I had to get used to the tones, and I had to get used to my money went a long way, but I had to get used to how I spent it. Every weekend I went to go see somebody else, and I helped them with their rent. I did this favor. I had to get, but what I didn't get accustomed to, and it took me some time, was the fact that I'm a very social person in the USA. Like here a little bit, but in America, of course, I had so many different friends from high school stuff like that, friends from even elementary all the way. I had some buddies from the crazy place that know me that came home and saw me. I was successful. I got Fortune 500. I got people head of companies and stuff like. So my circle was so big, and I would always have. I had many female friends. So then you come to Ukraine and you just got your circle. Your phone's not ringing anymore for sales. These commission checks. You're not the number one person in your company, keeping the lights on, bringing in the big checks, the big opportunities. That's not going on. You don't have all these, American girls who can come over and bring you food and, hey, I'm coming to your job, but all that's gone. You don't have your friends that you can turn to. Hey, buddy, man, let's get outside, let's have a drink. You don't have that. Everything was gone. So I likened it almost to being in prison again. I'm like, man, this is almost like, man, I lost everybody. But I haven't really lost them because you have them on Facebook, you have them on apps. But when you travel abroad, gentlemen, and you're by yourself, you're really, really by yourself. And this is why I would talk to so many girls, because I always say, you don't jump out of a plane that's going down without a parachute. So yeah, I keep girls, man. So if I'm about to get rid of a girl, I got two more. I'm not. But when you're in a different country, it's like, you know what? I better find me a couple of girls, and everybody doesn't have to be my girlfriend. I would have a girl who's like a translator. I have a girl who's my friend. So when I told you on Patreon, I will always have girls at my house. Like, yeah, I meet girls at the gym. I meet girls, and I would befriend them because there was a void that I was missing. Like, I didn't have my mom, family, cousins, none of that. Like, when you travel abroad, you're by yourself. And so I tried to circle myself with, a few females that I trusted, right? So they were the girls who walked next to me and tell me what somebody said. They were the girls who called the taxi and let's go over here. It's cheaper. Those girls, she thinks she's rich. She's trying to get you for your money. Like, I had girls that was in my ear on my team because I had created those relationships. And remember, I told you on the Patreon, I was talking to Eastern European girls when I was at work in America. So I would turn my camera on. They could see my office. They saw my BMW, my Lexus. They saw my house. They saw other girls at my house. Like, the European girls would watch me like a movie. And they'd be like, oh, wow. So they'd call their friends over. They thought it was a movie, man. This black dude is cool. Like, he riding around in the car. He got bass, Lil Wayne, Rick Ross and stuff going on. Like 2000 stuff, But they like that. So I showed them my world, how I dressed every day going to work. Sometimes I'd be having suits on looking good. Man, them girls are like, man, you coming here to my country? So I pack suits. I pack stuff I never would wear around here. So my point is that they saw me here. So when I came here, they were happy and ecstatic for me to be in their world because they know I didn't dumb it down, but I went down a step. I don't have my nice car outside. I don't have my office. I don't have that. I just have my money, a bunch of suits and stuff I'm not going to wear because that's not what people wear around here. So that was one thing. I had suitcases of stuff, and so what I did is I acclimated myself to the country by creating the triangle. I started creating the triangle offense. I'm like, okay, boom. I got to create my daily pattern of what I do every day because I get up in America early. I'm in my car by a certain time. If I got dressed, I'm in the office. I'm making calls. My day was productive. And I get over here and my day is just blah. I have nothing to do but date girls all day. Like, man, I got girls in my apartment. I don't need to be like, I don't feel comfortable like this. So there was a period of uncomfortability where I was like, I'm not going to be having these girls just eating all my money up. I'm not just going to be sitting in this country with nothing to do. It's cold outside. It's that much snow. It's not Crimea. the city is not big, and I had to just, I had to sort of, I had to sort of, I had to weigh it out. I had to think about, man, you're free, man. You're free. The company let you go. That chapter's over. This is a whole new chapter. You learned a lot at that company. You know this. You know business. You know this. You know how to run a company. You know this. You're gonna be okay. Just you're gonna find it. So I would just go to the gym every day. I would spend time with the girls. I try to learn the culture. I did the same thing I did in Mexico, where I would go down the street and I try to read the words and the signs. Alto, oh, stop sign. Alto means stop. Okay, lavanderia. Lavanderia is laundry. Laundry. Okay, laundry is lavanderia. So I start going down the streets, but here the words are 35 letters long. Uzbekistan started fun. I'm like, oh man, like I'm just getting lost in the words. They got these old buses walking around for transportation. I never took buses. Like I'm a city boy, but we from Texas, we have cars, man. So I was adapting, and I'm gonna tell you something even crazier, man. Like this is the craziest part. As a Western man, I may think that I'm a man's man, okay, but even as a Western man, we get so pacified by our lifestyles. I had my foreign cars, I had my nice clothes and stuff, and it's like I try to hit the gym up, but it's like it's not like I'm shooting on the weekends or I'm hunting, or it's not like I'm fighting on the like I've already did all that stuff. So here, you find that men are different, okay, culturally wise. They're very, it's like the code face. Like in my Mongol books I read, the Mongols had a code face where they could be in the cold weather. They had no expression. The men here were very so. I learned to their customs, and I'm like, okay, there's no emotional men here. There's no men pissed off, screaming and all loud like Western men, or dealing with a loud woman. None of that's going on. And then, just going shopping for food. It's not. We didn't. Some cities don't have big markets. They don't have. They don't have the. Everywhere is not big markets. They may have like a little section where all these babushkas bring their fresh fruit, their fresh cream, their fresh vegetables, and their fresh meat. They cut it right in front of you, chicken and everything, and you shop there. And there's times when I would be, with the girls, and they get the potatoes and stuff, and I'm carrying the potatoes around, and I'm trying to be cool, black dude. I'm trying to look at other women and look at babushkas and look at the different foods and stuff, but this stuff is getting heavy. And they're just walking around all pretty in high heels, happy to be with a black guy. But I'm like, man, this stuff is heavy, man. And I'm like, where's the baskets? Like, I don't have a car outside, but I would see an old lady next to me, and another old lady, and another old lady with the humpback and the scarf on her head, and she has more in her hand. She has more that she's carrying around, and she's stopping to talk to every babushka, and she's carrying it. And when we get ready to leave and we're walking home and we have all this cream and stuff and everything, I'm trying to carry it home. And I see the same old ladies walking down the street with bags, easily carrying them home. So that humbled me. I was like, man, these are old ladies, man. They in the cold weather. They deal with this, old men. They deal with this. And here I am getting upset that, I don't have a car outside to put the food in, to put the Western style. So it's things that humbled me. Or going to the gym and you see people wear the same clothes every day. Like Western people don't do that. I'm the cool black guy. I got a different shoe for every bump on your face. Like I got a different shirt, different color. And that makes me cool to them. But I notice that the women and the men, they have no problem wearing the same outfit every day. Every day. I mean, that's an expensive gym, and I learned not to judge, but to appreciate the humbleness, because it allowed me to tone down my dress code. It allowed me to tone down, it just allowed me to say everything that I felt like I had to do in the USA, I don't have to do now. And I still want to be handsome. I still want to carry myself different, but these people don't care about that stuff, And so that was hard. That was not hard, but it's like that was just different for me to try to understand. And just to go from being a Texas guy and trying to be a cool guy and a social guy, having friends and family, trying to bounce back from my past and excel in life, and then you come here and like nobody knows you. So the only people who knew me would be the people at the gym, the babushkas at the gym who clean the gym, the people who see me walking down the street, and the girls I interact with. So, that part, as a person who travels, you have to get used to being by yourself, and you have to find your lane. So you have to say, okay, how am I going to make money here? I'm not going to deplete my savings. I'm not going to go through my investments for these women. Like, and no, none of the women were not asking. And you asked me about that on Patreon. You like asked me if women like to spend my money, but you know, I had to learn. I had to learn which women to date, which ones I preferred, which ones to stay away from. So yes, it's different, and learning the language is very different. Is very difficult. My Spanish is quite well, and I had to resort to trying to learn Russian first because there was no war at first. So I'm learning Russian, and a lot of people speak Russian. Yeah, only the babushkas speak Ukrainsky, and the people in the West Ukraine speak Ukrainsky, but a lot of people speak Russian. So I'm learning, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm trying to learn my numbers. I'm trying to learn my letters, how to say it. Now, when I put the words together, I'm like, okay, now I can say the word, but what does it mean? So it's like, it's a process like a baby. I listen to the kids talk like I listen to adults talk. Then some men I don't want to listen to because they're talking so deep and so. I'm like, okay, nah, I'd rather talk to a girl who likes me, who's speaking melody slow. She's speaking slow for me. So it took me a process of dealing with certain girls to get the language up and not being lazy. The Africans come here. The Africans come here and they pick up the language very fast because they go to school. They're taught in Ukrainsky. They got books in Ukrainsky. I'm here. I'm not in school. I'm not a student. So therefore, my learning curve is much slower because I don't have to rush every day and I don't have to answer to anybody but me. So answering to me means I got to make sure I learn the language, you know. And if I'm talking to girls in a small village and they speak a certain way and I'm picking up their language and then I use that to a man and it sounds like a girl. So girls will say, don't say that. Take the I off and make it an O because that's how girls say it. So I had to learn, like in Spanish, I had to learn, like, that takes time. And it also, it helps when I start to talk to men because now my masculine side has to come out and I have to use masculine pronouns, masculine words, and I have to learn how to converse and get away from talking to so many girls that I do. So, and it's a process. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that my language is perfect. I have a large vocabulary, yes. And sometimes I'm smart enough that when I'm around certain men, they don't talk much. I mean, when they're drunk, they talk a lot. When they're curious, they have questions. Yeah, but it's easy for me to be quiet and listen when I talk to a lot of men here because I'm still learning, But yeah, it's a different place. The food, I'm black. I'm from Texas. We like steak. We like Mexican food, tacos, all that stuff. Gone. No more. Asian foods. I like Thai food. Vietnamese. Gone. No more. Fish and chips for you guys. No more.
So let me ask this, brother, right? So cost of living, has he frozen? Is it me? Can you both hear me or has he frozen? Check 1, 2. Can y'all hear me? Type one in the chat if you can hear me.
Okay, just make sure. So just like in America, I have many options for food, and women, I have no options for food here. So as an American man, these girls, you're trying to get them to cook. Their food has no seasoning. It's not like black woman food with lots of seasonings, Southern black Texas food, none of that. So it changed. My diet changed. So sometimes as a man, all these little things can make you angry. Their cooking is not the best. They don't cook like my mom. They don't cook like my Mexican girlfriends. They don't cook like a Western woman. They eat like birds sometimes. Cucumbers and potatoes and tomatoes, and you're like, that's bird food. Like, I like vegetables. That's just a salad. Where's the meat and potatoes and so I would cook for the girls. So my bachelor side, I fry chicken, I make spaghetti, I do all the kinds of make tacos, go try to find the right stuff to make. And the girls are just eating pancakes because I know what I like. But I'm just telling you, as a bachelor, when you go to a different country, you can't expect to have anything that you have from the West. It's all gone. I don't watch TV. I just use my computer. So a lot of the news and information and stuff I get from other girls or Telegram and stuff, because in the West we can sit down and watch TV, but here you don't sit down and watch TV because you don't freaking understand what the hell's going on, and it's quite boring. They celebrate the war a lot here, so it's just a lot of different politics and stuff on television. So you're lost for that. So it's a culture shock. I'm not gonna lie, it's a complete culture shock. But I felt like it was the place for me. I could adapt to it. It's a lot of reasons, but and I think in Patreon I did give like multiple reasons why black men don't come here, because I could list them why. And there's been times when there's power outages, the power goes out, and you're like, man, this doesn't happen in the West, or something's wrong with something in infrastructure, and you're like, this doesn't happen in the West. Uh, a bank doesn't do that in the West. Here, the banks do this. They scrutinize this. They treat people a certain kind of way. Here in the West, we get taxed. That's it. But you can. So it's a lot of things that happens here that a lot of Western guys would not be comfortable with. But if you're someone who's trying to get away, then you adapt quickly, and then it seems like it's much easier than the old process, the old Western process, should I say?
Okay, so but let me ask this right. So cost of living, right? When you compare cost of living, I'm not sure when last you've been to America, bro. But if you've been to America recently, you probably heard that inflation is through the roof. So when you apply cost of living of America to Ukraine, just how cheap is Ukraine, bro, than compared to America? Is it 50% cheaper? Is it 70% cheaper, brother? How cheap is Ukraine compared to America? I know it's cheaper, but how cheap is it, bro?
So I have property in Frisco, Texas. So I'm aware of that. Last time I went to America was 2019. So I'm aware of exactly what's going on. I pick up the phone, talk to my mom all the time about our house and our property there. So one thing I took advantage of when I came here was having multiple places to stay. Because I would find myself in my small city with my friends that I had there. Then when I travel on the weekends to go see someone else, I have to rent an apartment. I rent the apartment, I find the gym, I get everything set up for my little triangle of what I'm gonna do. And then or the girl would rent. She would tell me and I have to send the money, is what I mean by that. So but each time I would look and I'm like, man, this is 22 dollars a day, just and the gym is just, very little money, and the bus was very little money to get here. It's just time. The trip doesn't cost much. Even if when I'd go visit the girl and we go out to dinner that night, it doesn't cost much. We go get the stuff from the small store, get stuff. They eat like, excuse me, they eat like birds. It didn't cost much. So the I noticed very fast when I got here, not having a car, not having to put gas in my car, not having to pay high electric bills. And yeah, it's cold here, so they have a heating system, and your bills do go up. But you know, the bills have went up very, very high, and I have up here that my bills for this month in electric and heating and all that was just 172 total. So that for the West, that's like heating, everything, water, gas, everything, 172 for a 4-bedroom high-rise apartment. Like I live in a high-rise. So all the way up to they have condo upstairs, is like, 3 floors. So to me, I've always taken advantage of living in Eastern Europe and seeing it as like, hey man, I just left from this in the USA. I know what my buddies are paying. Like I may not see my buddies, but I can always FaceTime and say, hey man, what's going on with this? What's going on with that? And I laugh at the fact that, hey man, properties taxes going up here. When they're leasing a vehicle, I don't need a vehicle here. My gym is right next door. Everything's in walking distance, and I want to be seen. I get dressed up. I look good. Put on my nice jacket. Boom. I want to be seen because they stop and talk to me. But rent, the smaller cities, like I said, 250 for a 3-4 bedroom apartment. That's nothing. $300, that's nothing. So I was able to put more money to food, more money to traveling, more money to going other places. And when I'm abroad, I can pay for a couple months. I pay for a couple months for my flat here not to be touched, or I'd have like one of my girls' moms to come over and check on my cats, or the cat that one of my girls had. So of course, even when I leave, I had someone to come check our property. We even have a property that's far away that the neighbors, they cut the grass in the field and all that kind of stuff, like a farm property. So that was cheap. I got that during the first war. So it was easy for me to get even apartments and stuff. When the first war happened and towns and cities were being emptied, they were selling cars and apartments in some of those towns and cities. And I thought, why would I do that? Because you didn't know what was going to happen next. So a country like Eastern Europe, you can always find a house, a property, land, farming land for great prices in comparison to what we pay in America. Depending on what you're trying to set up a farm, you're trying to set up a little land, you're trying to get a little flat, you're trying to get like a little portfolio of 5 small flats and 1 big one, everything for under 100,000. Like, how'd you get 5 flats? Well, I got 2 for 10 each. They got new buildings all the time they're not fully filled, because most buildings that you buy, most apartments you buy, a lot of them you can get them fully furnished. A lot of them they have now are not furnished. They're like just a shell of an apartment, and they'll say 35,000 euro, and it's just a shell. So then you get to come there and design the rest. So you have lots of people who do payment plans on those. So they're just in my IG all the time, different apartments, because they have so many buildings here. And I'm just looking all the time like, hey man, you can increase your portfolio here in Eastern Europe. And when the war closes and tourism comes back, like the value of this property is going to skyrocket, which of course BlackRock and major companies in America and, other money, they know this, but yeah, this is one of the best places, Eastern Europe. From here, Moldova, Poland's okay. Poland's more spread out. Ukraine has more buildings. So yeah, when it comes to real estate, I've done quite well at being able to have sustained my lifestyle without it depleting my funds. So yeah, sometimes you can look rich when you have 3 or 4 apartments. Like, that you're not really rich, you just diversified. And that over there was 14,000. That one over there was 20. That over there, believe it or not, was just 4,000 for that house, that land. Like, believe it or not, got the paperwork, stamped it, everything. That's a steal. So, people talk to people. Babushkas talk to babushkas. Babushkas die. You got you got a couple girls who know somebody, they get the word to you. And you're like, you know what, send a girl here, take a couple thousand, get that property, put it on the list. What are we gonna do with it? Your mom can raise some chickens over there. They got the land. So it's your little empire. You can create a little empire if you come to Eastern Europe. Let me say that.
Wow. So, brother, so you've been there for 13 years, right? Over 10 years. Now, over time, you've probably seen, right, who's in control of the country. So I'm asking, brother, right, who's in power in Ukraine? Is it the Ukrainian people, or is it a different group of people? Who actually runs Ukraine, brother, from what you know and from what you've seen, brother?
The oligarchs.
Oligarchs. Okay.
Yes, sir. In every region of Russia and Ukraine and a lot of the Eastern European countries, every region has an oligarch. So they're a lot of them left, and they took a lot of stuff out the country when the war started. A lot of them stayed, and when America starts to send money over here, they wanted a lot of those people to be displaced or removed, so that way they wouldn't have an influence. But their influence is in everything, everywhere. I and like I say, I think last time I told you that when I moved to Kyiv, I was able to widen my resources and people that I network with. So I'd rather not say too much, but yes, the power is not in the hands of the president or the people. The power is in the hand of people over certain regions. Like, that region belongs to that man. The factories, the money that's made there, the cars that are picked up and towed away. Like, yeah. So like, even when I go to the city center and I'm with my lawyer friend, she explains certain things to me that I've never been aware of, but that it opens my eyes up. But yeah, so even like something as small as the so they have a lot of the traffic services here. Like in America in the West, there's a big business when it comes to towing cars and for bad parking or for being in the wrong spot. It's a big business for towing the cars, and that business is getting just as big in Ukraine as well. But that entire business for taking cars to the pound shop falls up under Vladimir Klitschko. Now, Vladimir Klitschko spends a lot of his time in Germany, but his power is almost the same as if like an oligarch here. Like he has a certain region of Kyiv that he makes all the money off of traffic transactions and all like that all goes up to him, not to the city. Like it's just strange. Like it doesn't make sense. Like it's just different. So here it's just different. Like I'm not gonna touch on that much, but I'll just give you an example that yeah, certain people, certain regions, they control everything.
Okay, but they can either be Russian or Ukrainian.
A lot of times they're yeah, but with the war, I mean, I really couldn't say. No, I'm saying in both regions, in both countries, it's like that. If you're an oligarch here, you're considered Ukrainian. So
Okay, okay. So, brother, now let's talk about business there, right? I think as passport bros and particularly black men, I think women is important. Yeah, that's cool, that's great. But I feel like we're lacking, that kind of global influence, right? We're lacking that kind of clout when it comes to power, influence, money, like the Indians and the Chinese, right? So I think as
true.
possible, bro, we want to go around the world, right, and be creating businesses, investments, there, and building our own kingdom, our own, uh, you know, kingdom, like I mentioned, right? So in Ukraine, bro, is there many business opportunities and investment opportunities for black men, brother, in that country?
Yes, yes, and yes. So I spend so many years sending information back to close friends and family. I give those tips to those business partners. But since I've had the pleasure of being on your show doing the Patreon thing where we went such depth, and I was like, I totally understood that there's a lot of men that subscribe to your page who are not aware of the opportunities that are out there. And like you said, not just women. When it comes to carving out your empire, I came over here with a mindset that was very businesslike because I just left from the IT world. I just my company would work between the computers and the people who purchase them. So if a major company was going to buy a whole bunch of computers or create a data center, they before they go to Dell computers or before they go to Apple, they would come to us because we're going to be the ones that's going to connect everything. We're going to build the data centers. We're going to ship the computers out to different places. We're going to take the old legacy units. We're going to do all the stuff the computer manufacturers don't do. We were the middle guy. And I love creating solutions for major companies, military, all kind of stuff. We would create solutions for all of the hardware and software they were getting. And so I come over here in a business mind of just trying to find out where I fit in as a guy who's been, a businessman basically for the last 11, close to 12 years. So how am I going to make money over here in Ukraine? Because it's a lot of people don't have jobs. And with the language barrier, yeah, I'm sure a company needs me, but they don't want to pay me what I'm worth. And then I'm sure that I could take some tips from great companies and what we do there and come here and help someone, but I got to find the company. They're in a different city. So there were so many hurdles, you know, that I knew I had to overcome over a short period. And what I tend to notice over here, now my story is quite different. My story is quite different, but what I tend to notice over here, which I always had the option to, I always have the option to work from home and to teach. So there's two levels of teaching that even without all the credentials of a teacher, there's two levels of teaching of services that you can still offer abroad. So which I've already gotten invitations to do. So there's multiple opportunities where you can teach kids online. There's families that they all want their kid to learn English. So one thing I get every day is hellos. Whether it's a kid, if it's a kid or a teenager, they're gonna say hello. I rarely get the privet, the rest of the like I barely. It's gonna be 75%. They're gonna speak to me in English. It's been girls come up to me and say, "Can I practice English with you?" And I'm like, "I'm on my way to the gym." No, but give me your information. We'll talk later. So, guys, hey, I just wanted to talk to you 1 second, just to say, they just want to practice. So that opportunity is always there for kids and then for adults. Then you have those two opportunities where you can teach those, and then you have business classes. in which I come from the business world, and those type of classes and interactions are great for networking, and there's money to be made working with certain companies. And at the same time, you begin to network, and now I get job opportunities, and opportunities come do more. So as a black man, socially, you can find opportunities as an English speaker. Socially, you can find opportunities that can parlay or branch off into a business opportunity or company opportunity, but they're just quite small because you have to find your field. Or, you know, you can use, like, IP services, Python. You can learn Python coding, whatever. You can get online and you can learn that, right? You can get better. Or, you got to find, gentlemen, you got to find a way to live. So one thing that helped me was keeping my apartment rent low, keeping my rent money low, not going out to every club every night, until I found my groove, until I found my hustle, how I was going to make money, how I was going to generate the funds. Like, that took me some time. And to be honest with you, it probably took me about 6 months. And there was some failure in it too. Like, there were some failures, but it it took about 2013 when I got my partner check from my company. So I was in Ukraine, and uh, at that time, it was not good for me. At that time, it wasn't going good. My business opportunity, my hustle over here was 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 getting was, I guess you can say, it wasn't the most um it wasn't a hustle that was certified. So I started to make money, but what I find in Ukraine is that it's people who make money. They may do what you do, and if they find out you do it better, or they find out you're doing it as well, then they want you to pay a tax. So there's ways you have to pay taxes here in Ukraine, no matter what your business is. Whether it's you're running an operation, a business, you're doing some translating services at home, you're doing, at some point, if your business is making pretty good money and you're interacting with other Ukrainians, you're going to get taxed. So, there were some lessons learned of, trying to start my business with different businesses here, which ones I wanted to invest in. I had to go through some trial and error. I didn't trust every Ukrainian man, so I didn't want to, work with certain people. I don't sell drugs. I don't do anything like that. So it's like, I'm not fixing to come here and start being a thug, and business opportunities are low. I'm not getting online doing anything social. I don't have a web page or a site or a podcast. I'm not doing none of that at that time. So it was quite difficult, but I I found it. I found my hustle, and when I found my hustle, I I fell in love with it. And at the end of the day, it's not a hustle that I created. It was a hustle that I was good at. And here in Ukraine, like I say, man, um, you just got to be careful with what you do, because they run their systems here a lot differently. And if they know that you're making money and you're making good money, then they're going to come and ask you, hey, and it's almost like so even when my buddy, to give you a good example, because I want your customers, that you guys are following me, but I want to give you a good example. So my buddy's opening up a restaurant here. He's opened up a Western restaurant, and the Western theme. I'm from Texas. I looked at it. I went to a couple of his Western themed parties. I saw how many people were there wearing the clothes. They like the Western thing. They like everything from the West. So his restaurant's going to be very successful. He already has a lawyer involved. He has certain people involved to protect him from other people. So sitting down with the lawyers, I've met these people, hung out, drink with them, sitting down with the lawyers and who they talk to protect his restaurant. Like, there's levels of things like that happens in Ukraine. So that's what I'm trying to say without saying too much. So even in my business, you want to make sure that you have someone who sort of protects you. And being who I am, I had problems with this when I came over, because I didn't pay for protection when I was in that place. I didn't come home and pay for protection as I end up making money and being successful. Some of us men from Texas and California, USA, we don't pay protection to nobody, especially in my 40s and stuff. I'm like, I didn't pay protection at 18. I'm not gonna pay protection now. I don't watch that many movies to be that excited about it. But that's sort of how Ukraine is. And we're talking about legitimate businesses, salons, massage salons, or a dancing studio. No matter the business, there's proper ways that you pay taxes, and then there's improper ways of someone wanting you to pay taxes. So those are red tape type scenarios that I'm giving your listeners, that when you move to Eastern Europe, if you want to create an opportunity or business, you have to surround yourself with the right people, the right team, to make sure that no one's in your pocket. That's very important. That's all I'm going to say about that.
But when you say improper way, right? Is that obviously? But if we can't get too deep into it, I understand. Is that like mob stuff?
No, 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 no,
Gangster?
no, no,
Okay,
no, no,
okay.
no. I thought it was like that. I mean, I hope we're still talking to men, right? Like, a lot of your subs are men, right? This is YouTube. So I thought it was like that. This is not a movie, man. Like I've been around. I've seen a lot of stuff, man. Like, gentlemen, I understand the game. I'm from Texas. I know guys from the system. I was friends with guys in major prison. Like I know things. Like, right. I know people, things. Boom. You understand, right, that world. I understand that world very well. So I didn't come over here to join that world, right? So it's not is it what I found it strange that it wasn't the guys in the dark coats and the jackets coming over. It wasn't that. It's the militia. It's the police. It's the people who, it's different in America. It's different. It's those people, the fire department, the police. It's administrators and at the notary office. It's people that you have to pay every month. And if you don't pay every month, your paper is going to come up missing. The document that should be on the wall that got stamped one time, that document could come up missing or come up fraudulent. The fire code can be rejected. You can have someone at your door there's that level. That doesn't have to be the guys in the dark coat speaking, with the shooter behind them. That's what we saw in the movies. Here, it's very different. So I'm telling you guys that it's not a corrupt country. It's just ran quite differently. So you can say, well, you avoid taxes in the USA. You said the Americans are happy to avoid taxes in the USA, but you get over there and you get taxed. No, you don't. If you surround yourself with the right people, if you go like the lone wolf and you say, you know, I'm not paying nobody. I I don't need to pay nobody. I got a passport. I can just take I can just take my organization and go somewhere else. I don't need to be in the city. I can go somewhere. Like, that was my thought process. Yeah, like, who wants to, that was my thought process. Is I can always pack up and leave. I can take my operations like LeBron James and go South Beach. So with that thought process, it was easy for me to get caught up. But no, it's not. It's not. So going back to what we said earlier, every region has an oligarch that, right? Is that what I
Yeah,
said earlier?
yeah, facts.
Okay, boom. So I'm
So,
giving you,
brother, now,
I'm trying to give you like the real raw, same as on Patreon, but PG stuff.
brother, so I'm interested in knowing, because obviously, if you're gonna live 13 years in a country, right? I think you have to like the people, right, and the people have to like you. So I know we talk about racism, right, but I want to know more about Ukrainian people, right? How are they like, brother? Are they kind people? Are they cold people? Are they extroverts? Are they introverts? You've been there for 13 years, bro. How are Ukrainian people like from a personality perspective, brother, in that country, bro?
So I'm a reader of faces. That's a whole different, that's a universal language, is body language, nonverbal communication. So, from reading faces and having eye contact, in that crazy place, in prison, you're walking around there. There's a time limit on how long you can look at somebody. It can't be too short, you're weak. If it can't be too long, you're a threat. So after 8 years, I got used to how I could look at any man, any killer, any stranger, right? And then I come home, and then next thing you know, I'm working with, in an environment with totally different people that are professional, and I got to look these people in the eyes and give them, so my fear and or my understanding of people, I feel like is in heightened and it has been my whole life, and it's helped me survive to this day, and it should be for most people. I've seen a lot of different faces that are not black. So I'm comfortable in saying all Chinese don't look the same. All Koreans don't look like North Korean, South Korean. They have similar look, a dialect to me different. All Ukrainian don't look like the Russians. Like I can tell the difference, right? Whereas that some people can't tell the difference. So when I came here, I I I thought I saw in Crimea a very, very soft people. Like they didn't they were hard, like in as if they've been through something before, but they were welcoming. Everybody wants me to taste their food. I haven't went to one girl's house where their mom or their babushka didn't pull out 25 dishes minimum. Like try this, try that, try this, try that. Pulling out photos, the old black and white CCCP Russian photos of them working and working in the military. And he's like, man, you were part of the Russian, you're part of the USSR. I said, yes, I loved it. And now here's a war. So the history of the people, it's always been open arms to me. Everybody has been very, very sweet. And it's something that I've appreciated. I can feel it. I told it in the Patreon that yeah, it's addictive. I mean, I hate to go back here, but I get smiles. I get a lot of smiles. Now I know I'm from Texas, so in Texas we'll give a howdy. We're driving, we might give a howdy. We might give a hello. And I know in New York they give the different one, but in Texas we do hello, right? That welcoming thing, right? Well, that's what I get here. So here every day in the elevator, no matter who I'm with, even a young girl, a young boy, "Здравствуйте," hello in her language. I'm like, "Привет," hello. And then when she's getting off, "Хорошей night," like, have a good night. And I'm like, I gotta turn around and say, "Titoja," or you too. You have a good night too, little girl. Malinka Devushka, little bitty girl, little bitty woman. Or I try to hit hands with them. So that excitement of when they see you, it feels so good that it's like, man, you know what? I love that. I get hellos from my neighbors and stuff, strangers. That look. It's not a stare. When I see when the military see me, I see them. They think already I'm in military. I get that all the time, man. You military? What unit? What branch you're in? What? Oh, okay. You CIA. You CIA. So I don't get um a hard people, a mean people. A lot of these people here are mixed, both Russian and Ukrainian. So the war has really sucked for me to see them have anger, hatred. Don't speak Russian, don't speak Ruski, speak Ukrainian. It pains me to see them going through this right here because there's a lot of family on both sides, a lot of friends, but a very welcoming culture, a very loving culture. Lots of questions. They do travel. Bless you. They do travel, but they haven't been so far west. They're not around. They're like Afrikansky, Amerikansky. I'm like Amerikansky. I'm American, not Afrikansky. He said, oh, okay, Afrikansky. Yeah. Oh, so Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson. Yeah. So that kind of stuff. Or to hear in the music, they still play old.
Hello?
I'm here.
Awesome, bro. So, brother, so tell me, right, how do you make friends there, meet new people? How do you create your network there in Ukraine? I think that's important if a brother's going to move out there. How do you meet people? How do you make friends there? How do you build a network there? How do you do it, bro? What's your advice to us?
Be black and handsome. I just show up. I show up. I went to a party Friday night. When I walked in, I show up. I'm looking good, smelling good. I'm the only black guy. Everybody wants to know my name, and that's just sort of how it is. Like it starts, and that's just me. I know I'm talking to some gentleman who probably sitting home on the couch. You don't do anything. You don't get out. You may find it difficult, but I'm a social guy, so I know how to give the eye contact, give a smile, say I saw you before. Hey, come here. Like I'm very. The women here, they like kisses. They like touchy. So when I walk into the gym, I may see a guy. The first day we do the same thing. We nod. The second day, it's a smile. By the third day, it's a handshake. Maybe by the next week, we got a different kind of shake. But I know his name, Sergey, Andre, Miguel. Like, that's easy. The black guy comes in, I get a lot of handshakes, right? So that's just that comfortability. Like, hey, man, it's just, And I find it's a lot of, they give the handshake. Men give the handshake. They'll, if they see you that time, they look at you, eye contact, they'll give a handshake. It's been many times that happened. So to me, that's a very welcoming type, you know, in my opinion. So yeah, it's quite easy. It's just different. So the way I see it is that you got to put yourself out there. Every new country I go to, every new city, because it's not just countries I go to. I'll go to Odessa and I'll stay for, excuse me, I'll go to Odessa and I'll stay for like a week. I'll go to Dnipropetrovsk and I'll stay there for like a week. I'll go to these different cities here in Ukraine and I'll stay, enjoy my stay, enjoy the gym, and I'll go gym, the store, and like, you know, a cafe, the hottest club. I may go in there, right? But I meet people by walking around. I may meet 3 or 4 people at the gym. When I leave the gym, somebody may want to walk and get a drink. Women here love coffee. They love coffee. They love walk dates. They love walking in the parks. Every day, some girls like, come walk with me. I'm like, they love that. So that's how you get to know people, because everybody wants to walk. So you just, hey, you want to go have a coffee? You want to go walk? Hey, let's go have a coffee if they nearby. So meeting friends is easy because when you see them and you get eye contact, you say something. That's, I said it first with the men. If a man sees you and give you eye contact and he's gonna nod, the second time he's gonna shake your hand. So that means eye contact means a lot here. With the woman, you see a woman, it's eye contact. By the second time, I'm like, she looks at me and I smile. I see her smile big. So now we're smiling and I stop. I say, story, stop, stop, stop. She said, huh? She take out, she's so ready to get that. She's like, huh? Eye contact. I'm like, hey, Coxaboot, what's your name? And she's like, Anna, Anastasia, Ulia, Maria. They tell you their name. And you say, really? Ah, Crasiva, beautiful name. Your eyes, Maria. Your eyes are so, boom. That's the that you just, and your name and yours. I'm like Donald Trump, the black Donald Trump. And they get so excited. You know, boom. You get the handshake, you hit hands, or I do the hug. I pull in for the cheek. So that right there, boom. Can I get your Telegram? You got Instagram? You use Instagram? You have Telegram? Boom. They give it. Or you act like it's nothing, and then you see them next time like, hey Anastasia, and she see you, or you see each other downstairs getting food at the market. You see her walking by. Now she's your friend. So anytime you have eye contact here, guys, I have countless of guys in my phone, taxi drivers, because they took me to the center, and in that 30-minute or 15-minute drive, they've seen me or heard me have multiple conversations, or they saw me drop someone off, or I wasn't the one who ordered the taxi. Like, are you Yulia? No, I'm not Yulia. Oh, some girl ordered the taxi. I said, yes, but it's for this direction. They said, yeah, okay, it's for me. So they're like, man, how do you know all these girls? So even taxi drivers like, hey, can you get my name, my number? Hey, call me if you ever want to go somewhere. I'll drive. I pick you up. We go. That's been happening since I come to this country. Guys always say, hey, come out with me. Come drink with me. Don, please come with me. The African guys, come with me. Because I'm the cool guy. I'm different. They want to have good conversation. And most likely, they get a little bit extra attention at the tables. So, yeah, I've always been very selective on my guy friends. I'm more social here in Kyiv. So I got lots of different friends of different classes. And it's very easy here. The Nigerian guys, when I get out with them, they're all out, but they're all bunched together. That's the difference. I told you I was born and raised, around different people. So I don't like to be in bunches. I like to be over here by myself because I stand out. I'm the only one. So when I'm the only one, I make friends easy. I can be walking and someone will come up to me. I've had a girl come up to me before, hey, what's your IG? And I'm like, I don't have IG. I don't do social media. Gangsters don't do social media. Say, gangsters don't do social media? I'm like, nah, they don't do. And she thought it was funny. But when she walked off, I thought to myself, I'm like, man, that's another girl you could have. Right. So I'm walking. 2 girls walk up to me. Pangliski? Like, do you speak English? And I'm like, no, I don't speak English. And they start laughing really hard. And she's like, oh, please, can we talk to you? Can we be new friends? And I'm like, nah, no, I'm on my way to the gym. And I get halfway to the gym and I see them in the store and I think to myself, Don, there's 2 more girls that you could have. So that happens sometimes when I'm in my zone. I can connect with devushkas, or I can connect with girls. And because I didn't get that eye contact process, sometimes I'll disconnect and I'll be like, no. But are they coming up to me? Yes. Um, I'll be honest, gentlemen. I'm 51. Again, no kids, not married. So here in Ukraine, yeah, I have access to not just friends that I meet that are, girls and men, taxi drivers, businessmen, but then you have, you know, business women. So I do make friends with, women that work in real estate, or work for different companies, work with the war, lawyers, doctors. I do befriend them as well because I have to create my circle. Remember, I come here alone and I have to create my circle. So yes, it's not very hard to find friends. You just have to put forth the effort because everybody will try to be your friend. So you just have to be conscious of you're out every night. I get an invitation to go out every night. I get an invite, hey, come to this party, come here, and I have to manage my time. But it's much more better than when I came here and I didn't have a lot of friends, a lot of networking. It's much more better socially. It's not difficult at all.
Amazing, amazing, bro. So, brother, right? A lot of brothers who are watching this stream have never been to Ukraine, and they may be thinking about doing so after this interview, right? So, my question to you right now, Donald, is, um, what's the best city or place to go to right now as a first-time traveler to Ukraine? You've never been there. Is it Kyiv? If so, if it's Kyiv, Donald, where in Kyiv specifically, or Kyiv as a whole, is safe to go there right now, tomorrow, and book a flight? Break it down for us, Donald.
Okay, so there are people who come to Ukraine, but like I was telling IP on the Patreon, the advantage that I have is that I live here. I'm not a visitor. So therefore, those guys who visit the country, they never get the core. They just have the pictures of their experience, and that's it. So if you're looking to come to Ukraine, what you will do is you'll have to go through Poland. You catch a ticket, you buy a ticket to Poland, not to Ukraine. So you would go to Warsaw, you would land in Warsaw, and then you would catch a train from Warsaw to Ukraine. And when you get on that train, um, from Poland to Ukraine, you cross over. Your first city you're going to stop in is Lviv. It's western. It's a western city in western Ukraine. It hasn't had any problems from the war. It's a little bit different than the other Ukrainian cities. Um, the way that it's built, the way it's laid out, but it's the most western city. So a lot of people stop there because it's a peaceful place. And if you don't know anything about Ukraine, you just don't want to go further. You can get all your content. You can probably date a couple girls on Tinder. You can walk around. You might get a small feel of the country, but in reality, you got the Western. They're speaking Ukraine, no Russian. They don't have a lot of disco clubs. They don't have as much as Kyiv. They don't have, but you still get the feel of Ukraine. You can say you made it. That's for the weak men. Come over, go to Lviv. Once you cross over from Poland, stay there for a week. Try to enjoy your time there, or a month, or whatever. Then you go back. But you won't get the core of the people. The core of the people is you cross over to Lviv, you stay on the train going to Kyiv. Once you get to Kyiv, the train station is bigger. You see all these Ukrainian people. You get the feel of the city. You see tall buildings like New York, and like Mexico City, New York, big cities. You see all these tall buildings like Dubai. It's a big, big city. You see a lot more options, a lot more restaurants, places you might be more comfortable in seeing that you didn't see in Lviv. Kyiv would be a nice place. You got sirens to go off, but it's not like it's drones and bombs going off. You may hear something, but for the most part, it's lively. There's people everywhere. There's a curfew, but there's businesses, there's parties everywhere. There's traffic. There's lots of people walking around looking fashionable. It's a very, very good city. It's a safe city. You come here, you get a small flat somewhere, you get an apartment that suits your budget. You go put your stuff up. You get dressed nicely, and you go down to a couple cafes. You can walk down. You can catch a taxi, go to a couple cafes. It's a good experience. It'll be cold. You'll meet people. You'll find a date or two, and you get a chance to get the diet, the feel of the people, the friendly faces. No one's stressed out about the war. It's like people not even thinking about the war. People going on their daily life. You'll find love. You'll see what your money can do here, what it's worth, the value of your money, your hard-earned money. You'll see how far it goes here. You might get a little bit more attention here, where maybe in your country you're not on the radar. If women see, they don't stop at you. They just do this. But here in Ukraine, they may stop. You may get a little bit more attention. You feel that, So I would say that, any part of Kyiv, it's not like it's broken down like Manhattan, the Bronx. It's not like New York, but it does have different regions. And it's basically the same. You don't have to find the disco to find women. You don't have to go to the clubs to find friends. When you walk to the store, it's nothing for me to get somebody to help me. Like, hey, how do you do this? And someone to help you, and you say thank you, and it's just very, very easy. It's a good place to visit. It's safe. It's no problem being black. And if
What
you
about, go on, bro.
Mhm. Go ahead.
What about transportation, brother? So
Okay.
right there, how do you move around, brother? Is it Uber? Does Ukraine have a good, sorry, Ukraine and Kyiv have a good like bus system, subway system? How does one move around, brother, transportation wise in Kyiv?
I took the train. I took the subway one time just for the experience because of history. But I never take subway. They have a subway system here. The subway systems are full. People use them. The buses are full. Old buses and new buses. Taxis everywhere. In Kiev, there's more cars here, but a lot of people don't have cars in Ukraine. It's not like we're in teenagers. We have a car and we drive at 15, 16. We have a car at 17. Here, girls and guys that be 20, 22, 23, 24 don't have a driver's license. Or it could be 25, don't have never had their own car. That's normal. So you just get your taxi, catch Uber. Of course there was a period where I missed my car. I missed my sunroof. I missed my music. I missed everything. I miss the comfort. I miss getting away. I miss driving. I miss everything. But I don't miss the money I've saved over the years, not having all them cars. I don't, I don't miss, like, I've saved. You save a lot, and you understand here that transportation, you don't need it. Like, there's a Canadian guy here. I haven't met him. He's an infamous guy that everyone, when I go to the party, as of late, they tell me about a Canadian guy. And he's a black guy. He has long dreads, and they always tell us, "Hey, man," we tell him about you because everybody's trying to get us to meet because we have the same character. But apparently, he's always driving around. He likes guns. He hangs out with the military guys, but he's always driving around in his red Corvette. All he likes is his red Corvette, and he with the top down and his dreads. And my friends would tell him about this because when it comes to getting women, he's like, hey, man, there's one black guy. He's like you, man. He drives around in a red Corvette. So I saw another black guy. He had a nice car, but it's rare. It's very rare to have a car here. It's much more easier to just take a taxi. So if you want to be a player, you have the funds. You want to get around. You do have a social life where you got to be certain places. Yeah, get your car, but in reality, you don't need one. Here in Europe, Eastern Europe, everything's downstairs in walking distance. I can put on a song on my headphones, and before it gets to the second verse, second chorus, I'm already inside my gym. I can put on a song before it gets to the second chorus, I'm already inside the market, the mall. So, and everything's in close proximity to where you live. So it's nothing to say, hey, you want to meet somebody? That's just a little 10-minute taxi. I don't need a car. So, I don't have to worry about parking. I don't have to, worry about paying Klitschko. It's a lot easier. But if you come here and you want to live here, you have an apartment, you have the money and the funds for a car. There's a space down there, there's a garage down there. There's cars downstairs. But as for me, I didn't put that in my budget. I've always kept not having the car here. Has always helped my budget. And at the same time, I tell myself that I don't need a car until I get ready to have my kid. So when I get ready to have my kid, then I will get a car. But until then, you don't need a car as a bachelor. You want to be seen as much as possible. You're
Is
not
Uber
seen.
is Uber there, brother? Uber and Lyft.
Uber,
Is that
Uber, Uber. I took an Uber today, so we got Uber and we got Bolt, something called Bolt. Yeah, yeah. Uber's here. Yes, sir, it's here.
awesome, bro? So
hmm
now, brother, right? I want to ask you about, is Ukraine cash society or is it cashless, brother?
It's both really, because it's still hand to hand. You still go downstairs and get babushkas. Babushkas them don't have that damn they don't have that card reader. All these babushkas don't have a card reader. They're still in 1975. They're not in 2025. So when you're going to these small markets and stuff, you can't you don't have your phone trying to scan everything. So, but of course, if you go to a nicer market, you go to this, of course, I went and had drinks last night at a cafe, boom, scan. So a lot of it's cashless, but normally, yeah, there's 17, 19 million people here. There's a lot of elderly here, a lot. They're not cashless. They always have cash. So these kids, what I'm saying, they be having cash from their parents and stuff. These banking systems a little harsh on the Ukrainian people right now. So it's not easy, but I'd say that like 60-40, you can use your card pretty much everywhere, but there's a lot of places that is cash. It is what it is. Sorry about that.
Awesome, bro.
hmm
So now, brother, right? Now, I think you touched upon food there in Ukraine, but
Yeah.
a bit more. So, do you like Ukrainian food, brother? If so, what's your favorite Ukrainian cuisine?
So I love the Ukraine. I love Ukraine, guys. I love Ukraine. I'm not a big fan of the Ukrainian food.
Mm,
So and no Western man will be. So it doesn't help. I'm from Texas. It doesn't help. I'm American. It doesn't help that my favorite food is Mexican food. So that whole diet. It doesn't help that I've had so many different other foods that I would eat weekly. Vietnamese food weekly, Thai food weekly, it's Mexican food every day. So, you know, the culture shock. There were many. The number one culture shock, was the food part. But yes, so it's very plain. It's very plain food. I like the borscht, but that's something like a soup. It's very basic. Breads, almost like a Greek diet. Lots of mayonnaise in the food, in their salads, onions, but they just don't have a. It, it's just hard to explain, but it's lacking a lot of seasoning. It's lacking a lot of the stuff that I like in my foods growing up, and what I've acquired a taste for. Now, over the 8 years, what it's done is it's allowed me not to have the body of a fast food Western eating guy, or a Mexican food eating Western guy, or a black soul food, the body. So all those results of eating that food changes when you're eating a very, very safe diet, very clean diet. The food, 90% of the food has been grown by some farm close by, without the GMO processing, without all that stuff sprayed on it. Ukraine is one of the last countries where you can't do all that stuff. So babushka's peppers, all the peppers, the bell peppers, the onions, the cucumbers, is all coming from the ground. The first thing my girls are always saying, don't wash it off, wash it off. Like, I don't need to wash food all the time, because it's just coming out the ground, right? Everything's fresh. So that diet makes my body fresh. Like, I look better, I feel better, I have good energy. I don't have the same drawn out energy from the USA. I have a lot of energy. I'm at the gym every day. Your body's more trim. So it's a dull diet. No, it's a dull diet, but you look good. It's a dull diet, but you can see you can see yourself when you go use the bathroom. It's a dull diet, but you look good in your clothes. You actually can go 5 rounds with these. You know, you look good, and there's benefits from eating like this. Your back is not big, you know, so that's why you start to look at the women like, oh man, no wonder she's thin. Oh, she just had a baby. No wonder. Where's her stomach? She doesn't have a stomach. Like the diet is so dull. And there's been times like, okay, I'm gonna give you this example. Like the holidays just passed, IP. So from Thanksgiving to Christmas, when my mom and my aunt, them, when they turn on the phone, I see oxtails, I see pig feet, I see ribs, I see peach cobbler, I see cake. Like they're going down the line showing all this food. That's for the holiday season that they ate on Thanksgiving or they ate on Christmas and the day after. And I look at the video and then I'll sit here and look at my girls and I'll be like, we don't have that in there. Mom, I'm about to get mad. She still don't learn how to cook this food. Mom, let me get up and go make something. Like I don't have that food in there. So I may get frustrated in the holiday season, but I like the way I look. I like the trim European look. I like my clothes, buying clothes here or in Turkey that's European look. I like that look. I like the way it feels. I have energy. I'm 51, guys. I'm 51, and I still got to put it down. I still got to make all my workouts. I still got to make sure I have the energy to get money. I still got to make sure I have the energy to entertain, my resources, my networking. Like I got to be up. You're in Eastern Europe. I walk places, So I think the diet is so dull. It's so dull. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you.
So what do you eat then, bro? What do you eat on a day-to-day basis, brother? Do you buy like a lot of like you
Man,
look
like
for like a outside spots for the like foreign food, or do you actually just eat Ukrainian food? You just take it. What do you actually eat, brother, every day?
so
Breakfast in the
it's not
morning.
it's not just so every morning I'll swallow like 5 eggs. No homo. So I'll swallow 5 eggs, or I'll make a protein drink. So I let my girls skip out of making me breakfast because I don't like doing the breakfast thing. I don't really like, but they'll cut up some egg, make boiled eggs, a tomato. They'll have boiled eggs, some tomato, some cucumbers, and that's what'll be their breakfast as I'm swallowing. Boom. At the gym, I have waiting for me maybe some chicken, of course, some rice, maybe a sweet potato for later. Later on, I may have a steak, sweet potato, broccoli, and then I tell her to go get I sometimes beg her to go get a brownie, or I tell the girls to bring me back a cinnamon roll. So it's not a wet, like it's always chicken. I make the girls go buy chicken all the time, rice, very basic diet. That something I can down every day. I can put season on it, salt, pepper, some hot sauce, grab a jalapeno pepper, and give it some flavor. They just started selling Mexican tacos. They just started selling Mexican seasoning. They just started selling certain Thai seasoning. They're starting to get in the stores here more options coming from Asia and South America. And when I see them, I get them and I put it in the food. So I make sure it's not dull for me, but I can make the girls go get steak. Like tonight, I said, man, go get a couple steaks, get some shrimp. I sent her a list when they were out. So I say, get some shrimp, get some steaks, I'll fry some stuff up. So again, I'm the guy who can make the spaghetti. I know how to fry the chicken. I make onion rings for the girls. I get a recipe from my mom and I'll make it. I don't mind cooking for the girls. I'll make the steaks better. I'll make the hamburgers better. Now, today, as I'm in my office, I, I today I'm in my office and I was being lazy, and my girl was like, "Hey, do you want a burger?" I'm like, well, yeah, why not? I I don't mind sometimes once a week or like maybe twice a month that she orders cheeseburgers from McDonald's. I don't mind it. Now here they love it because they don't have a lot of burger options. Now she did go into the thing and find some places that have burgers, but they love McDonald's here as if that's just the best. And that's fine because it's like that everywhere. But we have like 3 or 4 in Kyiv and we have one nearby. So that may happen. But she ordered Domino's pizza. So I have a cheat day, right? So this is my cheat day, was to eat some crap like that. But normally I don't eat like that. I'm eating chicken, rice, basic foods, because you bring your Western, all you do, my African friend here, Nigerian, when I went with him to the store, he buy chicken, he buy everything that he can, like he can make in Nigeria. And then my mom would send me seasoning from America. So I said, Mom, send this. So she sent a box. She sent certain seasonings I can use. My Nigerian friends do the same thing with their moms. They have them send certain seasonings that they can use on their food. So all you do is just go to the store and find the things you like in America or you like in the West, and then you just try to make it, and that helps your diet because they're not making the stuff you like. So that's how my pretty much my day is when it comes to diet.
Brother, so do your girls cook for you, brother, or and season your food for you, or you normally cook your
No,
you
they
normally
don't. They don't season for me, and the cooking is maybe they're not like I've had I've had like Mexican girlfriends, like my Mexican wife before, like they cook the moment um I breathe too loud, if I cough, if my stomach growl, if I look at them, are you hungry? Are you hungry? Are you hungry? They cook all the time. Great meals, Mexican food. They put a, and my Ukrainian girls don't have that skill. It seems like across the board, they just don't have that skill of a big menu of stuff they've learned how to cook that I like. So I allow them to cook what they cook, and then I'll come and season it. Because me complaining every time just gets old. So for whatever they make for me for lunch, when I come home from gym, whatever is in there, I'll eat. But then when it comes to dinner time, I may walk in there and be like, "Hey, we're having this tonight. We're going," and I'll just take it. When they see me start laying out the steaks and doing chopping, they just get back because they know it's going to taste good. I take the chicken, I fry it. I may put some honey over the chicken. I may take some little bit of garlic and spray it over. Like I do all the kind of stuff. Like I may even open up the YouTube and do it like that because girls love that. They love that I can cook. They love to eat. So, in my situation, I just take it and use it to my advantage. But Ukrainian women, do they cook? The older ones do. But you again, they cook Ukrainian food. So you may not be happy with it, but their effort, you're like, oh, thank you, baby, so much. The older ones do, the moms, the MILFs, the older Ukrainian women do. But in these young girls, they'll try to put something together for you. But, you know, if you're an
it's
older
friendly.
bachelor like me, you do a better job. Let's say it like that.
So, do your girlfriends, right? Do they like your cooking? Because obviously they grew up on Ukrainian food, right? And I feel like when you want to like date woman, right? I think you gotta have a similar food taste, not all the way to a degree. Because I ain't eating no raw chicken like they do in Japan. Hell no, bruv. I ain't eating no raw chicken. I know they do it in Japan, right? But I ain't eating that. But you know, teriyaki chicken, etc., etc. Yeah, I eat that. That's tasty. Or what's that thing called? I forgot. Right, but brother, so do they like your foods, Ukrainian women that you deal with? They like your cooking?
They love,
Mm.
they love my cooking. Listen. I'm gonna tell you food. I introduced them to the avocado. My girls, they didn't. I don't know why they didn't eat avocados before me. And when I took them down to Guatemala, we had so much avocados. But before, like avocados, because that would always be my Mexican food. Pancakes. They make pancakes here, but their pancakes were very thin and it's not sweet. But our pancakes are very thick. We have syrup, butter. So I would get my pancakes from America, bring it here, and every day, here we have pancakes like little kids because I put the peanut butter on the pancakes. I put all this butter on it, sometimes strawberry, bananas, caramel for them, sprinkle some pecan, and they're real fat and thick. Like our pancakes, they like that. Our burgers, I make the burgers like the right way we like our burgers. Butter and honey on the bread. Then I put the things in, different cheeses and maybe an egg. It's my avocado. Make the burger real fat. And like it's so big, but it's so good. I took my bachelor style, make the steak just right, have like season, mashed potatoes, very mashed up with the butter and a little milk on them. They love that. They start calling it baby potatoes because it's like baby food. They didn't say mashed potatoes. They say, "Can I have the baby potatoes? Make the baby potatoes tonight." So I mash up potatoes. So to me, it's like, yeah, I take advantage of it. When I have the girls at my house, I'm like, you know what? I got something. Let me get out this macaroni and cheese. They never had macaroni and cheese. They just started selling at the store. But mac and cheese is some basic that they like in the West. So tacos, I finally found the right taco shells, the right taco tortilla bread, straight from Mexico. I saw the brand; it was Mexican bread. I'm so happy. I found some taco seasoning. I got this stuff together, chopped up everything for them, made it real Mexican style. And I even blended, made my own salsa, blended the peppers and the onion, blended everything together, salt and pepper and lime, made it for them, tasted, watched their reaction, seeing all the different senses, and is that too spicy? Like, no, it's just right. I enjoy that because I know their lifestyle has never been. I enjoy giving them Western foods, making the spaghetti, just like the pasta. with everything in it, the meatballs and some sausage cut up in it, a little bit of chicken strips. Like they love that. And sometimes it's like this very fatty. I feel so full, but to me, it's like, yeah, the girls love that. It's like you having a little kid who's tasting your food, Papa, and they like your food more than Mama food. Well, here, the girls like my food. Like if they see me coming to the kitchen or they see me coming in with the food, they see me coming in to make dinner. Like the girls are excited because like while this is getting ready, I may make some onion rings. I'll fry the onion rings and I'll put some honey over the onion rings, give it to the girls, and they're just eating that while we're getting the food ready. They love that. I make cakes and stuff like so. I'll put my mom on the phone and ask my mom for a recipe like that, or I'll turn on YouTube. So being a bachelor, you step up and you be a man because I don't want to be mad at them because they're not making my favorite foods. They're not chefs. So I'll make the food. And, of course, the girls love my food, man.
Awesome, man. So, brother, so cell phone roaming, right? Is your provider Ukrainian or is it American, brother? Or do you have both?
My phone didn't work when it came here. My Apple didn't work. My iPhone. So when it came here, only my internet. So I turned over on both my phones long time ago. I switched over to a Ukrainian phone on my phones. So I have Ukrainian roaming. Ukrainian services. Let me say that.
And is it cheap over there, brother?
Yes, sir. You just go get a SIM card, put it in your phone, and you're off and running. And really, you don't need that, gentlemen. Like I do that because I got a number and everything. But in reality, there's many American men who just use their apps. You can come here and just use the apps and your Viper, WhatsApp, Telegram. You're doing the same thing, right? And then people have access to your American number. But if you're spending more time here, then you might as well get a Ukrainian number, and that's what you use.
Awesome, thank you, bro. So, brother, tell me about safety there. Like being by yourself, having by yourself, walking around by yourself. It seems like obviously you went there by yourself, right? So you've been alone for quite a long time. Have you always felt safe in Ukraine in the daytime, nighttime, nightlife, in parties, or would you say you've been in situations where it was dangerous? But what I'm asking, brother, is Kyiv a safe city to be in safety, brother? Very safe, very important. Their safety.
So no, I've never felt my safety was in jeopardy. Not one time. Not one time have I ever felt unsafe.
Wow.
So I had to. Now, when you're abroad, when you're traveling abroad, you may have not hair stand up on the back of your neck, but you'll be conscious of certain things. You're like, you know what? In the West, you should keep your phone close to you. You should not have your purse. Your purse should not be open when you have your phone. I tell my girl, like when we're walking through Turkey, close your purse because someone can reach in there. Like certain things you feel like you got to watch out for, but then it's not that kind of country. So safety wise, I never felt threat to myself. I never felt like anyone wants to harm me or hurt me or anyone wants to assault me. I've never felt that. Test me, never felt that. Again, that goes to my character, how I carry myself, how people see me when they interact with me. So I don't have that. I don't have the personality or the aura or the energy that says they want to play with me. So that's fine. But there were times when I first moved to Ukraine that in the summertime everybody has their windows open, and you would hear 2, 3 in the morning laughter, just girls after girls after girls laughing, and you can hear them of heels. You can hear high heels. So, and if you're in New York or LA, you think, oh, it's an escort. You think negatively about the women if you're in the West, but over here, because the odds are women 5-1, there's no point in thinking negatively. That's just normal for kids, girls, guys, teenagers to be out late and enjoying their lives, like screaming on the streets, drunk, holding each other. And like in the West, it's like the energy is much more darker, much more sinister, much more angrier in the West. So at nighttime, anybody in the park, couple girls in the park at night, that's dangerous. Here, that's normal. People walking down the street. So I was like, okay, if they're safe, I'm safe. If they're safe to walk around and no one's messing with them, then ain't nobody messing with me, right? So I sort of carry that no matter what country I've been to, no matter what city I've been in. It's been a very safe country. Like no one's robbed me. Like, so my girl had one of my girlfriends had my phone taken out of her purse in Turkey, but that was the waiter, and he was from one of those countries, and he came to Turkey to get a job, and I got that phone back. It took me like a couple minutes to realize where we lost the phone, and I realized how the waiter stole my phone. But um, he gave it back to me. I came back to the restaurant and I told him, I sat the waiter down, and I told him that that phone he took out of that purse was not her phone. It was actually my phone, and I work for the U.S. government, and the satellites above are tracking, and they told me that you have my phone. And before I get the military here, before anybody else shows up, you need to give me back my phone. Here's the card, the hotel I'm staying at. I'll help you save face. Just bring it back. I got back to the hotel. They call me. He's downstairs. So some of these people, sometimes it's not like they're below you or anything, but you look at the situation. You're like, man, you know what? We're at this restaurant. He's not even Turkish. This guy right here thought he was slick. He held the dishes. He leaned over the chair. He dropped the dishes. When he dropped the dishes, he reached into there and got the phone. He grabbed the dishes and he left. But it wasn't until later that we were missing the phone. I had to replay everywhere we went and who got close to her purse. And I had to go to all the places we stopped at. Then we got to the restaurant. I remember the waiter leaned over the purse when he dropped the plates. When he was taking our plates, he dropped them. So that was the only time, and that's in a foreign country, right? So in Ukraine, no, I don't get my stuff stolen. I don't get anyone trying to call me out of my name, wanting to test me, fight me, disrespect me. No, it does not happen at all. That's not something that occurs normally because people are very loving. People are more curious, and I'm not in places where even if I meet drunk men, they're happy. And this is the signal for drunk here. They're happy to meet me. They're Amerikanski, please to come here, shake my. They want to shake your hand, hard handshake, rub your shoulders, ask you, "What you where you from? Where are you from?" Like it's joy. So I don't when I see drunk men, I don't get prepared like I would in the West. I don't get tense. I don't even get tense in the West, but you know what I mean. Sometimes you can sort of prepare yourself for something negative, and it's not negative. It's always positive.
Wow. So, brother, we're at 2 hours now. I want to respect your time.
You're good. You're good. Just like last time. Go ahead.
Okay, brother. So, brother, lifestyle, right? I think there's two questions to this, right? Number one, what kind of lifestyle do you live there in Ukraine? Is it middle class, upper class, high value style? And what kind of lifestyle does the average Ukrainian live in Ukraine? So let's go with the first one there. What kind
Okay.
of lifestyle are you living there in Ukraine, bro?
Okay. So, uh, I live a fairly good lifestyle. Uh, I always have, even when I first moved here and I moved to a smaller city. I went to a small gym. I lived in an apartment area that wasn't so hot, but I like being with the people, and I save a lot of money, and I don't carry myself as if I'm better than anyone. So I was able to tone down my dressing. Um, to a degree. I'm always going to be. You always have style. Always keep my style because Ukrainians have style too. So hey, I have my style, but I don't have to be in my nice car. I don't have to be super flashy. I can just wear dressed like a Russian man. I wear my tracksuit to the gym. I wear my hoodie to the gym. Um, my lifestyle has always been where is that I don't have to act like I'm rich because no one acts like that around here, right? So I don't want to act like that or carry myself like that because sometimes people assume it anyways. They assume it, but I may not be taking the buses and stuff. I'll be taking the taxis, but I try to live a very humble lifestyle inside my home. How I travel, that's different, but I live a very humble lifestyle in the small city. Here in Kiev, I took it up a notch. I have a nice high-rise apartment that I live in here. It's one of the tallest buildings on the left side. I got a view of the river in every window of my apartment all the way around. It's $1,000 a month. Uh, a lot of people normally would not be paying for $1,000 a month unless you have a family. It's a three
In
room.
dollars, right? In dollars,
Yes,
right?
$1,000 a
Yeah.
month in dollars. Uh, Now there's places that could be a little bit more expensive, but most people they don't unless they have a family, right? So I don't have a family, but I like my space. So uh, there's people that are quite successful that live in my building. There's like nice vehicles downstairs from Range Rovers, BMWs, Lamborghinis, like that kind of stuff. Like downstairs, I live next to a mall, so I. But then a couple buildings over, they may pay 200 a month. They may pay 300 over. Their buildings may not be as new. My buildings are new. Then you have some older buildings around me. You know, so we all live close and near to each other. We go to the same marketplaces, right? But my level of living here in Kyiv may be a little higher, not paying like in the West, but a little higher than in the other cities of Ukraine where I paid much lower. Okay. So yeah, I try to live a good lifestyle here in Kyiv because I deserve it. And so it's a good lifestyle, but I don't I try not to overlive my I don't overspend. I don't go out a lot. When I do, I try to try to have a good time. But yeah, it's a very simple lifestyle. I could be out every night. I could date every night. I could be at a party every night. I could be somewhere social every night. But that doesn't fit my lifestyle, my energy, where I'm trying to put my focus. And you know, now the average person in Ukraine, um, I think it's around 350 a month, close to 600 a month. It's not much. The average for Ukraine is quite low. There's a lot of people getting pension. There's a lot of people without jobs. It's a lot of people that don't have like a good manager position. Like even the IT, there's a lot of people that leave school for IT and they get out and they don't really have a lot of job opportunities. So a lot of places like Poland, Russia, workers here outsourced to USA to make money. You know, engineers they'll work online and for USA companies. So it's not, but it's a lot of people here that don't make money. A lot. It's a lot of people here that don't make a lot of money. So that's just sort of normal. It's sort of normal. For Kyiv, it's a little bit more money here than other cities because those other cities may have factory jobs that are available, farm jobs, a couple bars and clubs here. People have ownership here and there, but there's more money in Kyiv. And if you can live next to someone who has a lot of money and then you don't. Like the next building over, they may be a certain class. This building right here is brand new, and there's a lot of business people, a lot of maybe people that are in the government or something like that. They may live here. Some guys have drivers. They may live in this building, right? So, but I go to the gym with it's regular. So lifestyle can differ. If you want to come here and you want to spend 1,500 a month, 1,500 pounds, you got that budget, you can live very nicely. Find your apartment for 750, you got the other 750 for food, right? You don't have to do it in dating. Now, if you're dating every night, you may want to do 2,000 pounds a month, right? If you want to, you can easily be a bachelor. You can have a 2 bedroom apartment for $500, 500 US dollars. 2 bedroom apartment, that's enough space. 1 bedroom apartment, 450, 400. That's enough space for you to be a bachelor, have your little small section to work, small area to sleep, cook. Or you can step it up and have 3 rooms. You have multiple rooms so people can spend the night. You have a living area, you have an office, you pay for that. So you want to add a car to that budget, you add a car. If you don't, then you put all your money into your flat and you have a good social life. You pay for your gym. So your lifestyle is based on you. When you leave the West, you don't have the same resources. You may have to lower your lifestyle, but you enrich your life. You may lower your lifestyle, but you enrich your life and you'll feel rich. You'll have the extra cash. You have a more space, more options, you know, of living spaces where you can have, so it's up to you. Whatever sustainable lifestyle that you created in the West, you may have to lower it here in the East, but you'll be able to sustain it longer.
Awesome, bro. So, brother, next question for you, brother, right, is more in terms of, so tell me things to do there, hobbies that keep you busy, that will keep the
No,
average basketball busy in Ukraine, brother. We wanna obviously, like, so
oh
if we're
God,
living there, sitting there for a long time, right? What can we do there, brother, on a frequent basis to keep us busy? Is it gym? Is it going to events? Or what do you do, brother, to keep you busy? Pick it up for me, bro.
great question. So in America, I had so much I could do. I even had season tickets to the football. Like you guys in the West, UK, you got your teams that you like. You go see your games and you have different things during the week. All that died when I got to Ukraine. I couldn't see my favorite uni play football unless I go online. I couldn't go watch the games. There were not cafes. I couldn't go see Jay-Z at the concert. I couldn't go. The concert stopped. They don't. I can go to different concerts in USA. I go see bands play. I go see rappers here. They don't come. I saw Depeche Mode in Kyiv one time. Other than that, many people don't come because of the war. Lots of stuff. So, music. You miss on music. You miss on your music that you like. Not just music. Your music. Your favorite teams. You miss it. Now you got to watch on computer at home. You miss having friends in your favorite pub, your favorite bars. You have to recreate that. So you're like, what hobbies do I have here? I had to lose hobbies. I had to adapt to having different hobbies. So of course, the gym is like my second office. I got to go to the gym every day. It's people I meet. It's a certain friendly atmosphere. Um, lots of different friends there. It's a certain energy I get, and also, um, I get there's a lot of positive that I get from being in the gym every day. So I do the gym daily. Um, of course, I get a chance to read again. There's times I can knock out books. I get a chance to have control of my time because I don't work for any company. My company works for me. So I control my time. So I make sure I have my time set every day where I knock out my chores at home, the few chores. I mean, the girls clean, but I knock out what I to make my house good, knock out my diet, go to the gym. I come home, eat. Now I'm back in my office. Now I have time to work in my office until around the evening time. In the evening time, I'm usually on American time. That's when the news come in, the markets open, so now I can start working on American stuff, Western stuff, and working with what I have here. That's when I can start taking calls because I have friends waking up in the East, and so my lifestyle here may be a little bit more structured, whereas in America I had more options of things to do, whereas here I structured it more because if I was out every night with all these different friends, I wouldn't be able to focus. So my hobbies go down here. Now, you may find I like history, so what I do is I save my hobbies for when I travel. So no real hobbies inside the city, as a Ukrainian and a Western Ukrainian man, there's no real hobbies that me as a Western guy I can enjoy. I'm not going out and shoot with the army buddies. I don't go out camping with them on the weekends. They invite me, but I haven't went. That's good relationships, but I don't have that hobby of shooting guns. I don't have a hobby of riding motorcycles with a new motorcycle gang here in the East that wants a new black guy. I don't have a hobby of hanging out with the football club. They have a football club and they have American football club. I can go down there and help the American guys learn how to play football. I can help teach. I don't have that hobby. So there's lots of hobbies that I could include myself in that I don't because I have a small circle in my life and I'm very structured. So if you would say hobbies, no, I don't have any hobbies, but I have things that I do every day to run my empire. But if I'm getting out to have fun, I have a social circle. If I want to go buy clothes, go shopping, I leave the country. I go to Turkey and I spend time in Turkey. That's my hobby. Going over to the next country, spending a month there. That's my hobby. Eating the foods, getting away from the foods here, tasting the tasty foods there. Like, getting away from the gym here, going there, meeting new people, meeting the gym. Those are my hobbies. Like when I go to a different place and I stay there for a month, I come back with new friends, new dates, new food, new clothes, and I bring it back to Ukraine. And they're like, oh, now I have new shirts. It just added to my lifestyle, added to my life. So when it comes to hobbies, no, I'm not in some studio working. I'm not working on any. And it is interesting sometimes when I see film crews when they're working on a movie here. You know, that's interesting when I see that. In Austin, I've been on different movie projects I've worked on before. So on the side. That was pretty fun. But I don't pick up a lot of hobbies here because my hobby is learning everything, IP. Like I'm still learning. I've been here a long time, but each experience, like I'm still learning, you know. Yeah, I'm still learning. But I don't go to the saunas. I don't go get naked and put on a towel and hang out in the saunas with men, they'll beat on me. I don't do that, and sometimes that's where they have the most meetings, but my hobbies are far in between. I still like to watch my football on the computer and check up on the news and read history and stuff like that. But and here I get access to Russian books. I get access to Ukrainian books. I get access to Ukrainian shows, Eastern European movies. Like I like that kind of stuff too. Like I'm always introduced to things that Americans probably wouldn't see. Series, movies, educational things like that part is my hobby. I'm living my hobby. So it's hard to explain what my hobby is because I live it daily.
Amazing, brother. I got a super chat here. Shout out to Mr. Black Scorpion for the support. Great stream. Thank you for the support. Great, Black Scorpion. Much appreciated, brothers. We've been speaking for over 2 hours now. Only one super chat. If you're enjoying the stream so far, show IP some support. Show IP and the channel some love. Hit the super chats. Hit the PayPal donation. Okay. Support what we're doing here because we're trying to get you out there, give you different perspectives of black men living abroad in different countries, man, to inspire you to get out there, get into IT. Follow me and Theo's plan, right? No one else is doing what I'm doing, man, right? Literally, it is almost 9 p.m. over here. I have another stream in 4 hours from now to give you intel about life, man. So you can't say that we're not putting any work for you, brothers. So if you're enjoying the stream, hit the super chats, man, support. Because throughout this year, I've given you 4-hour streams, 3-hour streams, right? I've given you 5-hour streams. The other day, we were up for 5 hours on the Patreon, man. Just for you, brothers, man. Right? So please show support, man. That'd be greatly appreciated. So next question for you, brother, is language. So I definitely want to know about language. Is English enough, or must we learn Ukrainian or Russian, brother?
Okay, so for you guys, for your listeners, you must learn Ukrainian or Russian. For me, I've done quite well with my English. So, when I was talking to you on Patreon, sometimes when you ask me a question, I got to give you two answers. I got to give you the answer for me, from my experiences in life and everything, how I do it. Then I have to give you how the average man probably should do it. One of the advantages that I say Africans now. Now, when I say Africans, I am referring to the Nigerians, the Moroccans, Cameroon, all the people who come from Africa who come here to be doctors, dentists. They have the best schools here. I said earlier, Ukraine is full of Indian people. Number one is have the most students here, and then the African countries they list down of the most students second. So they have an advantage I've always been very jealous of, meaning that I come here like a lone wolf, I'm not a student. I come on my own money. There's no school waiting for me. There's no people waiting for me at the bus stops. That's a lie. I had girls waiting for me at the airports, but I'm saying they have so much help putting them in their university, getting them prepared books, but everything is coming at them from a Ukrainian standpoint. They have to read Ukrainian books. They got Ukrainian documents to sign. They've been spoken to a Ukrainian. The African men who come here, sometimes they're multilingual. They have multi-languages in their toolbox, and they come here and they adapt quite fast to the Ukrainian language, and they adapt fast to the Russian language, especially before the war. They would always learn Russian first, or they learn Ukrainian through school, but they would learn Russian because how they interact. So they were learning 2 languages very fast. Me, I came over here and I had such difficulties because sometimes I try to speak Russian or learn it, but then Spanish would come out. Or if I spoke too fast, the pronunciation wouldn't sound right. And so I was comfortable talking in English and talking in a broken dialect of Russian to the girls. Very comfortable with that. They like it. It sounded cute. They hear me trying. I was comfortable. So my learning curve was much slower than my African friends or the students I know. They're learning much faster both languages. I'm learning much slower. So it's very difficult. If I was to speak to someone else coming to this country, I would tell you that this is one of the reasons Black men don't come here, is because the language barrier. Now, earlier we spoke on the fact that I use nonverbal communication. I use what I think they're trying to ask me. I use words I've heard before. I use all that to gather when someone's talking to me, to gather what they're saying, and then I try to answer a little bit on that subject. So it was a difficult process of me trying to calculate what this person's trying to say. When someone meets me, what's the first few words they normally use, man or woman. So I had to calculate that. Then I had to break down using few words like "it's a beautiful day today," "what's your name," like circle words I could start with and I could branch out. Like first, what's your name, where you from. I know how that sounds coming from to me, and I know how that sounds for me saying to them, and how to say in response. Numbers. I listened to my girls call taxis. What the number, how she said our number. I learned how to use that number, how to say it. Let me call the taxi next time. You know, they're sitting around laughing, giggling. Now I call the taxi and they ask me, what's your address? And I'm trying to give it to her. So it's almost like a child. I had to take my ego and I had to flush it. I had to put it to the side and I had to say, you know what? It's embarrassing sometimes, but this is how I practice, the same ways in Spanish. I wasn't very good in Spanish, but over time, and you keep talking to a Mexican woman who only speaks Spanish, your Spanish is going to get better. You hear her when she tells you to calm your voice down. No me grites, like don't scream at me. No me grites. I'm like, no me grites. She's saying, don't raise your voice. I'm like, oh, okay. So I learned no me grites because my girl complaining. So when girls hear, like I learned from women. I listen to women. I entertain, or I'm surrounded by women. So I'm listening to women talk. That's how I was picking up the language here. Now, my mistake was I'm listening to the village girls talk. But then when I get around Russian or I get around men, the language, there was a more barrier. So I had to learn from them, pick up certain things, let go of certain habits they had, watch Russian people speak from Russia, learn their dialect, then learn the dialect here. It's not easy. So students, they always have it easy because they're pressured to understand it from school. But if you come here as a bachelor, as someone traveling, you have to take your time. I learned certain words when I was talking to the girls. I would take their little Russian book and I would be at work. I'd go through certain words, letters. I'd go through certain letters. I learned my letters first. I learned my numbers second. I try to get all the way up to 50. Then I learned hundreds and what 1,000 was. I get those down. I started getting my colors down. Kanishnevi, brown, chorny, black, belia, white. You know, like you start doing krasny, red. You start saying, okay, pink, rosavy. You know what? How do you say purple? So I start like a kid, and what I do is I learn the clouds, oblichny, the solnishka, the sun, the moon, the mist, and what a bridge. You start learning these words. So it's like when I'm talking to somebody, I can use that word. Or when someone's talking fast, they mention the word. Okay, I caught that word. I caught that word. I caught that one. It's a very slow process. But for you guys that are coming here, I'm telling you, you're going to be forced to learn something because every girl you meet is not going to speak English. I have dated women who only speak Ukrainsky. I have dated women who only speak Ruski, Russian. So that's entertaining for me. That's fun for me. We're walking in the park. She's only speaking Russian. I'm only catching every few words out of 20. Sometimes I got to pull out the translator. Sometimes I lock down three phrases. You know, I miss you. Y'all do you. Like, oh, you miss me? Like, how did you learn that word? Like, yeah, I got something else for you. Like, boom. You learn, you gotta, and I know it starts with the dating process because that's who I interacted with. When I came to Kyiv, I started working with Maruski because now I'm gonna be interacting with businessmen. I'm gonna talk to different men. I'm gonna talk to different taxi drivers. There's men I gotta interact with, not just women. So let me lower my voice. Let me get the correct dialect. Let me try to say the right words that are very masculine. Let me make sure that I sound as if my character, so my ego comes back, and I'm pressured to learn more because it's very important. So in my time here, yeah, people can say you've been here for this long and you don't know complete Russian or you don't know complete Ukrainian. Like, no, I don't. I spend a lot of time in other countries. I don't know complete Moldovan. I'm not very fluent in Romanian. I'm not very fluent in Turkish. I've spent up to almost a year there. So it's like, but I pick up the words that I need. I can order food. I can order steak. I can say thank you. I can tell you on Tuesday I'll be there. Like those little small things that, yes, it's very hard, but once you live somewhere, you'll adapt. But for you guys who are visiting, I would say stick to English, find your English speaking girl, and you're good. Yeah,
Awesome.
it's very difficult, gentlemen. It's one of the hardest languages to learn in the world. So I'm not gonna say it's easy.
Awesome, bro. Brother, tell me about the weather there in Kyiv, brother. Want to know if it's cold all the time, if it's hot all the time. How's the weather on average there in Kyiv, brother, from a year basis, brother? Break it down for me.
So it's cold probably about 5 months out of the year. So we've already had snow in December. It's cold now for big jackets. So it'll be cold from out here until sometimes in April we'll get us a last snow.
Damn.
No, but and I can't stand these months. Choo choo. I mean, the word choo choo means a little bit. I can't stand these months. Mainly because of now everyone's covered up, right? The women are covered up in their clothes, so it sucks. That part sucks, but it's just life, man. It's Eastern Europe. There's a period where I get to dress like a gentleman every day, like a good chap. I got my life known jacket on. I got my suit under. I get to dress up in the winter months, right? You get to dress up, and yeah, it's just part of life here. You're gonna have like a couple months where it's just snow or dirty snow or it's wet and foggy, sort of like UK. It's gonna be a couple months of that, or it's gonna be a couple months where it's just really cold, and that's just life, right? I've gotten used to that. I've gotten adapted to that in Ukraine because that's just life, But when it's springtime, it's freaking spring. It's spring from the moment. It's spring from the moment that It's spring from the moment that when the sun comes out and the leaves are starting to turn green again, and then you start seeing sundresses, you start seeing people, like, it's just different. But that the weather climate gets beautiful, it gets hot, it gets warm, and you can see it. But when it's cold, it's cold. Everybody got big jackets on, they're covered up. You have to do the same. I have big jackets. I went last night to a cafe. I walked with my buddy from the UK. We both have long jackets on, long trench coats, boots, and I got to cover my bald head, but that's just it is what it is. I mean, we get used to the weather here, and to me, it's time for me to be fashionable. Because in the summer months, I can't wear my fashion, so I get a chance to see the women in their fashion. But it's very cold here, so black men don't like cold. I'm from Texas. I'm from Austin, Texas. It's very hot, even now. So when I call family, I can show them snow, and they show me sun. So it's just, I get used to it. I like it in Ukraine. I like it that it's cold because it means that, that's just life here. It's not Texas anymore. I see snow every year for many months. I get used to being, if we're traveling, we got to travel on the train, the snow, you can see snow in the fields. Everything's white. You use taxis. I remember I brought my brother to Ukraine for 2 weeks. I flew him to come see me. And he stayed here for 2 weeks, and we were going to Turkey. Me, my brother, and a girl. We were going to Turkey, and we had to leave from one city to another city to catch a plane. And in the van we were in, it was so cold outside. Everything was frozen, like the street frozen, everything. And the van we were in broke down. And when the van broke down, we had a time limit to get to the airport. So I didn't want the man to work on the van alone. Like me and my brother had to help him, and our fingers were cold and frozen. And my brother was like, "Man, it's like this for months." I'm like, "Bro, it's like this for months." He's like, "Man, how do you live?" I said, "Man, Ukrainian people, we live like this, man. We catch a taxi, we go here, we go inside, we take off our jackets, we party, we drink, we come back outside covered up. I go to the gym covered up. I take off my things, work out, come back to the snow, walk home. It's life, man. We get used to it, and that's just the Ukrainian life. That's the Russian life, man. You're gonna have 4 to 5 months of winter, so you adapt to that. Like everything else, you adapt.
Damn, amazing, bro. Amazing intel. So next question for you, brother, right, is in terms of nightlife. So actually, I think we touched upon it on the Patreon quite in depthly, right?
Yes, we did.
We did. So okay, let's skip that. So, brother, now, brother, tell me about the internet speed there, brother.
Well, real fast, the internet speed, we'll get to that. Keep that. So real fast on the nightlife. So gentlemen, for you guys who didn't get the Patreon, and I advise you all, I really gave an in-depth view to IP and the subs there, because it was more like the first time that I've allowed anyone to come into my world, because this is like my world. I do take credit for been over here for a long time, and I don't see anyone else over here in Eastern Europe. So I was able to give them an insight on the nightlife here, and I'll touch on that briefly. Meaning that he asked me, what are the best places to go to to get out, like cafes or nightclub discos. And I told IP that you Western guys have to understand that the East and Eastern Europe, nightlife is different in many forms. Meaning that in the West, yeah, we love discos to go find women, or if you're a lonely man, you love strip clubs, or you love places where women of the nightlife can be. Okay, so if you try to bring that mentality to Eastern Europe, it's not going to work. Meaning, discos are okay, and you may find discos have people there, but here a cafe, a restaurant is the same as a disco. Meaning they have a karaoke or a bar or a singing area. Women will flock to a place that has Callion and music as much as they'll flock to a disco. Anywhere there's a microphone, if the women start dancing, they start singing the music. So you don't have to necessarily go to a disco to find the vibe. You can go to a cafe, a bar, you're going to get the vibe. Once the women show up, and just Ukrainian women, they just love to dance and sing, the vibe is going to be there. Strip clubs here are not really strip clubs. They're more like cabaret clubs. So there's a certain level of men who go to those clubs, but not really a lot of men. It's sometimes mostly foreigners or somebody who's in that business. Men do not go to see naked women in Eastern Europe as often as they go in the West. Reason being is because you can see the beautiful women in local clubs, local bars, down the street. You can see them anywhere, and you have so much access to them. Why would I go to a strip club and look at a woman on a pole that I can't talk to when I can go to the cafe and talk to all these women and they look as pretty as her? So in Eastern Europe, the nightlife is wherever you go. Almost the place to be is almost any cafe, because the odds of there being beautiful women is going to be so high. So the nightlife here is different. Men can just go out, go to any bar, any cafe, walk to the park, walk around the monument. You just see people walking, girls walking. So the nightlife is, I can't pinpoint the best places to go when you can go anywhere and it's going to be the best experience. So
Brother,
go ahead.
sorry, bro. What kind of music do they play in the nightlife on average? Is it like trance, European music, or is it like more like Afro beats, or on average? What have you heard about that play quite often there in nightlife?
Ukrainian artists and Russian artists. They stopped the Russian artists during the war, but lots of Ukrainian artists. So lots of women singing love songs, Ukrainian artists. That kind of stuff is always popping here. Now, of course, they got trance and stuff like that. Is girls love to listen to that kind of stuff. Not the doom doom EDM stuff. That's not really big here. The only time you're going to hear Afro beats is when you go to the Nigerian parties. Their DJ is going to pull that music out. So other than that, you got to go up there and tell the DJ what you want. But you're not going to hear the latest hip hop. You're not going to hear the latest You'll hear some 80s music before you hear that. You'll hear some 80s chant song, some Queen. You'll hear that before you hear anything. You'll hear that in the taxi. You'll hear Europe. It's the final countdown. Like you'll hear music like that. Wasp. You hear 80s hairband music. You'll hear that coming over the radio systems with people enjoying it. I don't know why, but you do. At the clubs, the bars, the cafes, you hear lots of Ukrainian ballads, lots of women who sing, Ukrainian artists or Russian artists. You'll hear that. So it's a very cultured. You're gonna hear their culture in the music, whether it's rap, Ukrainian rap, or Ukrainian hip hop, or Ukrainian love song, or Ukrainian or Russian EDM. You're gonna hear that kind of music from their artist. That's what the girls are singing. That's what the girls are singing. That's what the men want to hear. That's what people are clapping to. It's not the separatist music that the hip hop money. That's not here. That's not here.
So let me ask you, right? So you mentioned Afrobeat parties, right, at Nigerian spots, right? In these Nigerian spots, I'm assuming Nigerian owned clubs, I'm guessing, or something like that.
No,
okay,
no,
but
that's what I was going to correct you real fast. They're not Nigerian spots. So what it would be certain home parties, cafe parties that were rented by the Nigerian DJ or the Nigerian guys, and then they would tell all their students or friends and peers, and hey, come to here. We got a place rented for us, which means that it's going to be chocolate up in there. It's going to be chocolate music, and it's going to be people that you don't really never see in the city all the time. We're all going to be in one spot because some of us be studying, some of us be dating, some of us got a baby in another region. So the Africans have, they have their lifestyle here, but in one spot, you're going to get all the Africans together dancing, and you're going to get all the Russian or Ukrainian girls who like African guys. Then you're going to get the Ukrainian girls who like different music, so they can dance and shake their butts like black women. So you see that whole entire type of culture at those parties. So I've been to like 2 or 3 here in Kyiv.
okay, and these are good looking women that are going to these parties looking for black dudes.
So they differ. I don't never be hating on other black dudes, women, because they differ. Sometimes the Nigerian students, they get girls that are out all the time because they go out. So they get those kind of girls who go out a lot, right? So that kind of energy of type girl. They're young, so they get a girl who goes out a lot, who likes a student, and boom. So we talked on the Patreon. I told you there's levels of women that I date. So I know which ones not to. So these guys don't have those levels yet because they're student and they want to accept. So they have a level they only have access to. They might not have access to a doctor, a lawyer. They may have an access to a student who wants to be a doctor, lawyer, but not an already step. Like I have access to that, where they probably wouldn't. And the girls they date, yeah, some of them are attractive. Some of the. I'm not saying African guys get the ugliest girls. They're not getting the lesser Ukrainian girls. I'm not saying that, gentlemen. No, I'm saying that they got different types of girls, and I recognize that because sometimes they be students, and I know sometimes the girls they get, they're at every party. They're at every party. They're at every black party. So I'm like, okay, boom. They're the girls who like black guys, and they're going to be here every time. So some of those girls are attractive, some of them are not.
Okay, so brother, tell me about internet speeds and connections and strength over there. Is it good in Kyiv, brother, or is there problems there with the quality of the internet?
No, it's good. So what I do, I have 2 different internets that I run through here. So I have, I can make sure I miss the problems. But and then you just order the highest, you pay for the highest, So then it's not really issues. I wouldn't say it's issues. Even when I was in the other smaller cities, There may be a power outage situation or something like that, but that it happened more during the war. So it's not like it's a third world country where the internet's slow, the power is always out. No, it's nothing like that. There's a lot of IT businesses, a lot of tech stuff here, man. So no, the internet, they keep the internet running even during the war. That wasn't a problem. That wasn't a problem.
Awesome, bro. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So, brother, tell me about the bad parts about Kyiv and Ukraine that you don't like, brother. Things that you personally don't like about the city or people or the country.
So yeah, I have sat down, and thought about it. Over the years, it's been times when, as a Westerner, you can complain. You're like, man, they don't have this, they don't have that. Why would they do it? Why would they be so slow about this? But over time, over time, when I compare that to the West, when I compare it to Texas, when I compare it to America, it's almost like the things that I didn't like, I like now. So let me see. I didn't like the food. We talked about that. I didn't like. Let me see. What kind of things I just didn't like, because I'm a pretty humble person, and I respect the countries that I'm in. Even in Guatemala and Mexico, I may not like certain things, but you accept it for what it is. So nothing's really stood out here that I just dislike about the country. Um, to be honest with you, because like I can give you some examples of like how I I went against the system. Like there was a time when I didn't have my permit, when I didn't have a Ukrainian permit. So I was only supposed to stay for 3 months, and then I'm supposed to leave for 3 months and come back. But I wouldn't do it. I would overstay my visa, or I would go to the border. I would go to the border, and they would see. So first, I try to be on time. So I would cross over. They would stamp me, and I would cross over to Moldova, and I'd cross back the same day. First, I would do that, and that's against the rules. But they would stamp it. They would stamp it, and I don't think I had to give them any cash, but they would bend the rules, right? I'm supposed to be gone for 3 months, but at certain borders, they wouldn't care. So I use things like that where, in America or the West, they wouldn't play that, but here they would play the game. So other times, if if I didn't come right back, I'd stay. Um, Other times when I'd want to come back to Ukraine, or I want to leave, it would be at the airport, and they would pull me out of line because my document doesn't look correct. So they would pull me to an office. They would say a couple words to me in Russian, meaning like, "Hey, can we fix this?" I pay. They stamp me. I leave. So for 5, 6 years, I didn't need a permit because there were so many different borders, so many different people uh, at the border, so many different places. So in this city, that city, this border, that they were breaking the rules. So I was like, I like that. I like the fact that I can break the rules, and I just pay them a little bit. And so it was things like that. And then when it came to business, of course, I told you, hey, sometimes in certain regions, when you have a business, you get taxed. Okay, there were certain things I didn't like about that, but then I understood it, right? I like it better than the West. There's 34%, 50% of my check is gone because of taxes. Like if I add it all up, that's not happening here. So it doesn't matter how many people, what their process is to get money from me. It doesn't add up to how Western steal from you. So, like I said, there's a few things I thought I didn't like. It was just me. It was really me adapting to the country, adapting to not having my family, adapting to not having my friends, adapting to me not having all these job opportunities that I can go to, adapting to me not having my cool car, adapting to me not being able in a suit every day because I'm in Ukraine and people wear the same stuff and don't really care about, so it's like I had to adapt to those things, the food, so those are things that, I adapted to. I wouldn't say it's things that I didn't like, it's things the country can fix, but every country has their downfalls. Like some streets are bad, some cities, some areas of Ukraine, the streets are very bad. They don't put money in the infrastructure. It's just like it's little small things that you know that a Western country would never do, and then they do it, and you can't get mad about it. You're like, okay, it helps their country run very smooth. So I can't say some things that I didn't like. I would say it'd probably be some things that other Western men didn't like. But me, I adapted to it. It was fine.
Awesome, bro. Awesome. So next question for you, brother, right, is now in terms of, so when brothers consider going to Ukraine, should they travel alone or in a group? Based on your experience with many years, is alone better or is a group better to travel to?
I've always done alone, but I watch the groups. I'm always alone, only because um, I may have come through the border maybe a couple times alone, but majority of the time I have people with me. Girl, like females. There's no other men with me. Okay, I don't come through with men. So let me be clear. So if you were traveling to Ukraine, the buddy system sometimes, gentlemen, can get you in a trap. I don't like the buddy system. My friends in America would tell stories that even when we go to Las Vegas, they would lose me. They said, man, there's been times when you left the club with a girl in the line. Everybody walking in, you leave. You never walk in. You just left with a girl. We've lost you. Yeah, I can be lost. I'm okay. Other people, they can't go to certain areas like that and be okay. So what I mean is that I think sometimes you guys are comfortable coming over with a buddy, but your buddy can cloud your decision because your buddy has fears like you. Your buddy has beliefs like you. Your buddy has the same taste in food like you, maybe in women. Like, so when you come with the buddy, you're not really getting the full experience because your buddy's going to be like, hey, let's go have a beer over here. Let's go drink over here. Let's go. That's very Western. When you come to a foreign country, you have to disappear into the country. You can't have that Western thought. I never do that. I never be, hey, where they speak English? Where's the American bar? Who owns the American stuff? Where's the Western stuff? I don't go through here looking for that. I don't talk like that. I don't let people hear me talking like that. I'm looking for everything that's Moldovan. I'm looking for everything that's Russian, everything that's Ukrainian. When I'm there, I'm there. So that I get treated as if I'm one of them. So that means where I'll go eat is probably going to be a place that some Russian or Ukrainian person pointed to, or somebody gave me an idea and said, hey, this is a place to go eat at. If I'm with a Western guy, we are going to go find some place we like. If I'm by myself, I will experience that small cafe. If I'm by myself, I will experience that small bar or that different place. So I would tell you guys that, yes, you come by yourself if you want a full experience, meaning that you don't have a friend that speak English with you. You got to learn the Russian word. You got to learn the Ukrainian word. I don't have a friend to go to the gym with me. I have to go by myself. I have to get the taxi by myself, go by myself, introduce myself. That's better. That's a complete experience when you're alone. You have to rely on yourself, your senses, your eyes, the words, what you learn. You have to translate by yourself. You don't have a friend that's giggling, laughing with you, thinking that you guys don't have to speak the language. You don't have a friend that's saying, hey, we don't need translation. That's just a friend. You don't need that balance. You need to be by yourself where you deep dive into the culture. So that's what I would tell you, because from my experiences, when I go alone, which I do to all these places, I deep dive into the culture. I get help from locals. Local people want to help me, talk to me, spend time with me. Not some friend who's coming from the West who gives me Western thought. He's upset that the taxis were late. He's mad because this costs too much. Or that's different. I get that Western opinion. I get that Western input. I get the Western communication. I don't need that. That's why I left the West. I come here where I don't see them. It took me a long time to talk to expats because I don't want their point of view. I left America. I don't need to talk to an expat. So to me, that was important, was finding different, different friends and stuff like that. But you can only do that when you're alone. If you're with someone else, you're gonna miss opportunities. There's people that will come talk to you that may not come talk to you because you're with your friend and you guys are comfortable talking to each other. That's not a good look. I'm telling you right now. I don't like sitting around talking to another Western person when all this foreign access is trying to come to me in different senses and words, but I have a foreign person take my mind off talking about stuff from home, talking about what they don't like. I don't need that. So I would say come by yourself so you can get the full experience of being in the country. You got to wake up by yourself, have your coffee, see the news in Ukrainian, get your day started. That's all by yourself. It makes you step up your language. It makes you step up it makes you enjoy the culture. And I think you see a lot more when you come alone. If the safety is not a problem. I don't need a bodyguard. I don't need a buddy. A female may like me. She may not like him. Her friend may not like him, like his energy. The energy we have together, it has a different Western arrogance. It's not like a curious, when I'm alone, I can sit back quietly and have my energy. But if I'm with an American man, my voice goes up. We have this energy. We're talking like this. We're all, and the Ukrainian girls are like, eh. So you guys have to understand, stop bringing your buddies, your Western buddies, with their Western thought over here. Or your buddy may want sex tourism when you're trying to learn the country. He just wants women, women, women. So he may talk to the wrong female. He may have the wrong females around you. Like, you got to be careful, gentlemen. I say, if you come, you want to visit, you come alone. That's how you get the full view. You have the full view of the country. You get the full experience, and you have no one Western that was with you that could alter your experience in any way.
Wow, incredible, bro, incredible. So, brother, before going to the woman pop-up, obviously, brother, I'm working on your time, so you let me know, brother, if we have to end the stream.
No, you're good.
Okay, brother. You're good. Brother, out of 10, what do you rate Ukraine? Is it 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10? What's your overall rating for the country so far, bro? Has it delivered what you wanted, brother? Give me a number out of 10.
So I'll speak from the heart, because this is something that people always ask me. The first question is, why you choose Ukraine? Why are you here? Why you choose Ukraine? So to me, it's a strong 10, not even a 9. It's a 10. It's a 10 it saved me economically. It saved me from myself, because if I had stayed in America, I was hurt. I was in pain. My company had left me. My company had cut me. I was in a lot of pain, and it was the right country for me to heal. It was difficult, so it made me try harder. There was cold months, so it made me stronger. The men are men. Not saying I'm Western men, not Western men, but I've been around professionals, gangsters, prisoners, good men, black men, white men. I've seen a lot of Western men. I've seen the experiences how they live their lives and how they interact with women, where they're strong, where they're weak, and the men here. So I learned things from them too. So that's a benefit, because as a man, when you're 39, you're still learning. It's important. I learned, even boxing and chess are the two major sports of Ukraine. Boxing and chess. So it tells you those two major sports. When you go to America, you got basketball, baseball, football, soccer. You got all these sports. Here they don't have all that. So they simplify things, and it's like, okay, boom. The education system. These kids are out of school earlier. They're better kids. They stay in school. A lot of kids from school to university. It's like almost normal. The family life. I think it's just too much. It's too much that I found to enjoy here, that when I talk to my friends back in America, it's like, when I have a kid, it's going to be here. When I have a wife, she's going to be here. Now, gentlemen, it's hard to choose, but one day I have to choose. But I'll have her here. When I have a daughter, I will have her here. I want to raise my daughter here. It's nothing for me. There's been a couple of times where I live near schools, and I've always loved living near schools because I walk to the window and I watch the moms. I watch the kids. I know who comes to school every day. I love to see the little curly hair, dark kids. and then their babushka come pick them up every day, and then one day African men come pick them up. And I can see all the way
Damn.
down from the 10th floor all the way down. I'm like, that's that little dark-haired girl I see with the babushka. I knew her daddy was black. I knew her daddy was black. I knew it. So that's nothing for me to see that. So I'm like, man, these African dudes, they be having their kids in school, and the African guys I talk to, they show me the little daughters. Everybody has a jewel here. Everybody has a kid here. That's how you get your permanent residency. I just haven't done it. But it's where you want to raise your kids. It's where you want to have your family. It's where you save a lot of money. It's where you build your small empire. It's where you learn a different language and you become a different man, different than being in the West, different than being in Thailand, different than being in Colombia, different than being in Brazil. It's a little bit different here. You become a different kind of man. Your politics change. You look at the West differently. Are we initiators of all this madness around the world? We create madness. Like, you start looking at things differently because these people don't want war. They don't want to fight. But they have to because somebody said like this. You watch these things and you say, man, this is a good country. This is a good place. The land here is good. The people are good. So, yeah, you have to go somewhere and live there to find these things out. You can't visit. You can visit. People visit Panama. People visit the Caribbean. I want to live there one day. But then they get there like, I should have never moved here. No, you have to go there and you have to live. And I think 10 out of 10, this is one of the best countries, the best country. Easy.
Damn.
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. Lord. Damn. Incredible. Flipping heck. Wow. Reem, are you on Twitter? Reem, you can also DM me on Twitter, brother. I'll put my Twitter link on the chat. Anyone that wants to come on the interview on the channel, hit me up on IG, hit me up on Twitter, send me a DM on IG, send me a DM on Twitter. We'll get you out here, man. Great intel so far, bro. So amazing, brother, amazing. So Donald, brother, do you want to go for bathroom break, get some food? You need a 5-minute break, brother?
Nah, I get that delivered. The
Okay.
bad thing break, I could get the bad thing break delivered too, but that might look funny on camera. No, I'm okay. I'm good.
So, brother, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask you, brother, a very important question, Mr. Donald, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a question that is probably the most important question in the history of mankind, okay? It's a question so pure and potent, brother. It can turn water into wine and vice versa, brother. It's a question so elegant, it can make mankind walk on water like Christ did in the Bible, bro. It's a question so powerful, brother, and so destructive that it can cause earthquakes, tsunamis, tornadoes, okay? It's a question so well known, brother, that even aliens in outer space, in Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Pluto, even know of this question, bro. This question for you right now, Donald, is that are Ukrainian women, right, checking heavy for black men and passport bros? Do they love black men? Do they want to kiss a black man? Do they want to hug a black man? Do they want to be around a black man? Do they want to embrace a black man? Do they want to look at a black man? Do they want to touch a black man? Do they want to kiss a black man? Break it down for me, brother, please, please.
Okay, so as always, you always have good questions. So that's what makes our interviews even better. And I've been known on the Patreon. I've been known to call a girl in here. They'll make me do it again, or get on the phone, or just any kind of way to express to you, to show you, man. These questions that you ask me, sometimes they're better answered by the females themselves. But I'll tell you this: I'll always give you two answers, because I give you the answer from me, how my lifestyle is, and then I give you the answer for the average black man. So the average black guy here, yeah, you're gonna stand out. Women here are very curious. So for the average black man, women here are curious because there aren't a lot of black men. So a student is usually going to be doing student type stuff. He's going to be near the university, near the uni. When he's not at the uni, they're at the lab. When they're not at the lab doing, medical stuff, then they're at home studying. When they're not at home studying, they're out with people that look like them. So the average Ukrainian women don't get a chance to see them because they're isolated doing that. And when they get out, they do the group thing, not the individual thing where I can be seen any and everywhere. They only have certain places to be seen. So the average black guy will do well here because he's different. Women here love chocolate. Um, they they like a man to have style. They like the way we generally smell. Okay. Now, how I'm treated is they love how I smell. I purposely stop. There's places where I stop to get fragrances in America, Bath and Body Works that I would buy. That fragrances that women love that men really wouldn't buy. They like buy colognes and stuff. I would go buy the coconuts, the vanillas, body sprays, shampoo. I buy that stuff and I would use it. And I used oils, baby oils, and Diddy style. And I use I got the bottles in there, and I gotta shine, I gotta look good, and I use all these oils and lotions and stuff because that is the first thing they smell. They love that. The women will say, "Hey, black guy smells so good." I say, "All of us?" She's like, "No, but some of you guys smell like coconut, like oil." No, I say, "Okay, so the average Ukrainian guy don't smell like that. So when you smell good, you dress very well, you have a sense of fashion. You're tall. You maybe you've got a little haircut, a little edge up if you have hair. Like those things sometimes stand out from the average Ukrainian guy. So me personally, yeah, women they want to stand next to me. They want to touch me. I have women that touch my chest. I have women that touch other areas. I have women that look into my eyes and say, "Oh, you have beautiful eyes." I know you have beautiful. I know you have, you have like you're so tall. You're very handsome. You hear the word beautiful. They don't know the word handsome, so you'll hear women say, "You're so beautiful," and you just get used to it because they don't use words like handsome. They use words like they'll say beautiful or word krasiva. So I'll get that. You're a very beautiful black man. Like they don't see no tall, handsome black man or whatever. So I use that to my advantage. I know that they find that appealing. And when I told you on Patreon, when I date these women, I date different ones. I have girls at the gym I date, 22, 23, hot. I have 30-year-old, I may have a 35-year-old mom. I may have a lady who is a doctor. I do. I may have someone who works at a bank. I do. A real estate agent, she's hot. A lawyer, she's hot. So I can date my range, but when I date them, I ask them questions. I'm like, did you like black guys? Like, no, I never dated a black guy before you. I like, do you see black guys now? It's like, yeah, well, I don't normally see them, but now I pay attention. Like if I see somebody in the magazine, I see a bald head, now I think. Or if I see a guy, I think. So there are women who have never dated a black guy, but now that they do, they're right, So you have the curious women. I have women who dated me because they're curious. Just like girls that say, "Hey, can I speak English with you?" You have girls that say, "Can I practice with you?" And we're not talking about language. So you have girls who are curious who want you for that. First timers. You have girls who are professional who want you because, then you have the girl at the gym who wants you because you're in good shape and you're in there taking care of yourself. So you'll have options. You'll have a lot of options, gentlemen. Like I try to tell you guys that, yeah, they want to kiss you, they want to taste you. I took on the Patreon. I was telling IP them. He said, "Man, as a gentleman, I don't want to talk too much about how many women, but we were discussing that, and I was saying there's certain women I've only kissed. Remember, IP? I said I have loads of women that we made out. We had a made out session. We kissed and felt each other, but we never had sex. And I have so many Russian girls like that because you're in the moment. You're at the bar. You're at the cafe. She likes you a lot, but I didn't take her home. It just sometimes it happened. It's even happened at home. We covered that. How I stopped in the moment, and there's certain girls I just didn't finish. You're like, "Why didn't you finish?" I was like, "I have my reasons, right?" We talked about that, right? So they are very interested. You got to find the ones who want to date you because you're American. You got to find the ones who think that you got money. They think you're cool. You're black. You speak cool languages. You're tall. You're handsome. You might have a big John. You're in good shape. We hear you last all night. We hear you gotta all those things these girls be thinking. I'm like, you know what? That just raises my options. Okay. So I'm just telling you as black men, These women here, they don't have access to black men, so they have many reasons why they want you. Not like in the West, they have many reasons why they don't want you. Over here, I'm listing the many reasons why they do want you.
Wow, incredible, brother. Brother, is that for all groups of black men, or is that love only reserved for Western black men, black American men, black British men, black Canadian men? Keep it with me, brother.
Okay, I gotta be real with you guys, man. I have to give you guys 100. I have to be raw and uncut. It's for Western men. Like you asked me earlier, how the girls look like when they're out with the not with the African guys, and I didn't down them, but I was reserved with my words because students get certain kind of women. Okay, Western men who come here, they're usually not students. They're established businessmen. They're men that have means, resources. They're probably coming over here for a job, left a job, still have a job. That's different than coming over here to be a student. When you're a student, you're cash strapped. You live a certain lifestyle. You make your apartments full of other students like you, like other men, like you. You don't have your own place. You don't have your own style. You don't have your own gym, your own, you don't have that. And so for the Western men who come here, you're a little bit more established. You're not a student. And they feel like the West, sometimes you have a little bit more of what they're looking for. Okay. So I wouldn't say that the African men are second class because I've seen an African guy or two here, riding around the Mercedes, the Range Rover, doing what they do, blah, blah, blah. Then you have a bunch of students. But I'll tell you that the Western guys have an advantage. Okay. If this was a class, I'm teaching the class. If you're a Western guy, you have an advantage. If you're an American guy or you're from the UK, you have a clear advantage over other black men. So it's just something I've been aware of. I see it. I've always known it. I understand it. They clearly can see me different. Like a lot of my girlfriends or girls I talk to, like we could tell you we're an African. It was some African guys come to my table, and they say, "We saw you over here with the girls, and we are you from France? We thought you were French." I'm like, "No, I'm from USA." Oh, okay. We thought you were from France. So that from the outside, even they see the difference. They'll come up to me and say, "Man, you a boss, man. What you doing over here?" Like, so even from the outside, they'll see the difference, right? So the women will say the same thing. They're like, "I never pay attention to the African students. Like I never pay attention, but when I saw you, like you just so you can stand out from the West. Your dress code is going to be different. Your hairstyle, how you carry yourself. You blokes, you chaps can do just as good as the West as the guys from the USA when you come over to Eastern Europe, if not better. Okay, so UK is just as good."
So, but let me ask you, so
But there's levels, guys, and there's not. I'm not racist or nothing like that. I'm just being very freaking honest with you guys because this is men's channel. There's a difference. The women here can tell. Now, a lot of African guys have a kid and a woman here. We're not. I just said that they have more kids and women than the Western guys, because the Western guys they have to be here a long time before they have kids. Russian African guys, they have a kid the first 6 months. They'll get a woman pregnant very fast. So they have a certain kind of women that they will have a baby with, then they try to get into the dating market. But Western men, they have a different type of access to the girls in the gym, the Gucci girls, the girls who are just Ukrainian girls, the librarian, the quiet, the meek and humble girls, the fit girls. You have a wide range of options.
brother, so how do Ukrainian women tell the difference between a Western black man and an African dude? But before you answer that question, because I remember I was in Germany, right? And I remember someone told me that, I remember in my experience, I found that, German women would only try and distinguish between an African guy and an American black guy and a British black guy. They weren't really checking for African dudes like that. They wanted Western black dudes. So how do Ukrainian women know a black guy is black American, brother?
They don't. See, the only way they know, and I've been here so long. So even when I walked into the pizza parlor, when I first met the first group of Nigerian guys, I walked in with the girl. They were there, and it was like 10 of them. They knew it from I don't know why. So I'm speaking from the man's point of view. So for the women, I guess the moment, because they can tell I'm not African. So one thing they always say is like, because I'll say something like, I'm the first guy, or how did you know you was attracted to my black ass? Like I'll say that, excuse my language. How'd you know you was attracted to my black butt? And they'll say something like, "You're not very dark. That guy very dark. That African guy very dark." Like they'll say that. So America, we always say, "Man, my black ass." It's very common, but then they'll correct me and say, "No, you're not very dark." Now I've been corrected. I'm black, man. I'm dark, but I've been corrected by men and women when they are speaking of black, because they'll ask me Afrikansky or Amerikansky, like, are you African or you American? They'll give me that option, then I tell them and say, so they don't. It's just weird, but I guess I know sometimes I may have like a sports jersey on, or I may be dressed a certain kind of way that the average African guy is not walking around here dressed like that. So maybe they can tell from the shoes, the clothes, my mannerisms, how I talk. My English is perfect. So there's ways. And then I know, because I've been at the bus stations, I've been on the trains, I've seen the African guys. Sometimes the students, man, the hair is not cut, it's not edged up, the clothes might not be, sometimes it's like that. And then sometimes I meet an African guy, he's very successful, he's very, he's very successful in his business. You can tell by his clothes, his robe, and his nice car, his Range Rover. You can tell he's not a student, he's a businessman. So sometimes you can just tell who's a student. And I'm walking around, 40, 45. I'm now 51. So when I go places, I'm not a freaking student. So women and girls can see that off the top. And it's just, I guess I really, and I ask the women all the time. I know I can see the difference because American, we always do that, but you're right. They're checking for the Western guy first, and then the African guy second. So that's why I say the African guys, the students, they have a certain type of Ukrainian girl. She's usually a student. A lot of times, it's just different. They get a certain kind of girl, and then they have a baby with her, and then they try dating other women. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what I'll say about that.
Hold on. Shout out to JX for the support. Where do you rank Ukrainian women, brother, in terms of service and treatment towards their men compared to other women? So I think you dealt with Mexican women, you dealt with American women, brother, you've dealt with Ukrainian women, brother. So let's say out of those three women, brother, where do you rank Ukrainian women in terms of service and treatment towards you, brother? Who has treated you the best so far, brother, in your dating life?
I've had countless Mexican girlfriends. I've had Asian girlfriends, a Korean. I had a Thai.
Damn.
I've had black, white. So now over here, Ukrainian, Russian. I'm telling you that the Mexican girl's number one.
Oh,
It's Mexican women number one. So they're gonna cook. They're gonna do everything around the house. Like they're gonna try to treat you like the ultimate man. So number one. The Thai girl, they do a good job. They're doing the same thing. They work very hard to make sure you're taken care of. They know all these different dishes to cook. Whatever. The Mexican girls, the same thing. Ukrainian girls are just different, man. Ukrainian women are different. Whereas they take care of their man, meaning that you got to be a man first. Not so. So you're a man to Mexican women. You're a man to Thai women. But here in Ukraine and Eastern Europe, you gotta always be masculine, because there's almost like no room for error, where there's room for error with the West. Is room for error. The Western women, sometimes they act masculine, where it's just different. So we're talking about caretaking, so let me stick with that. So when it comes to caretaking, I had to get used to the fact that I've had women who love me so much that they care about, they over care about me, they baby me. And then when I get to Eastern European, I have women that love me, but they don't know how to baby a man. And I don't need to be baby, but they don't know how to, they're tough women. They're tough women. So, I get a cold and my Mexican girl's going to be all on me. My Thai girl's going to be, hey, we got this for you. Take this right here. Here, baby, here, take this. Your Ukrainian girl's not doing that unless she's an older, like my older women, very, very, but my younger Ukrainian girls are not. So that's cool because I'm never sick. I don't need much. I don't mind cooking for them and everything. And that takes away from them being nurturing to me. So when you ask me how much they cook for me, I'm like, not as much as my Mexican girls do, not as much as my Thai girls do. They're not just in the kitchen, in the kitchen, in the kitchen, you know. So the way they love you here is different. They're loyal. They love you, but there's a coldness to Ukrainian women that Western men may not be able to handle sometimes because Western women are mean, rude, arrogant and aggressive and their tactics, they can be cold-hearted, right? Now women here, they're not deleting your baby and they're not taking your kids and all that. So that aggression, that they're submissive, they're sweet, but they're very serious women. So you don't want to play games with Ukrainian women. Like I went out with my buddy last night. He's from the UK, and we were both enjoying our beers because we both understand the culture and we understand how the women here are very direct, very direct. The women are direct from the moment they give you the eye contact I was talking about earlier. That's why you have to take the eye contact and initiate meeting them because that eye contact is a lot for them. It says a lot, but they don't wear their emotions on their face. I get a big smile from them. I get genuine smiles and stuff. But Ukrainian women have beautiful eyes. They'll stare at you. They'll tell you what they mean. They say it one time. They're not going to keep telling you and asking you to do it over again. They're not like Western women keep picking and keep nagging. It's like they got a short fuse, but they're not going to blow up. But they got a short fuse. They're not playing all the emotional games with us. So the way they love their men is different. And they take care of you, but you're going to take care of them more. You know, you're going to take care of them. You got to be with the woman who's very nurturing. And Ukrainian women are not super nurturing only to like their kids, but to their man. No, that's a Mexican woman, a Thai woman, you know, sometimes an older black woman, you know. Good
Wow.
women, loyal, but the nurturing part, I'm going to put women before them from my experiences.
Interesting, bro. So
not in beauty, not in sex and stuff. I'm just saying for that when you have a woman who like who over cares about you and treats you a certain kind. I mean, you're gonna have women that love you, obsessed with you, they're loyal to me. I have that, but I've also had women who went the extra mile when I wasn't feeling well, who went the extra mile, you know, like that. I do have select women, but I'm saying overall, generally speaking, I notice they're pretty strong women. They're strong. They've gone through a lot of stuff, and so they don't have a lot of room for, you know, a weak man, a man who needs stuff. They don't have room for that. You gotta leave that in the West.
But Bobby, you said they've been through a lot of stuff. They're strong women, right? Is that a bad sign that feminism is coming to that country? Because obviously, when we hear strong women, when we hear been through a lot, that's kind of like a precursor to feminism, bro.
No, so the strength I was speaking about, like when I spoke about the is strength in multiple ways. So as a culture, those women, like here in America, like when men would do construction work, men run the trolleys, men are cleaning the side of the streets. Here as women have always helped build railroads here. Women have always, they drive the big trucks. You'll see a woman drive the diesel. Women are part of the infrastructure of the city as they've always been from World War II. The women have always been out working with the men. They got labor jobs inside the city because men would go fight wars. So they would do labor jobs that normally men do. So they're strong like that. That's why you see babushkas living 90, 100 years old, but they're still carrying all the potatoes. When I'm 36, 37, and I'm pissed off, I got to carry the potatoes. She does it every day. So there's a strength of having cold weather, of communism being here so long. The girls can remember in 1990, like, well, most of my girlfriends were born after 1990, but at that time, the communism changed. Like their moms, and they can tell you how things change. Like you can now have a different apartment than your neighbor. You can now have a big Zenith TV, or you can get a flat screen. Like it used to be, everybody had the same apartment, the same table, the same house, the same TVs, the same. There are hard people, man. So it's different. They're not hard like that. They're hard in the sense that they've had some struggles, that they're not whiny like American women. They're not, excuse my language, bitching about everything. That's that strength. That's that strength that American women don't have. They're upset about everything. There's a whole book of reasons why they want to divorce you. There's a whole book of reasons why they're angry and emotional and wish-washy and how they talk to you. And no, Ukrainian women are very direct. They say what they say. They say it one time. That's it. Like, you take that and run with it. Like, so that's strength. Now, speaking of feminism, yes, feminism has approached here. In the West, you can talk to a lot of women who have left their husbands, but they have sad or aggressive stories about the husband. He was not ambitious. He was aggressive. He was abusive. He was financially this. They have all these bad reasons why they left a man. Now, here, as you start to date women who are professional, you're like, hey, you got kids. Where's your husband? She's like, oh, we divorced. We divorced or you divorced? Well, I left him. Why? So I would sit down and I would listen to all these women who were doctors, lawyers. Remember, I told you I date different ones. So I like dating the ones who are okay. So I asked them, why'd you leave your husband? Dr. Such and such, Dr. Ivana. Well, he was a good man. And no, this is what I would hear. Well, I thought that he could do more. I said, what do you mean? Well, because I made all the decisions. When we wanted to get a house, I was the one who made the decision. When we had the kid, I was the one. When we wanted to get this new car, I was the one. When we wanted to move from this city to that city, I was the one who said we should do it. And I just felt like he wasn't man enough. I said, well, was he agreeing with you like a good husband and making it happen? She's like, yeah, he was. I said, did he beat your son? She's like, no. I said, did he beat you? Like, no, he never did that. I said, was he a drunk? She's like, no, he never did that. I said, was he, with your friends? Like, no, that wasn't. Like, all the stuff that the women say about him, like, this is not what you're hearing. I go to the next one. I hear the same thing. Or if the split happened, let me go back to the first. When they split, he gave her the real estate. He kept the restaurants. That was one situation. I talked to the real estate agent. She has 2 kids by her man. I was like, why'd you leave him? She's like, well, he was my first, blah, 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 blah. And, I just feel like we stagnated, like we didn't move anymore. And I got into real estate and I started having opportunities and he just stayed in his business. I was like, okay. So now you're on Tinder, messing around with guys like me. Let me, this is what you went to. Like you left a good man. So I hear that so often. I rarely hear, oh, he used to be like, you don't hear that. Men here don't have time for all that. They barely trying to get a job and stuff. But so you have good women leaving good men here. Okay. And they're not finding any answers. They're not finding new husbands. They're not finding no guys coming from France to marry them. Nobody. So the options here is not very big. So they're not finding replacements. They're out here, doing the single woman life. You have the beautiful girls who've never married, who the age is raising now of beautiful women in Ukraine, aged 25 to 35, 39, who still hasn't gotten married, who still hasn't had kids. Now they're writing in their Tinder, I don't want kids. You see that often. Or they're saying that, so when I see those girls, I date those girls, I'm like, you can see they lived in France. You can see they lived in Spain. They dated there. They dated this guy there, but they never got married. Now they're back here and they're trying to sustain a lifestyle with the little beauty they have left. So I can see the Western feminism coming into the country in small ways. Now, we're speaking Ukraine, but I have information where Putin was like, hey, he's telling the women there to stay with your man, telling the men to step it up because their men do have drinking problems. Women are leaving their man easy. The women here start to leave their men a lot more too after the war. I told you in Patreon that divorces went up. I talked to lawyers. I got the numbers. Divorces went up. A lot of these women went to the West. They got over to Poland and stuff. They start leaving their men here. They start divorcing their men. So yes, feminism is seeping into the country slowly because they adore their men here. They respect their men. They still love kids. That kind of feminism is not here. But the feminism of women who outnumber men 5 to 1, sometimes, yeah, they get jobs and opportunities. They don't have a husband. These men, there's too many options. They're not Donald. These men have a wife at home sometimes. These men are always, so some of these beautiful women don't have a man. So you were asking me on Patreon, are they 304s? What are they doing on their dry time? I'm like, they're not doing nothing. They're sitting home with their cats. They're at the gym all the time. They're not doing anything. Is feminism coming into the country slowly but surely, but not in the ways strong enough like it is in the West? Yes, women leave good men here, but they don't find another man.
Okay. So, brother, right now, I'm sure Bobby, you've done great things, which I'm proud of you, bro, for making a great step of your life, brother. Now, you mentioned you want to have kids in the future, right? So there'll be that one woman that's gonna have your kids, and I'm sure you probably want to get married too in the future. I'm assuming, brother. But if I'm wrong, correct me. How will you protect yourself, brother, from a Ukrainian perspective? So is prenups recognized in Ukraine? Is how will you protect your assets, your money, to make sure that a woman, if she does divorce you, doesn't take away your hard work and hard earnings, brother? Have you thought about that, bro?
So some of the questions you were asking me last week, and this is one of those that I don't have to think about because I live like that. So
Okay.
I already protect myself. I protect my money. I have no kids. Like, no one's been my wife yet, although I have options.
If you
So
get married and have kids, bro, if you get
if I was to get
and
the
and she
marriage thing.
divorces you, brother, how are you protected, brother? Will you have a prenup, or is there some sort of a scheme there in Ukraine that you can protect yourself as rich? I think like oligarchs do. Break it down for you, bro.
So I don't necessarily have to get married. Okay. So when you're from the West and you're a walking prize, you don't have to get married. Like the African guys here, I could lay the land with lots of baby mamas if I wanted to, right? And I don't have to marry anybody. I keep my money. I send money to my baby mamas. I'm good. Okay, that's one way I could do it. Many men do that. Many men here do that. They all got a baby somewhere. Even the expats, they have a baby. They pay the mom something. They're good. Now, what's not big here is women trying to take half and all that kind of stuff. Some of these girls, they get out these relationships, they're just ready to go. A lot of men don't have much. Now, there are certain people I talked to where, yeah, the man kept the restaurant, she kept the property. That was an agreement between them outside the courts. Here, the court's not involved as much. These women will go to try to get a divorce, and then they're like, we have that flat. All we have is the flat. I don't want to live here anymore. I want to go to Spain, so he can keep that. Like, it's not like it's a lot of stuff. In the West, you got a lot of stuff: houses, homes, kids, cars, bank accounts, a lot. Excuse me, that's a Russian word. Do you understand? There's a lot of luggage that comes with a Western marriage that just doesn't come here. These small marriages, even they don't really accumulate much. They don't have a nice big car. They don't have a big account. They don't have a lot. They're just trying to make it happen with their little apartment. Remember, the average Ukrainian makes around $500 to $600, some less than that. Like the average is low, right, for the people. So it's gonna be people that's slightly above that, people slightly below it. But when you're a couple, like it's not like a lot of rich people, man. I know a lot of couples that got the little flat. They got a little small beat up car. They're trying to make it happen. They want to have a baby soon. They want to have a bigger flat. They have dreams, but they don't have the job opportunities. Not a lot of money coming in. Okay, so it's a war. It's not easy. So it's not a big threat that I think about. Oh, if I get married over here, like in Texas, she's gonna take half. I was not scared of my Mexican wife. I'm not scared of none of my girls. I'm not scared of them taking half, touching nothing. I got my stuff in my name and my mom's name. I'm abroad doing what I'm abroad. I can always take up my passport and take my black butt to the next country and give me a new woman. So I'm just from that perspective, like, no, I don't have fears of my wife taken from me. What I do is I find good women who could be my wife, who would be a good mother to my kid. I find that, and I can groom that relationship. I can plant that seed and water that relationship if I want to continue it. But I don't have the fears. A lot of Western fears, IP goes away when you get here. It's just these women are not. They're not hungry like that. They don't know you got it like that. And even if you do have a house and car, they're in Ukraine where you only have an apartment. If you're from the West and you have resources in the West and you come here, they don't know what you have. They have no clue. You could be broke or you could be rich. They never know. I told you on the Patreon about the banker from UK. He worked at Citibank. He's retired. He was here, 74 years old. He had a 22-year-old girlfriend and a 24-year-old girlfriend. He kept the 24-year-old girlfriend and he put her through law school because she had a kid. And he gave her the option to leave him after law school. He's already had 3 wives in the UK, but he come here at 74, 70 freaking 4, humpback. But he still has options that they were fit, beautiful, very, very pretty, young, granddaughter-like girls that he had access to. Okay, I told you about another guy who was a doctor from Corpus Christi, and he had the 2 interpreters. Like I'm telling you about, they're older men that are coming here and they're saying, you know what, I got 2 options. I think I'm gonna marry this one. I told her, hey, I'm gonna put you through school. You can leave me, but if you don't, I want you to be my wife. Like that's what those guys are going through, and those women are not asking for prenups. Let me see. Can I have half of your mansion in the UK? Let me get your 2 old Mercedes that you have. Your pension. Let me get your pension. Like those women don't know that, man. They don't know about that. They just see an old man who's here, who's paying for their nice apartment, who's writing the check for their law school. When you're okay, let me tell you something, gentlemen, that a guy told me when I was in prison a long time ago. When I was in prison for those 8 years, I was even a different person there, meaning that I worked with the officers. The officers gave me a job where I worked with the officers who had the guns. They work outside the prison unit. So I would go out with them outside the prison unit. I'd walk in with them in the prison unit. I knew certain things. I was like a high-level inmate for being, even for aggravated crime. But it was an experience where I had experiences like with the warden outside then, with the different gangs. It was an experience in those 8 years. And one time a guy came to me, he was an inmate. The guards used to tell me that all the time, man, you're different, D. You're not like the other inmates. And I was like, yeah. But this one dude told me, he said, man, D, you can be anybody you want to in the world. When you get out of here, you can go to a small city where nobody know you, and you can be a mayor. And I laughed at that. I was laughing hard because he was in my ear telling me that. I was like, man, you tripping, man. You know, we all in the day room watching TV. But he had a point, because I knew later I was going to restart my life, which I did. I ended up being in these Fortune 500 meetings, and I had crazy experiences around the world and everything. But I remembered that I can go anywhere and be who I want to be. So it's not like I would go to a foreign place and lie. You ask me, how's my lifestyle here? I could come here and be a boss, but then I got people in my business. I got boss type problems. I got girls coming to me like a boss. I got boss type scams coming my way. I got boss type. No, I live a certain lifestyle with the people, and it benefits me. But I know that when I'm here, I don't have to tell everybody I have an IT in my past. I don't have to tell everybody I owned a company. I don't have to tell everybody I did 8 years prison. I don't have to say none of that. I can just say what I say. Like, you know, hey, I come from IT. I did this. I don't have to give them this big picture. The same when I'm dating women. Now, in my past, I may have shared with the girls when I'm in America. I share with the European girls photos and pictures of me at work, photos of my cars, so I can show them that like my life was like a movie. Then when I came here, I give all that up, right? So it's easy, you know, it's quite easy for me to I guess to wrap it up. I think it's quite easy for me for a person to come here and almost hide. You can almost become who you want to become. So when you're talking to a woman, you tell them, hey man, I did this back home. I have an ex-wife, or I had a business. Now I'm here. I'm looking for a wife. That's all they care about. They care about your life here now. They don't know nothing about your home, what you did in the West, how many wives you had, what business fired you, how many cars. They know that you have money for them. You have money to take them out. You can pay for the apartment. They don't care about that kind of stuff. So it's just hard for me to see that when women get married here, they're in your pockets. They're not. They're not. They can tell by hanging out with you, going to restaurants, coffee dates. And you can tell they're not in my pockets. We've had 4 coffee dates. I took her to a restaurant. It only cost me 35 pounds for us to have a good night. Now, for the girl who wants a restaurant, it's $300. You know, you'll never see her again. Like I don't want to spend time with her again because she's money hungry, and I'm not gonna let her empty my budget just for her to be pretty when I got that every day. So no, I don't worry about marriage finding the wrong woman. I don't worry about marriage finding a woman who wants half of my stuff. She wants half of what? What does she know? She's a Ukrainian woman. What does she know? You understand, gentlemen? You can't come here sharing everything with these women. You got to let them stay Ukrainian. A Western woman, she's trying to find out what you got. A Ukrainian woman is trying to find out how deeply you can love. That's why unattractive men here have very beautiful women, because it's not about how good looking they are for them. It's not about how much money they have. It's about the fact that he's thoughtful. He brings flowers. He's sweet. It's a different process. You got to leave the West and come here and say, you know what? I found a good wife. I don't have to have the fear she's not loyal. She has guy friends. She won't let this. You asked me some questions on Patreon that I didn't know how to answer. I was like, do I worry about guy friends? No, none of my girls have guy friends. Like, they don't do that here. They don't have booty call. They don't do that really here. That's not something that's big. So no, they don't take half your stuff. They get what they can. But if you don't have anything, they can't take it.
But you mentioned, so you're saying that don't tell her everything you're doing right to make money, right, and your assets. However, if you're getting close to a woman, right, and she's having your children, she's gonna be thinking, how are you making money, right? And let's say you live with her, and let's say you're doing a podcast too, right, something, right, and that's that or whatever, and you're doing something that's continuous, right? She's thinking, okay, what are you doing over there? Like, women are very nosy and they want to know more, right? So
that's the secret. IP, that's the secret. I got to cut you off. That's one of the secrets I use. One of the things I use is that I'm always busy. So when I go to other countries, there were girlfriends who didn't mind because they know I go to other countries. So they what can they say if you're a busy man? When you come over to a country like this, but you're coming from the West, if they think and assume you're a busy man because you have small time to spend with them, then that's what it is. It's when they see that you're not a busy man and you're just out dating, that they're like, okay. But if you're a busy man, you're coming from the West, they don't know if you're in the military, the CIA, if you got your own company back there. All they know is that while you're here, you dress well, you eat well, you live well, and you're able to have a good relationship with them. They don't care. Bills are paid and stuff. She's not inside your insurance papers, your policies, how much is in your bank account. No, man, you get over here, you give her cash, or you open up a small bank, you put some money into it for her, for you, but you got your investments as a man that you have to protect. No woman, no entity, nobody gets access to that. Yeah, I don't go through and show I open my computer and show my girls, here, this is how much I got invested in Apple. This is how much I got invested in real estate. No, I let them see what they control. If they're part of the real estate and the business I have here, they see that. They see those numbers. Don't worry about what I have going on in Poland, Moldova, and all that. You're not my wife. You're not my girl. Like, I mean, you're one of my girls, but no, that's not something I see here or even hear from other relationships, that the women are in their pockets. The woman stay in her role. She's like, do you have money for my hair and my nails? Which, not Western style. That's just something they do all the time. They don't ask you for that. But I'm just saying, if you have money for that, then that's all they care about is their beauty.
But but you mentioned that. So, but if she's your wife, right, your main chick, your main chick, right, gonna have your children, you really like it, she's your main chick, right? I just don't believe how, you can really hide everything from her, how you make money, but if you have an office, right, in your spot, right, you have an office in your spot, and you're doing something every day that's continuous, she's gonna be asking questions, or she's gonna be hovering around, or whatever. I don't think it's 100% possible to hide your income.
The Western gold digger type of girl in your business is not the same here. So, like, the girls here, they don't have that education or care. So I have to show. I've had to sit the girls down and say, look, this is how much we have. This is how much we made, 17,000 this month. This is a good month. So I'm gonna take 10 of this. I'm gonna put it in investments. They don't care. They want to know, where are we going next? What can I buy? What can I send to my mom? Sometimes it's just strange, man. American women are just different like that. They don't care. So I'll give you an example. I'm a good man. I'm a single man, but I'm a good man. So I have a large insurance policy on myself that I have for my mom, my brother, and my niece and nephew. Okay, so if something happens to me, my family's gonna be taken care of. And I've had this policy for a long time, way back when I was in America. I've been having multiple life insurance policies for just my mom, my brother. But look, over the years, I have put women in my policy. I put my first Mexican wife. I just took her off like a couple years ago. That Mexican wife I had two Mexican girlfriends. I have one Mexican girlfriend on my policy, ex-wife, my Mexican wife. I just took her off, and then my main Ukrainian asset here, I put her on my policy. Do you know she don't give a f about that? Where you can't tell an American person that, you can't tell an American woman that you having a policy for 100,000 because you dead.
Mm.
You dead on honeymoon, you dead, you frivolous accidents off cruises, all kind of stuff. But then my girls here can know that it's almost $1 million policy, but they don't care about that. They be like, why you tell me? I said, this is important. If my plane go down, if something happens, my mom never gonna get this, but you're gonna get this no matter what. Nobody can take it from you. Like they don't care about that. Like there's certain people here that's close to me. I treat them like an asset of my family. So they're in my policy. And I sit there and I watch like kids, they don't care. So that makes me feel good because I can stay alive.
Thanks.
No, I'm just being honest with you, man. If you don't care, that's great because I'm gonna be alive. That means you're not trying to get nobody to F me off when I'm going to the gym. There's no rock coming down from the top from one of these buildings because I got the same pattern every day. Nobody's picking me up in a white van. Like I'm cool about that. But this is part of me being a good man is that I protect mine. So you guys are hearing different aspects of my life because you're asking me certain questions. Like, no, do I worry about? Listen to me. Let me be even more real. I put two different times. I put $60,000 in one of my Ukrainian girls' account here. All right. Now listen to me. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna give you guys some game. You can receive up to $100,000 from someone in a different country to the USA with no taxes. As long as that person is not a government or it's not a company, you can receive up to $100,000 no tax from a foreign person. So I know this information. With that information, I have a foot in America. I have a foot over here. So I take money from over here, put it in my girl's account, and have it sent to me so I don't get taxed on it. Do you know that when you do certain things and you got to have people that you trust, you got to spend time with these people from a moment when they had nothing. You bring them up, you take them around the world, you show them things, you and your team, you bring them up with you. And their loyalty is that those numbers don't mean nothing to them. They like to sometimes have that paper. So they can open up an account, see 60,000. It's not like they trying to move it, send it, and I'll never see her again. Like, nah, she's sending the payments there. She goes and I need you to go make a wire transfer. She says, send it to your mom. Yes, send it to my mom. Do this right here. The same process as usual. I say, okay, boom. Like we got to make sure that the money's not taxed, going by the process, right? It's women I trust. So these women have had access to certain things that a lot of American women would have probably killed me for. So I'm telling you from experience that from having women next to me that are loyal, don't care about that kind of stuff. They don't care about the number at the end of the day. You're like, man, how can you not care? Because I'm trying to teach you as a business to care. This is what taking care of your team, this is what it means. And then I have that, and then I have women that I talk to who have husbands or who had husbands and how they're strong and independent, and they're not taking nothing from their husbands. They don't take monthly payments. They don't take alimony. Like I have not met a woman who says I get this from my husband. Like they don't do that. My husband gives me a little 500 every month on his own, or he give me this when I ask. So I'm just telling you, the women here do not treat their exes and their husbands like Western women. They're not trying to clean them out. They don't care about it like that. Like if I had, there's girls that take their pictures with the Chanel bags inside the Mercedes G-Wagon. I see those girls, big lips, nice hair, all these vacation pictures. I see them hit daps with them in the gym. I'm not trying to date them. I don't need her in my account. Looking at 60,000. Do you understand? So it's levels to who you have close to you. When you're by yourself, you don't have an American friend with you. You're by yourself. You have to be protective of your real estate. Then how I help my team. If you're part of my team, you're part of I take care of their moms, take care of their families. Buy an apartment, put a property in her name. Another girl who worked for me, buy a property, put a property in her name. Like I'm not stingy. So they don't know those values. I'm like, hey, that apartment's gonna cost more for you later. Keep it. Don't ever sell it. Let your mom have it. Let your mom. You come. Like you got to teach. You're almost like teaching someone, man. So no, man, sometimes they don't know about your money, your investments, what you got, and how they can get it. They don't know how to do that. That's Western women stuff, man.
Wow.
Now,
Great.
now in Thailand, I will say this: in Thailand, sometimes you hear that foreigners, expats, those old white guys, they get there, they find a Thai lady, they put the home in her land, they put the home in her name, they do this in her name, and she breaks up with them. Hey, for those weak men who lost all their stuff, that's what you lost. If you're a strong man, you know the women you're dealing with. You put them through the ringer. You drip. You don't live rich, and you just you live beyond your means. You're a solid man. You're a lucky man, I guess. You choose better. They're not going to take your stuff, man. They're going to help you live your good life. They're gonna understand that this is your empire. This is where you live. So no, they're not greedy like that. They're not greedy at all. Because then that's when the hypergamy steps in. We discussed that. How often do they leave for other rich men? How often are these women leaving men for other men? That's not the case, man. Hypergamy is not big here. The average guy in a nice car is not picking up the guy because he's walking with his girl because they don't have a car. Like, nah, man, she's walking beautiful with her man. She's only paying attention to her man. She's kissing her man. You can come by your Lamborghini and honk all you want to. It just doesn't work like that here.
So, brother, next question for you, right, brother, is so when it comes to personality, right, what kind of men do Ukrainian women like? Do they like the dominant personality of a guy? Do they like the introverted type of guy? From what you know, brother, what kind of personality do they want from a guy, or that they like, that they're normally attracted to, personality-wise, bro?
Masculine. Masculine. 100%. 100% man. You tell them where we're going. Every date, you say where we're going. Well, I'm coming to pick you up, or I'll meet you there. I'll see you Saturday. You better see him Saturday. We got coffee tomorrow. You better be there tomorrow. You keep your word, man. Masculinity. Masculine. You can't come with that over emotional Western stuff. Like you got to have your way. Like everything has to go my way, because it's not. But everything can go your way if you run you run your ship correctly. But they like masculine men. They like strong men. Every married woman says it. Every divorced woman says it. My buddy from UK I drank with last night, he's like, yeah, man, she just loves a masculine one. I said, so do you win every argument? He said, I don't try to. He says, because it's not beneficial to the house. He said, but I can't back down. Like, they don't appreciate a weak man. So I value that. I value the fact that women here they like strong men. Like, you got to be a strong man. You got to be a masculine man. You don't necessarily have to be a provider, because everybody people working and stuff. But if you are a provider, that's even extra. But they don't like weak men. They don't like indecisive men. They don't like it. Even though if you're a teen, you can be indecisive, or you're a young man, you can be indecisive. You're losing a lot of different women. You're losing respect. You're losing a lot of stuff. Just even being a local guy for not being because women are very direct here. They keep their word, and they like a man to be a man. And I drank last night hearing that. I see that everywhere. I feel it. So, I'm ready to box my girls. I'm not losing. I don't like to lose an argument. I just started relaxing, but it with my other friends, like it's 100% manly. Like they like it. They like for a man to be manly. I can call and say, hey, I'm getting the car. Come over here. Come see me. I'm ready for this. Like, okay, what do I wear? Like, that's the kind of masculinity you like. That's the kind of response you want to hear. And normally that's what you get here in Ukraine. Unless you're a weak man, you're not going to keep your woman.
Wow. So, Mr. Donald, this has been a great stream so far. We're near the end of time. But I'm going to open up the phone lines, brother, for questions people to ask you. Are you happy with that, Donald? Or
really?
Or should we end the stream? It's up to you,
No. I'm open for calls. I'm open for calls, man. I'm here to serve.
All right. So thank you, bro. So, brothers, if you have a question for our guest Donald, please feel free to call in. If you can't call in, hear your question in the super chat or PayPal donation. Okay. Once again, call in if you have any questions for our guest, please. So we'll give it 10 minutes. We'll wait for a caller. If no caller calls in, we'll end the stream. We've done 4 hours. It's been an amazing stream, and I hope brothers have got the intel they need from Ukraine. If not, now's your time to call in and super chat your questions. I doubt we're going to do Ukraine anytime soon. We have other countries in the plan. Ukraine, he's probably the only black man living there in Ukraine. One of the few black men.
I'm the only one, man. I'm the Eastern European plug, and I know I live a very reclusive lifestyle to a degree when it comes to open myself up to the West. So I know there's been guys who have had lots of questions. There's been people who contact me and say, "Hey, man, can you do consultations and things of that nature?" And I don't. I have a lot of information, to put the information. But I don't mind teaching. So it's, at some point I'll give you a handle where people can contact me. But for the most part, I am the Eastern European plug, and you're not going to find anybody else who's embedded into the culture like I am, who spent many years here and in the other cities and countries nearby. So it's been a good experience. I try to give you a lot of information, and I have to bite my tongue a little bit because it's a public platform. But some of us men who live this lifestyle, we're not really passport bros. We're more like we did this before the movement. We live here. We don't post a lot. We don't share a lot. But we definitely have experiences that the average man would not have. I'll say that.
Awesome. Shout out to Mr. JX for the support. He says a question for you, bro. He says here, so are the women obedient only if you have high masculinity, or would he not attribute that to them? So he's saying, do women only obey you if you're a masculine man?
No. So the women obey. Women who are submissive. Women who are very submissive. Meaning that on a one-on-one basis, she's going to do everything you ask her to do. Okay, so you got very submissive women that once they become your girl, man, she's your girl. So the women are submissive. You don't have to be super masculine. So I say that because I live here. So I got teen guys that, teenagers that go to school here or that live in my building or work nearby, and they're like, Don, man, come, because they have a kiosk in the mall. And so I'll go to my neighbors, they're my neighbors and I know them and they see me often. Lots of people do. So one of the couple teen guys, I go to their kiosk where they work, they sell vapes, and I'll sit at their kiosk and I'm like, hey, you guys, how many girls you hit up, man? You got all these people, all these girls coming up to you like, Don, we don't have it like you, man. Like, I don't know what to say. And I have a girl I like, but and I can tell the boys are effeminate. They're playing with their hair. They're dealing with these soft girls. And I'm just thinking, I say, bro, you can't do that, man. You got to do this. You got to do that. How about you come to the gym? How about you cut this off? How about you talk to the. So sometimes I'll be like, okay, watch this. I see a girl come from the gym and I stop her, get her name over. I see another person walking by, stop her, get her name, get her IG. And I just come back and I'm like, wow. I'm like, well, how hard is it, man? You work here. So the effeminate side of soft men, which I see from maybe teens to guys in their 20s, because there's a lot of guys I said earlier who are not fighting in the war. They're living amongst us. They haven't been prescribed to fight. Only older guys. So a lot of guys are out. They don't have girlfriends, man. Sometimes they have a girl they like. So you have soft guys here because the generations are creating that. But you have a lot of guys who are tough. They're in the gyms. They're walking around here, so it's different. But everybody has a girlfriend. So I can't say the weak or effeminate guys are being ran over. Like, it happens sometimes to some men when they deal with a certain type of girl. But for the most part, weak guys get little weak girlfriends, or they get girlfriends. And unattractive guys got a girlfriend too, and she's hot. She's sexy. Damn, she's beautiful. Long hair, one piece. He's like overweight a little bit. Shoes don't look, like what the hell? But she loves him. So here you're going to get femininity from your women. And I don't think it matters the man. This older man, 74, he got feminine women. Okay. The young man, he has feminine women. So women stay submissive and they stay feminine, guys. I promise you that.
Brother, let me ask you, right? So what is your game to meet women? So I feel like, so it's one thing to stop a woman at the gym, but what do you say? I think what you say is important, because I feel like dudes can cold approach a chick, right? But what you say also matters. So how did you get the number? How do you get the username, brother? So brother, what do you say to them, brother?
Gentlemen, I'm gonna tell you guys something that I've been using for years, because I'm a very, very, very direct man. So I will tell a woman how beautiful her eyes are. I will cross the whole room. So when I walked in the party Saturday night. I was supposed to be on Patreon, but I told you, hey man, I'm gonna be at a party, and I don't think I'll be able to make it home in time. When I got to the party, there's so many women there because the expats I know, they know a lot of women because they speak to women from English classes, so they got the range of women from 22 on up, right? So there's always women. When I walk in there, I'm debonair. I got a nice shirt on, nice sweater on top, nice big jacket, take off jacket, dressed all the way down to my shoes, looking good, smelling good. That's gonna get all the view of the women from the top. So you got some women who've seen me before. They're coming to me with open arms and a kiss. You got strange women who just keep looking at me, but they're watching how other women interact with me. They're watching all the women shake my hand. I'm conscious that people are watching me. So I use that. So as I work the room like a politician, I get to each woman. I can still get telegrams. I can still get the Instagrams without them being jealous, but I'm saying different things. This woman, I walk up to her. She may be a little bit, she's probably the only woman that's a little bit more thicker than the rest of women. She has beautiful eyes. She has beautiful hair. She caught my attention. I caught hers. So when I'm talking, I see her. So eventually, as she got closer to me, I just leaned over and I said, you have the prettiest eyes in here, maybe top 3. I kept drinking. She was like, oh, thank you so much. I saw you looking in my eyes. I said, yeah, you got pretty eyes. So I'll lean that first because all Ukrainian girls got pretty eyes. So I'm going to give them their best attribute. Then I'll be like, you washed your hair today, didn't you? She's like, I said, I can smell it. I can tell because I get close. I get the kiss. I'm direct. I told one lady, man, I remember you from last time. She said, do you remember? But she's saying it in broken Russian and English. Like, you remember seeing me? And I was like, yes, I remember you from Tvaya Popa, your ass. And it made her laugh. Because I'll go back to stereotypes. Black men love ass. Even though I don't like that a lot, it's the certain things that they think. So I have a code approach that's very direct. Remember here, women are very direct. So I'll say it. I'll come and tell a woman in the gym, same way as at a party. I'll say, you know what? All the men are scared to talk to you. But girl, I can't believe how beautiful you are. Are you serious? Where are you from? It'll be generic or it'll be very, very, or daps, handshakes. Come here. Come here. I'm a hugger. I'm a hug. Oh, you like hugs? Like, boom, open up. Lean back. Donald, what's your name? Anna. Anna, you're so beautiful. Like, very direct. There's no time to beat around the bush. Bat your eyes. You're not a woman. When you see them look at you, go talk and say the first thing come to your mind. I say the first thing come to my mind. I said, man, I've been waiting to come over here and hug you all night. I've been waiting to touch your hand all night. Oh, sorry, my hands are cold. They're always cold, but now they're warm. Things that make them giggle. Like, man, I'm very direct. My code approach is cold, man. Like when I'm in my zone, it's like I'm just being free. Each girl I can say something different to. Once they lean back and they smile, I got them. Then I'll be like, okay, let me get your IG. And the next day, hey, man, I had a good time last night. I'll make sure I don't leave with anybody. I make sure when there's a lot of girls there, I never leave with the girl. There's girls at the party that say, let's leave here and go somewhere else. I said no. So it's the way you carry yourself. So that way your approach is very, very it matches your energy and your aura. So I dress well, I look well. I'm not at every party. Sometimes I come to a party, I bring sand, I bring beautiful woman. Next time I go, the girls will be like, I saw you before. You were with a very beautiful girl. That gets them every time. It gets them every time. I'm not gay. I'm not showing up with a very beautiful man. So I get women off the fact that I take care of myself. I'm good looking. I'm very choice in my clothes. And then I surround myself with certain type of women. So yeah, certain parties I go to, sometimes, yeah, I'll bring candy and I've gotten girls' numbers. I've gotten girls to come home, all having a girl with me. So it doesn't matter. Your code approach is your code approach. You see a woman, say what you want to say. Be direct. Talk like a confident rapper. Talk like your Future the rapper. Talk like these guys who get women all the time. Talk like you got women that like you in the gym. Talk like your Instagram is full of women. Talk like I own a modeling agency. I talk to so many women. When I talk and act like that, we get more. But if I'm in the corner having a drink, talking to a Western guy, just looking at beautiful girls like a bunch of cows, and I'm a coyote outside the fence, nah, I'm a bull inside the fence. So You ask me what I say in my code approach, it's very direct. I'll tell a woman, yeah, I'll be very direct. I skip all the niceties, and they like that. Ukrainian men don't talk dirty. Ukrainian men don't have sly, cool words to say. A cold approach, you know. Ukrainian men don't say that. Like and then they'll say, "You're very perceptive, Donald." I say, "Your hair smells good. I see you got the toes out tonight. It's a little cold for to have toes out." That's a hot dress. No one's wearing a dress tonight. You look really good. Like those kind of person. There are women who love beauty. There's nothing but beauty salons here. They love that kind of stuff. So when you're pinpointing their hair, their eyes, Ukrainian guys walk past them every day. Don't tell them because they see it. They walk past beautiful women every day and don't tell them, "Woman, you look beautiful." They don't tell them. I tell them, and I'll be like, "I know no one's told you today. I'm telling you." Like that, they love that. So whether it's at the gym, whether it's in public, no matter where, if I'm getting in a shopping mall, if I see somebody I like and she's hot, I don't want to bother her, but still that eye contact. If she give me the eye contact, I got her. So
Wow.
it's not that hard, gentlemen. And if you don't have them as a, they all want to be my friend. It's up to me whether I keep them in the friend zone or I bring them closer or I put them into my planetary system. But they all come open to where I want. That's lovely, gentlemen. That means I got to be disciplined. I can't, we talked about on Patreon, I can't bless every woman, but yeah, the code approach is good here because they're open to the code. They're warm to your code approach. They give you warm, advancing type responses. You can tell for your code approach. They give you a warm, they turn their body towards you. They're looking at you in between the drinks, in between everybody, like a solid looking at you. If this was prison, we got to fight to the death. You're looking at me too long. But this is Ukraine. I have to love you to death. So that the looks will say, like, "Woman, you about to be my next girlfriend looking at me like that. You got to look here, you got to look here, you got to look here." They're talking to me non-verbally. And I'm talking to them the same way. I'm looking at them up and down. I'm finally get back to them. When I get to them, I'm going to say what I wanted to say with my eyes. They love it, man. It's one of the best countries where you can be who you want to be and you get a warm response from it, as opposed to in America, you may come off as creep. Well, not me, but I was the guy in the office. I could tell women, you got a haircut this weekend. You got this weekend. You got your nails done. And the women were like, "Oh, thanks, Donald." But other guys, it may come off as creepy. But to me, it's like you're observant. And women here, they love that they get their nails done every day. It's always girls, "You like my nose? You like my hair? You like my eyes?" Yes, I do. Yes, yes, yes. So if you see beauty, call it out. There's a good chance that she's going to like you too.
Wow. Donald, question here for you. Shout out to JX for the super chat. He says here, did you see any polygamy in Ukraine? How accepted is polygamy openly, or is it on the low, bro?
It's not open. Okay, so I'll be honest with you guys. I look like I'm into polygamy. Anytime you see me, like IP knows I've shown pictures of girls that I can't show here. Groups, yep. Not just one, like groups. They're all with me. So sometimes, yeah, I'd go into the gym. I always have 2 girls with me, 3 girls. So girls would be like, "Oh, he has, he has multiple girlfriends." So but there's certain men here, because the odds 5-1, there's always a guy with multiple girls. So it's not like it's polygamy. It's just that there's more women here than men. So guys going to school, they're walking with a bunch of girls. Like it's sometimes there's so many girls. When you're in a cafe, there's more girls than guys. So for me to walk in somewhere with more girls, that's just normal in my lifestyle. And then it's sometimes normal to see. That's just normal for Ukraine. So polygamy is only here, very conservative, 1 man for a woman in marriage. They don't play that stuff. Okay. They don't play the 2 marriage things. But can a guy have mistresses? Yeah, I'll be guards, guys who got money, they got mistresses here, man. That happens. Not openly. A lot of guys here have been with their wives 20, 30 years. So we don't, unless you're the guy's best friend, you don't know who he's messing with on the side. But they got established relationships here, gentlemen. Polygamy is not up high on the list. That's a Western thing. They don't even know what that word means here. Everything here is very orthodox. The church is very orthodox. You don't see men and men walking around here holding hands. You don't see women and women walking around here holding hands in the gateway. They do hold hands, but it's a culture thing. Women hold girls' hands for many years on up in age. That's a culture, not a gay thing. So I won't say polygamy is that gay realm. I'm saying that it's a perverse realm that they're not ready for here. Yes, a man can have many girlfriends, but you're not going to be walking around with 2 wives and everybody knows about it. That's just the culture, the people. But you walk around with 2 girlfriends, that's normal.
Awesome. Let me ask this, Donald, right? Brothers, feel free to call in if you have any questions. Brother, are you okay, brother? Should we go carry on or do you want to end the stream?
I'm fine. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Brother, let me ask this, right? So,
Thank you for
brother,
asking.
what do you look for, brother, in wifey? Because you said here, like, okay, there'll be a time where you may want to settle down, have a main chick, have a child with her. What are your requirements, brother, right, that she must take off for you to choose her as your wifey, brother? What is it, brother? Break it down for me. And actually apply it to also a Ukrainian context if needed, brother. But fire away, bro.
So now you're asking a personal question. So I've always, gentlemen, when I was in that crazy place. So let me go back further. I've always loved soft and humble women, because I would say, to go back further, like, I always liked the soft girls. So even when I went to the crazy place and I was in prison for 8 years, when I was getting ready to come home, I knew I had so many options of women I could date, but I just always kept telling myself, I don't want the 304s. I don't want the loud girls. I don't want the girls who got a bunch of dudes. I want the girls that they quiet, the librarian girls, the girl in the back of the office, those quiet girls. And I can turn them freaky and all that, but I don't need all that. So I've always liked very submissive, very humble women. I like my Mexican women. I like my Thai girls. I like my soft white girls, and they were all soft. They let me have multiple girls. They didn't have a choice. They let me be me. And they allowed me to be me. And sometimes that meant that, I didn't keep them. But they were the kind of women I allowed close to me. The reason I don't have any kids, I never dated any loudmouth black woman. I never dated any crazy ass white woman who only dates black guys. I hate them. I never dated a girl who dated a bunch of black guys. I'm not supposed to be a number. I'm a person. I want to be a man, not just another black man. So I was very selective in dating those women, having babies with them. So in my dating life, when I came to Ukraine, all the girls I had were sweet. All the girls I was writing was sweet and soft and submissive, shy, low body count, all that. Okay, and I can tell by their mannerisms. When I get to the house, I go to they show me the pictures of the team pictures. Like, I like that. Some of these girls are 23, 24, 25, so they're young, they're inexperienced as Western women. They don't have driver's licenses. They're not everywhere at the latest parties everywhere. It's just different. So we talked about that on Patreon, on how you're able to find women here with low body counts or almost virgins. So that's important, because those women are very submissive in their character, and they give off that type of vibe of what I like in women. So yes, I prefer the soft, humble type. Now, that's for who I love. And I got to be careful around here, because it's easy for me to fall in love with very sweet, beautiful girls here, man, with good hearts, good bodies, pure, very Slavic, very cultured. And then they like me and they're so sweet. But I got my own thing going on. I told you that on Patreon. I said, man, I had to let girls go because I knew I was going to fall in love with her, possibly have a baby. It was going to derail my whole team, man, come on, man. It's not going to derail it, but it's going to take my focus. So, I love submissive, soft women. I know I surround myself sometimes by different women than that, but mainly that's what I've had around me. That's who have been the kind of women I've had in my life in Ukraine. All around have been soft, submissive, very sweet girls. Not where you at, why you not at the club, who's that girl at your house? None of that stuff. None of that stuff. Like, I have to be me. So I know when it's time for me to when I like to get married, those are the kind of women that I know I have access to. I'm not gonna lie, gentlemen. I've dated more women that was possibly a wife than I have 304s. Like, I don't have time for 304s. I may work with them or something like that, but in my dating life, they're always almost like a wife. They could be a wife. Now I'll date them for like 2 years, 3 years, have them in rotation, but that's all I date. Because being a man's man, I can't have a woman who's challenging me, who's giving me problems, who's touching my money, who's trying to take my insurance money, who don't, trying to have my kid. Like those Western problems I don't have. So I didn't bring it over here. If Western women act like that, don't come over here looking for women like that. You find the women that the diamonds and the jewels that will allow you to be the man that you are. If you're a good man or a bad man, she lets you be that man. And that I find to be beautiful. So I like the sweet girls. I like the quiet ones. I like to be able to teach them things. I like to be able to take them shopping and stuff, so I like those village girls a little bit. They sort of green. You get them a gym membership, you buy them some Victoria's Secrets, and they love that about you. You get them some new shoes. Like, you don't have to go get the Chanel bags and the Birkins. So yeah, I like the soft soft women, and that's why I've spent a lot of time in South America, Mexico, Ukraine, Russia, Poland, Moldova, because the women are a certain kind of woman, and they respect certain kind of men here. I'm sorry, it is what it is.
Facts. So, brother, do you use dating apps in your Pokédex, or you're more of a cold approach in person person, or do you use like Tinder, Hinge out there, or any sort of Ukrainian matchmaking or dating apps out there, brother, or are you just in person?
Okay, so remember, gentlemen, I told you that when I was in America, I was doing quite well. I had different women, different friends. I had a house full of girls. Like, they would come over. I had girls that would come over to my house. I was dating a lot, different women, different states. I have girls in Texas, California. So I'm doing very well as a bachelor. That wasn't a problem. But oh man, I lost my train of thought. IP.
Dating apps.
So remember, my plate was full. My plate was full in Texas. I had lots of girlfriends, but yet I was greedy. I was online, still talking to girls in Colombia and Eastern Europe. So when I got here, I'm here now, and I feel like I don't need the apps. But I was so used to having the apps because there's always somebody I'm finding. I'm just getting so many hits. So the app I was using was not like a dating app. It was Ukraine Dates. Is how you find the girlfriend. That was the one I was using before I got here. Then when I finally got here, I didn't feel like I need Ukraine Date anymore because I'm here. So I can find someone at the store, gym, blah, blah, blah. But I would still find somebody every now and then, and I'd casually date. I get off of Ukraine Date, and it took me many years. I didn't use any apps because it's too easy, and I can't afford any more new girlfriends. Like, I just couldn't, you guys, I'm being very honest. Like, I couldn't not afford, I didn't have the space or the energy because I have my team locked down. And when I get a new girl, it's for a reason. So I didn't want a whole bunch of influx of girls. So I stayed off the apps. When I moved to Kyiv in 2019, I moved to Kyiv and I jumped on Tinder, and it just went crazy. It was the first time I was ever on Tinder. And I opened my Tinder here in Kyiv, and it was just, I was meeting woman after woman. They were just asking me to go out, all these different kind of women. They had the same reasons that the women I see every day. You have women who are curious, want to speak English, want to hang out, want to go have drinks, want to go bar hopping, want to just have sex. I had women that wanted to share me with their husband. Like, you get so much because there's so many. Okay, so I didn't like that. Because my hit ratio is so good here that I'm getting this, and sometimes I have to say no, or I'll go out, and then stuff like this start happening. On Tinder, for some reason in real life, I can meet young girls, but they're not gold diggers. But on Tinder, the young girls who don't see me in the gym, don't see me in the real, they just see my photo and they think that I'm American and they're gold diggers. How I would find out is like this. I would go to dinner with a 22-year-old girl, 23-year-old girl, and I do already, but for some reason the Tinder girls were just shady. I would go to dinner, and we would go sit down, we talk, we meet, we greet, chat, have a meal, have a drink, and then afterwards, the girls would always want to go for a walk. normal Ukraine girl character, going for a walk. But these girls would always lead me somewhere where I had to pay something for them. They would want to go walks. Like the first two girls, they took me for a walk to lingerie shops. No lie, I'm giving you straight, raw, uncut. They would take me for a walk, and one girl took me to a lingerie place, and she, I thought it was odd. We just finished eating. She even brought a gift that day. This girl brought a gift. She gave it to me. I didn't open it. We finished eating, and then she said, "Let's go for a walk." And she once again, gentlemen, you always have to lead. She led me. So when she led me, she was leading me to some lingerie place. She goes in, she tries on a couple different outfits, tells me to come to the thing to see her, modeling for me. Then she'll close the curtain, try on a new one. Do you like this one? I'll go sit down, going through my phone. I got stuff to do. The date's not that great. I don't know if I really want, She finishes up. She comes out. She says, "Which one you like?" And I said, "The red one looks nice." She puts it on the counter and she tells me to pay for it. And I'm like, "Pay for what?" So I'm going through. I'm thinking like I was on the couch. Like, is she wearing this for me? Is this for me or is this for another customer? Because I'm not a customer. I'm not no guy, no John. So that experience was quite odd. I didn't pay for it, And she got embarrassed to say, "Can we go outside and talk?" And we went outside to talk. It wasn't a talk. It was almost like a, what are you doing? Like, why are you paying for this? Like, and I was trying to understand, as much lingerie that I buy for all these women, there's no freaking way this woman's gonna walk me into a place and show me this dead long mama like lingerie and expect me to pay the number that price was. When I buy hot, sexy lingerie, and it's not. I buy lingerie. The woman thought I buy more lingerie than women do. So she had the game messed up, thinking I was gonna pay that price for that ugly ass lingerie. So we had a small argument. Boom. She took her gift back and we left. I went home. I had a story to tell my girls. Like, they was like, "See what happens when you go on Tinder dates?" But I was like, boom, I locked it in because I need the experience, because I don't have these experiences. That was one time. A second time, another pretty girl, same thing. And I see pretty girls all the time. So when I say that, I'm just saying another girl on Tinder. She took me to a lingerie place too at a mall. After we had dinner, we went to a mall walking, because girls love to walk. You let them lead, they're going to take you somewhere. So these are the lessons, gentlemen. Always lead. She took me upstairs, tried on lingerie, did the same thing. I'd already experienced it before. So I was like, man. So the third time, now I see a pattern. Now, there's times I'm going on Tinder dates, great, especially with professional women. All those are dates, great. It's the younger girls that I have access to every day, and I have in my apartment and everything. But on Tinder, they're running game. So this other girl, other experience, she tried to get me to pay for her phone. So I just walked out on her. We had a meal. I saw she was in her phone. Then she said, "Let's go over here, walk." It was a phone place. She said her phone didn't work. It just didn't add up. I really don't entertain myself with these kind of kids or women or hustlers or scammers. I don't have them in my circle. I don't experience that. That's why I say I don't do apps, because me walking into a place, a cafe, a party, the response I get from women, I'm going to hit all their senses. But on Tinder, they got 3 or 4 pictures to look at. And then they see that you're in their country and their imagination goes wild, no senses. Now they're in their pocket. They're trying to get in your pocket. So I've had to walk out on girls. Okay. So maybe 4 different dates where the girl wanted me to pay for something when she hasn't given me anything, nor is she offering to give me anything in the future. And I'm like, you know what? I see the hustle. I don't need Tinder. But the other part about that is that I've had a very high success rate on Tinder. I just don't need it. So if you ask me about the apps, I don't use the apps because I live here. So I don't need anybody in the city like looking for a new party friend, a new friend, or a new guy to hang out with, because I'm not that guy to be testing your skills and your scam on. So to prevent myself from being in that arena, I just don't. I make sure that all these girls on here that look all extra hot, got the Chanel bags and stuff, I'm swiping left. I'm swiping left. I'm swiping left. Now they hit me up, but I'm like, nah. I see average girls all the time. You girls who think you're above average, you're the worst ones. So I swipe left on them. I try to stay off the sites. But for you guys who are not me, I suggest that you come here, you Western guys, you UK guys, turn on your Tinder immediately, because that's going to give you the access to a lot of different women you're not cool enough to have access to like me. So you need the cheat code, use Tinder, but just be real careful, because yeah, you're going to meet hot moms, hot milfs, you're going to meet a lot of that. But you're also going to meet the girls who don't want anything to do with you. They want a free meal, and then they want you to fix a phone or fix or buy them some lingerie. So that's my experience about why I don't use apps. I'm good. My plate is full, and I don't need the extra. Like I don't need it.
Interesting. Any sort of Ukraine online sites that you recommend? I remember you said that back in the States, you were using some site to communicate Ukraine date.
So,
Is that?
Yes, you're right. For you gentlemen in the West who are looking for a dating site to find women, I initially started not with Tinder or nothing like that. I used Ukraine Date, not Anastasia Date or nothing like those Russian. I used the Ukraine Date. And the Ukraine dating site gave you access to women who would write you letters. You write them, you pay a small fee, but you have access to write them. And then I had a process where I'd write them on the site. I'd have lots of girls writing me, but I'm giving them my apps or my Skype or my FaceTime to get them off the site. Not to get them off the site, but to get us off the site where I'm able to see her, talk to her. Because on the site, you can't do face calls, you can't do certain things. So I didn't want to spend a lot of time writing letters, because I didn't want a man writing letters to me. I wanted the woman. So to make sure I was always interacting with the woman, I take them off the site and I do the FaceTime with them. So me not speaking the language, them not speaking the language, we're sitting here on the camera smiling at each other. We may stand up and show each other our bodies a little bit, talk, laugh, giggle. That's how I was winning. Not on the site, having long drawn out conversations with somebody who checks her emails at the end of the day, and she writes back all these American men. She's trying to see which one she likes, and you got to be the coolest one with the best things, with the coolest words, the best pictures. Forget all that. I take them off the site and I directly get to talking to them, get to translating. And I did that with multiple girls. Like I said, I was writing approximately 20 girls when I first started. And then I break it down based on, how they responded. Was it fake? Was it a fast response? Did they give me the sad stories about their grandma? Did they, you got to weed through that. And my success rate was just very, very high for Ukraine Date, being the only black guy. My options were crazy. Then when I say I'm coming to your country, they're all so excited. They're all trying to. So it's steps, man. It's steps to the process.
Wow, incredible. I got a super chat here. Shout out to Mr. JX is coming through today, man. Appreciate JX, man, for the 5th or 4th one today. Thank you, JX, for the support. He says here, Donald, how accepting would a Ukraine girl be staying as a girlfriend and not a wife? So I think he's saying, basically, if you got a girl you really, really like, all right, you've been with her for like 5 years, 4 years, is she expecting you to put a finger on that, or is she happy to be a girlfriend forever and not your wife, brother?
So we're going to go back. So I'll give you two answers. Over here, you're a man. So a lot of men, I've seen them wife up the woman. Okay. But if you're a bachelor like me, you don't have to. I can eternally have girlfriends. I've had girls that have been in my life 10 years. I didn't put a ring on them. This is not the West. This is not the West. You're going to rush me to put a ring on you when you know what kind of man I am? A ring? When you met me, you saw I had different women. When you start to love me, you knew I go to different, like you, I'm me. So for me, no one's expecting me to put a ring on them. No, I don't dangle it over their head. I don't say, hey, you're the kind of girl I could marry. I don't lie to women. I don't give them hope. There's a good chance I'm going to send them their pink slips. They will be fired within 2 years. So I'm not going to lie to no woman. Now, if our relationship goes good, they go beyond the 2. I don't have to put a ring on it. What did I say earlier? My closest female I have to me, asset wise and loyal, I put her on my insurance. What I got to put a ring on for? I help her get property. She's gone everywhere with me. She has an investment with me in the USA. We have an LLC. Like, this is stuff she don't care about. We was talking about earlier. Ukraine girls don't care about this stuff. But I treat my girls as if they're my wife. If they pass a certain time with me, they've had experiences. I felt the love. We've done a lot of things together. Yes, I do put them on paper to be taken care of. So no one's asking for a ring. Normal relationships with normal men, I'm sure the woman wants a ring at some point, but I'm not a normal man. That's for y'all. So you guys, when you come over here and you find your woman, make sure you have a ring put up. You get married. You have a baby. But me, I don't have to do that. So no, women do not walk around here saying, I've been a girlfriend too long. I haven't heard that. Like, one of the girls like, you haven't married me, but I'm like, no, I haven't married anyone. I don't have to. Like, it's not a discussion we having. Like, right? So do you need a husband, or do you want the security that I've given you? Which a lot of these guys around here, they're a husband. They don't have insurance policies. They can't put real estate. They don't put girls' money in their accounts. Like, they don't take care of their moms. Like, I do stuff that a husband would do. So none of my girls are complaining about why you're not choosing me. Right now, they're trying to make sure they get chose. So I'm not, those questions is not that's gonna, right? That's gonna derail their opportunity. So I don't really get that, me personally. But other men, I believe they do. I believe they do. I talk to other men who have girlfriends and they got to make sure they get the flowers, Woman's Day, this. They got to make sure they're taking care of the girl, and they got to keep her happy and don't want to upset her. And they want to marry her. Yeah, I don't have that kind of energy. I don't really feel like I have to marry, like, no. Sometimes when you go get fish and chips, you don't just get one fish, do you?
Brother, so another question here, right? So now I want to know more about the beauty of Ukrainian women, right? Because I've heard for many years that region, Russia, Ukraine, has some of the most beautiful women in the entire world, right? Particularly amongst white women, right? So, brother, I know you've been with many different women, right? Would you say that overall, the average Ukrainian woman is a stunner? And would you say that Ukrainian women are the best looking white women on planet Earth?
The number one country.
Damn.
Latvia will give you bang for your buck. You get over there, Latvia, check, but it's just the Ukrainian women. They're not, even the Russian women. I mean, that's the reason why Trump has had two different Eastern European wives, Ivanka and Melanie. He knows what's up. So when I got over here, man, before I got over here, just writing the responses of women. I had white women in Texas. My girlfriends were all white, and the funny part. The funny part was that when I went to Crimea for 1 month, I had never seen and kissed and touched and had such beauty that desired me.
Damn.
It's like I had season tickets to go to the uni to watch the football team. And when I go down to the uni, as a 36, 37-year-old man, I do look at the 19-year-old girls walking around in shorts with the uni teacher. Like, I look at them. I may see one at work I like, but it's rare for you to go to a university at 30 or 40 and a lot of girls like you. Yeah, that's not going to happen. You're a professor. Only a few girls like you. Like, not every. So when you come over here, it's like, man, it's like being at a uni, and I'm an old man, but they see me as like they want me. So it's like, I can't understand how women 22, 23, 24, this beautiful, long hair, beautiful sea color eyes like the sea, the Mediterranean Sea, the Red Sea, not the Black Sea. We're talking about blue seas with like 3 to 18 different blue colors in it. You can see it in their eyes. You can see clear blue eyes. You can see flawless skin, not a lot of bumps on the skin like Western women with all that makeup and bad food. You can see flawless bodies. You don't see the fupa. You see women with flat stomachs. And it's like, what the hell? This beauty here is unmatched. Then you see moms looking so beautiful and makeup done at the store. Her hair is done. In America, the women are putting on a bonnet. They're walking in the store in a pajama with no bra, and their breast is going left to right like it's two pigs fighting in a blanket. And you're like, why did you walk out looking like this? But here, no. It's the opposite. So the beauty of the women here amazed me the first month I was here, not only with the women I'm dating, but as I'm walking around, I'm holding hands to a beautiful woman. I'm like, wow. And they're looking at me, I'm looking at them, and I'm looking at my girl like, oh, you're on borrowed time. Like, wow, I'm in trouble. That's how I feel every day. The same way I felt then, you can see it in my face as I'm talking to you now. I feel that today. When I go to the gym tomorrow, I'm going to see Anastasia. I'm going to see Bogdana. I'm going to get smiles, and I'm going to see the beauty I can smile. And I'm like, wow, this is what I get every day. So yes, they are unmatched. They're the most beautiful woman in the world. They're the most beautiful Slavic women because there's so many Slavic cultures. But they're thin, they're beautiful. They have that Russian beauty, Ukrainian beauty. They have more beauty than the Poland girls. They have a different culture here, so they're softer with their beauty. Russian women, they've been going to New York for years. Russian women have been in different places in the movies. Russian women, and their beauty has been in New York and LA. Ukrainian women, they've been the hidden jewel that the Turkish men liked. There's all kind of Turkish series of the Ottoman Empire. They'd have 300 wives. Their favorite wives were the Ukrainian wives. It's all in Ukrainian and Turkish Ottoman Empire history. That anybody who had a harem, like the Mongols, when they got to Crimea, some of his wives were Crimean. Every emperor roamed them. They all had to have Crimean or Ukrainian wives in the harem. That says a lot. So when I got here, being the king that I am, with my own empire, I created my harem. I filled it up with Ukrainian women. They're the most beautiful women there is. So I'm my own king. I come over here and I did the same thing the Mongols did, the Ottoman Empire did. I did the same thing. I come over here and I say, you know what? I'd like to have a harem full of nothing but beautiful women. And you get the most beautiful women here. You fall in love. I could have fell in love with the first, the second, the third, the fourth in that month. I did fall in love. I fell in love with all four of them. They all became my girlfriends when I moved here for years. You can't tell me that beauty that it's like in the movies. Like, okay, gentlemen, the same women, Tom Cruise, Tom Brady, Leonardo DiCaprio, Johnny Depp, these guys all want these treasures, but they wait for them to come to Miami. They wait for them to come to LA. They wait for other men to touch the product before they get it. Nah, I want that raw, uncut, pure. So I go all the way to the Colombian mountains, to Peru, to talk to the growers, to the people who grow. I go to the Afghan mountains to talk to the growers.
Classic. Absolute fucking classic, bruv. Oh my gosh. Absolute classic. Oh my goodness. So, but let me ask this right. So, when it comes to okay, so Bobby, so you're only dealing with actually let me see my question is so big. Give me 1 minute, bro. So okay. So brother, now tell me right, how would you go about it? So let's say you got a brother, a passport bro, who's going to Ukraine for the first time. Are there specific spots where he should go to meet classy, high value woman? Is it the library, bro? Is it, brunches? Is it, a certain mall in Kyiv, right? Give me specific spots, brother, in Kyiv where, okay, go there, bro, go to that spot specifically. You meet women there who get their laptops out and are typing in or studying for something. Cold approach them. Is it Starbucks? Is it Costa Coffee? Is it McDonald's? Give me spots specifically, bro. Spots.
Okay, so the hot spots is very simple. Anywhere. This is why you don't have a car. You walk now and you go to the city center, you walk outside your apartment, you can go any freaking where, gentlemen. You're gonna get the eye contact, which is the initiator. You're gonna Starbucks is not popping here. There is no Starbucks. There's a Starbucks in Russia, but there's no Starbucks here. But they got 8,000 coffee places, and women here love coffee. So daily coffee walks, and you get something sweet at the same time. Women love that. They do that every day with their friends. They do that with men. You always see women walking around. I see girls in my apartment walking around with different guys around the park because I could look all the way down there. So that's normal. If you would ask me a specific place to go to, once you get here, you get yourself cleaned up, you get out, you put your bags up, you got your phone, you got your dress, you're dressed up a little bit, you spray yourself down, maybe go take a shower, G up, make sure your hair is not crazy, and you get out. The moment you're in the elevator, you're gonna start getting attention. So it's just a matter of you finding a place where you can sit down, order you a drink, maybe smoke some Calion, look at the street, because you're gonna see nothing but girls walking by. You're gonna see nothing but people walking by. So you get a feel of, hey, okay, I just want to test, see how everything is. See the men, watch the girls. Oh, so I probably shouldn't be here. I should probably be on the street. I probably shouldn't be in a cafe hiding behind a wall somewhere. I should probably be in the street where there's so many girls walking by. They're stopping to talk to me. Some are, you know, I seen a black guy get on a scooter and just ride around. It's people like, here's a black, like, so it's nothing for you to find any place that you're at as a hot spot. Yes, coffee is everywhere. There's lots of cafes like in Eastern Europe or Italy that's sitting on the street. You can watch people walk by. People do that all the time. So you don't have to worry about finding a specific spot. Once you come to Kyiv, you come outside dressed, clean, smelling good. I promise you, gentlemen, it's going to be a different situation than the West. Everything's more closed in. It's like a big city. So you can just walk around and get attention, get numbers, get Telegram, get Instagrams. You can find a walking partner. You can find a translator. And you can find all of that from just being social, not sitting in the club, not sitting in the cafe, but just walking around. You don't need to find a library. There's plenty of girls sitting outside with their computers with their books out. You don't need to find a library. There's going to be sweet girls everywhere. You ask me on Patreon, how do you tell the 304s from the, I'm like, man, sweet women with low body counts, they still dress up in skirts and go hang out with their girlfriends. So they're not 304s. They just got a time out. Women here love to dance. They love to socialize. So there's a lot of girls out all the time. It doesn't mean you have to be in a club. It doesn't mean you have to ask her to dance. No, you can be outside the club. You can be outside the coffee shop. You can walk anywhere. So that's one thing about here is that you don't have to look for libraries. You don't have to hunt. Just be seen, and you're gonna get some opportunities. So I've said that like 2 or 3 times. Every spot is a hot spot, IP. Every spot is a hot spot, buddy. That's one thing you learn when you get here. You're like, you know what? To hell with the car. There's no way I would get a car, man. They can't see me. Like the way I'm code approached out in the open, I never want to get a car, right? So that's one of the experiences that you'll get here, is that there's so many people walking around. That's just how it is. They're on the scooters, they're walking, they're very out and social. They do that here. Where in the West, people are just going to the store. People are just going to the club. And they're just trying to get there. And anything else is in the way. So that's why the girls are walking real cold in their mini skirts. They're unapproachable. Here, the girls got on the right jacket. They're taking their time. They're talking to everybody. They enjoy being outside. In the West, women trying to get to the car. They walk in, they try to get, in those big thighs and those little heels. Their feet hurt. Like, nah. Here, the women are comfortable. They wear it all the time. It's just different. It's different, gentlemen. So my brother came here. I brought him here for 2 weeks. I paid for my brother to come here to visit, to stay with me. I got him his own apartment inside my building. He had an apartment downstairs. So he came in December, but by him being my brother, all he had to do was just go with me. There's another tall black guy here. So we go to cafes. I had different girls that wanted to take us different places to be seen with us and stuff. So it wasn't hard for him to get attention or to get access to females because he was the second black guy here. So, it's not very hard, gentlemen. You don't have to go to a lot of crazy places. You don't have to spend a lot of money. People are very social here. People are very, they're outside and stuff like that. They're very active. Let me use that word. So, yeah, it's a lot of hot spots. Just go to the city center. you know, and you're gonna get chosen. You're gonna get chosen. Let me say that.
So, Ukrainian women, good looking, but they're still Becky's, right? They're still snow bunnies, okay? And we know that on average in the West, snow bunnies do not age well. Okay, it's kind of a common theme that they just don't age well compared to black women and Asian chicks, right? Is that a fair? Does that assessment also apply to Ukrainian chicks? Do you feel like they expire after a certain age? They lose their looks. They just age horribly, brother. Have you noticed that, bro?
So snow bunnies in America, they have a different stress level than the Slavic European hare. See, them fat snow bunnies, them snow bunnies that's been in that jungle, they react different. Their bodies, the climate, the culture, than the white Slavic hares in the mountains of Europe. It's just different, brother. I look at the babushkas sometimes and I say, okay, yeah, when we get super old, you're not going to be very pretty. But if you're pushing 40, 41, 42, 45, 50, and you're still very pretty, you're still very thin, you still wear thongs when you go on vacation with your European friends, you're looking very attractive. There's no stretch marks. These women here look very good, very shapely because they have gyms, they have culture, they have walking, they don't have fast foods, they have years of dull food. So they have, you asked me on the Patreon, the Slavic women here, they love beauty. So what's their surgical? They get a lot of surgical surgeries and BBLs and tits and breast and lips and everything. And I was like, no, they spend a lot of money here on beauty, but they get the lip filler, but the women that they don't do that. The older women may get their breasts done, but they don't do a lot of surgery lifts and all that kind of stuff. The women just take care of themselves very good. Lots of salons, lots of facials, lots of nails, getting their hair done. So they age quite well. They age quite well than American women who have drugs, divorces, kids. These women here are aging very well because they don't go through the same trauma as the snow bunny over there. These white Slavic hares are not snow bunnies. They're hares. And a hare is different than a bunny. And this pure Slavic woman is just different. For some reason, it's different. But I got you there. There's some women age bad. I do pay attention to the babushkas, but they're super old. But outside of that, in that mid-range frame from 30 to 50 something, you got some good-looking women in shape, very pretty, very sexual. They're just the opposite. I've had older women in America. I've had older women here. It's the opposite. I do not mind looking at what I have here. I love the fact they're aging gracefully. And again, you know, they don't have drugs here, so women don't do cocaine and all this stuff. Like the wear and tear on the women doesn't happen here. So that's my answer.
Okay, brother. Again, I'm working on your time. How you feeling, bro?
I'm feeling real good.
Okay,
I'm
you let me
feeling
know if
real
you.
good.
Okay,
Can I take 1 minute to let the kids out?
of course, bro.
And then I'll be right back to continue right now. Okay.
No problem. No problem.
Perfect.
Classic, brothers. If you want to hear the explicit X-rated version in regards to Ukrainian women, I'm gonna tell you to go and join the Patreon. I'll be dropping part 1 this week. Part 1, basically, the brother did a 5-hour talk on the Patreon. Crazy intel as to how freaky and how downright dirty Ukrainian chicks get down in the bedroom. It shocked me, brothers. Okay, I had some crazy things there. I'm telling you, go and join the Patreon. Okay, and wait for part 1 to drop this week. Then part 2 will drop next week, and then part 3 will drop the following week. Okay, because 5 hours is a lot of intel and a lot of information. So we got to split it into separate clips. Part 1 dropping this week, part 2 dropping next week, part 3 dropping the week after. Join the Patreon, man. There should be a lot more Patreon subscribers. You have over 100 videos on crypto, stocks, how freaky Japanese women are, Brazilian, Russian. We have intel on Colombian, Thai, things that you need to know as men before you go to any country, bro. We touch upon that on the Patreon, right?
I mean, we have another new country coming in the Patreon as well, coming very soon. Okay, make sure you go and join that Patreon. I'm gonna leave a link to the Patreon in the live stream chat. Go and join the Patreon, man. Okay, the Patreon's got everything you need. Okay, right, there you go, man. Go and check out the Patreon. Go and check out. Once again, if you need to have the, we have the Japan streams coming up. We have the Germany streams coming up, and the Spain streams coming up. Those will only be on Twitch and Kick. So if you're not following me on Twitch and Kick, I suggest you do, because you don't want to miss those streams. Okay, you don't want to miss those streams. All right, so make sure you check that out. So let's carry on here, brother. But just to move it away from the woman part one bit, right?
Okay.
And I know we touched upon racism, right? But the N-word use, right? Is that something that you're called commonly, or your black friends are commonly in Kyiv, Ukraine? Do they just call black people like that every time, or it's just very rare? It's been very rare, but you've been called that.
So in 13 years now, I've only been called it one time. That was in Crimea the first month I was there. And that was from a teenager who was trying to call me 50 Cent. So he didn't say nigga, he said nigger, 50 Cent. And I was like, that was the first time, and never before. I'm from Texas, so I've heard it before, but never abroad or anything like that. And he didn't, I'm from Texas. So whether we're hearing it with a strong ER, whether we're hearing it from a racist standpoint, I've heard it. So I'm from Texas, where I've heard it, I've felt it, right? So when you come here, they don't have the same meaning behind it. They've never had black people here, slavery. They don't have the same meaning as someone from Texas saying it. So if the one time I heard it, it was from a teenager, and he was trying to relate to me. Like, I've heard a guy say, "Oh, Mike Tyson." I'm like, I'm not Mike. I'm not big like Mike. Don't look like Mike. But to him, that's his relation to me. What he's seen on TV was Mike Tyson. He liked Mike Tyson. Do you know Mike Tyson? I know you do, because you're black. I like Mike Tyson. You look like Mike Tyson. I feel like it's just like it's how they want to relate. So, Michael Jordan. I'm not Michael Jordan. Do you play? I'm like, no, I don't play. So it's how they relate. So the racism part is zero, meaning that these Slavic people don't have any history to hate. It's not like the UK. It's not like America, where blacks have been there in the culture, built the country, fought in the wars, did this, and people still are angry with them, still call them niggers. So that's not here. So blacks here are on TV and the music. Blacks here, to them, they don't see crime. They don't see all that. Like, they hear about it. Like, we discussed at the party the other night. The guy was asking me about why certain black people live in neighborhoods with crime, and is it just the blacks? Like, he clearly didn't know. I'm like, hey, it's normal. It's not just blacks. Like, it's everywhere. Crime is everywhere. But they don't know. So if a person don't know, they don't have that energy for hate. They're more like, what sport did you play? What country you from? What city you from? Like, to them, that's way more important than your blackness. We have a problem with that. We're the ones who come here looking for the racist words. Not me personally. I didn't look for that, but we as black men, when we travel, we look for the same racism we have at home. That's why I say travel alone. Don't bring your Western friend, because he's going to bring the same thoughts you have to the East. Don't bring it, because then you can be surprised that as one black man, how much love and attention and respect you get. And you won't have any Western thought. I don't walk down the street and think, man, that someone's gonna be racist towards me today. Like, no, I'm getting smiles, attention, numbers, attention. Like, I'm getting respect from men. So no, racism is at a zero. Now, I know I've had African friends who have stories, but they put themselves out at all these clubs in small cities and big cities, There's drunk guys. They're talking to guys, girls they probably shouldn't be talking to. Like there's certain things that happen, right? And so sometimes African guys have a story or two. But me, I can't tell you that across the board, racism, this is not Germany. This is not the USA. These people here have not seen a black person or a dark skin unless they were like a student. So they don't even, if you're coming around here, you got a nice car, you got a business, like they want to know who you are. It's nothing bad about it. So racism is at a zero.
Okay.
At
Let's
a
follow
zero.
to follow up from that, brother, right? So you're a black man walking around and dating beautiful Ukrainian chicks, right? How do Ukrainian men feel about that? Because in other countries, bro, some dudes will feel some type of way, and unfortunately, that has led to deletions, right? That's led to lives lost, brothers getting beaten up, brother. So, brother, have you ever felt hatred from Ukrainian men because you're dating their woman? Any weird looks, any sort of sly talk towards you, to a point where you might have had to fight them, or they wanted to fight you because you're with their woman. It's basically any sort of hatred towards your brother, right? From Ukrainian dudes, so for dating a woman. It's very important, bro, because being a black guy in a country where there isn't much black men there, you're dating the top-notch white woman in a white country, bro. Break it down for me, brother.
Okay, so this is the Western thought coming again. So I don't have Western thoughts. I don't have Western problems. I don't have Western. No. Okay, so as a man, I do quite well. So when I'm here, I look at competition as not being any black man, because there's none here. My competition is the young 24-year-old or the old 50-year-old rich guy or the young 24-year-old hot guy. My competition is them. My competition is never some black. So other men look at me as being like, they think and they know I probably have more action than them. There's Ukrainian guys that ask me many times, come out with me, because I do better at women with them than them. There's Uzbekistan guys, Russian guys. They ask me to come out and have drinks with them because I do better at women than them. That's not hate. Once again, let me give you the scenario: 5-1, women to men. Men are outnumbered here. So most men here already have a woman, and there's a lot of women they can't touch. Or if a single guy, he has options. It's a lot of women he can't touch. So me, it's just different. So it's just different. So I never experienced any racism from guys saying, "Oh, you're dating all of our women," because in America, sometimes when you date a snow bunny, that's a white girl other white men don't want. Unless you're a football star or something like that, maybe you have access to a white girl other white men want. But I come here and I date women that the other white men would want. I have access to that. A lot of people don't. But I think that I don't get any rude comments like my buddies, like my Russian buddies or my Ukrainian guy friends. They come up to me and tell me like they'll translate, "Oh, this girl likes you. This girl likes you. Like, hey, come out with me tomorrow night, man. There's gonna be a lot of girls there." Like they get more results from the Western guy than them being Ukrainian guys, because they're set in the culture. They're used to that. The women are used to them. They got the same clothes. They don't have a flair to them. They don't have a crazy hairstyle or crazy stories, or they just left America. They just left New York. They're just basic guys. So they get basic type. We're not basic guys, so we don't get a basic reaction. So sometimes they want to be closer to me. They want to hang out with the Western guys and get that experience, because it's a different experience when you walk to the bars and the clubs. It's a different experience. So I don't get hate from Ukrainian guys here. I get questions. Like, Ukrainian guys don't ask me questions. It's usually guys from a different country who work here. They're the ones who have bad luck with women. And so they're always questioning me. Taxi drivers. Like, hey, how do I do this? Just talk to more girls. But what if they don't like Uzbekistan guys? I say they do. Every taxi driver is always talking to some Ukrainian girl. They always have their phone. So there's no hate. I get no hate. I get more questions. I get more support. There's no hate. Women, men, there's so many women here. There's not a man walking around, "Why are you with our women?" Like, they don't have time for that, man. These men do not have time for that. They're not haters in that way. They're like, "Hey, you're a pretty cool guy, man. You're cool." They don't care how many women you got. They'll turn around and be like, "I can only handle one. I don't know how you do that." They don't understand. You come over here with a player mentality, or you have access to women, or you have, you know, experiences. Sometimes these guys are they're monogamous, good cultured men, and they don't understand. So they don't come with hate. They just come with, you got the aura, you got the energy, you got the glow. It is what it is. I like to hang out with you. I like you. I like talking to you. I like when we go out. I like, so then there's never any hate. I've never received not one city. And I showed you some pictures the other day, man. I showed you me and some Colombian girls in Turkey, all by the pool. I showed
Yep.
you some girls. I showed you some Colombian. I showed you the Ukrainian girls, like three hanging out on the terrace. Like, I walk in the clubs with that, and I don't get any, you know. Or if I go to dinner with the classy lady, it's just a man and a woman having dinner. I don't get hate, buddy. I don't get hate, even if it's a young girl, 21, 22. We're out. No hate. There's too many women out. The men are busy with each other or with other women. There's too many options for men to be mad at me about what I'm doing. Does that make sense? The culture is
Perfect
not like
sense.
that. The culture is not like that at all. You know, I could imagine, you know, yeah, it's not like that. It's not like in Colombia they're getting mad at Western men. Like, you know, it's not like that. It's not a big culture of passport bros here to ruin it for me, because passport bros are temporary. I'm a permanent resident. So there's nothing passport about me when I have a picture with my black face on it with Ukrainian words on it and an ID. So my experiences are as if I live here, not as if I'm a passport bro. So I don't get hate from the men because they see me as someone who live here. Now, if I'm a passport bro, that might be different.
Yes. Shout out to JX for the support. He says here, question to you, Donald. He says here, if Mexican woman gave you worship, then why settle in Ukraine, Donald? What was Mexico lacking versus Ukraine? That's a good question.
So I'm from Texas, my friend. Everybody in Texas mess with Mexican women. We got Mexican women like, you know, New York got rats. I run through Western women. You got the Chicano women who were born and raised in Texas. You got the women who were born in Mexico. You got Texas is full of Mexican women. We get tired of that. That's our option when we don't want a white girl and we don't want a black. We mess with Mexican women. So I've had so many Mexican women. My first girlfriend when I came home from prison was a fat Mexican girl. I made sure she was fat and unattractive. Why? Because I came home and I didn't want a hot. I had them I was having sex with. But a woman who loved me, I made sure she was sort of big. She was fat. I was a little embarrassed about her. When we went out, she wore shorts and stuff, but that's what I wanted. Then I got with another Mexican woman, and I had other hot women too. But I know Mexican women like I know my own back skin. My brother has kids with a Mexican woman. My cousin has kids with a Mexican woman. I married a Mexican woman. I used to go down deep into Mexico. I used to get in trouble because my wife was a güera. She was white. She had white skin, red hair. But in deep in Tampico of Mexico, where she was from, they were all dark skinned Mexicans. So when I would go visit her, I'd take my car from Texas and I would go down to deep in Mexico and I start dating other women. And she would find out because they would say, there's a black guy riding around town with a güera in the car. And she's a güera. And she was like, I'm at home with my mom. And she was like, you found another white Mexican? You couldn't find a dark one? Like, I know what I like. So I don't care if I'm in Mexico. I've had so many Mexican women, I had to retire from them like I retired from BW Airlines. I don't fly BW Airlines, and I stopped Black Women Airlines in 2008. I had so many Mexican women, I had to stop that in 2012. And then when I went to Guatemala for 3 months, I got some more Latin women. I was just in Guatemala for 3 months in 2022. I did quite well from the surrounding countries as well. So I didn't need to be overserved because I've been served my whole life. I'm still getting served over here. I'm just saying that there was a level that the Mexican women went to because they know how to cook foods I like. They don't know how to cook foods I like here, so that's a check against them. It doesn't make them worse, but I'm in their country. In Mexico, is food I like. She know how to make bean tortillas. She know how to make the avocado, cut the meat up. It was spicy, peppers, jalapenos. Like, I love a Mexican woman cooking for me like that because I love the food. But then my woman fat. My Mexican woman got a little stomach. My Western woman, she like, You gotta sacrifice certain things. That good eating, having a black woman, you get a fat black woman. That good eating, having a Mexican woman, you get a fat Mexican woman. So when I got over here and the food's not so great, that means my woman gonna stay thin. And they can still serve me, and I can serve myself. So it's not about women that serve me well. The Thai girls serve me well. I didn't go to Thailand. I got Thai jewelry from Thailand. I got stuff from Thailand. I got all kind of stuff from Asian artwork and stuff. I got all kind of. I had a connection over there, but you don't see me in Thailand because I was treated well over there. I'm treated well wherever I go. I chose the Ukrainian women over the Mexican women because I've had so many Mexican women. They don't turn out to be the best looking women as they get older either. They get big with the babies. My Mexican woman wanted me to have a baby. I didn't want one. She needed one. She was a little bit older than me. It's a lot of stuff. Mexican women want to have babies fast. I've watched my cousins and my brothers and my friends have babies with them, and it derailed their whole path, their whole journey. I watched it happen. I'm going to go do the same thing after I've protected myself all these years? No, I can have that. I can taste that. I can test drive that. But I can move on from that. Like women like to graduate from marriage. They like to graduate. I graduate from some of these women. I graduate from black women. I graduated from Mexican women. I'm graduating out here. I'm doing what y'all wish y'all could do. I already did that. I already had 3, 4, 5 Mexican girlfriends. I went down to Colombia and had even more. So that's not a problem for me. I'm black skin. I can switch over to Espanol just as fast as I can switch over to Ruski. So I got the gift. Nah, man. When I go to Mexico, I'm still served. When I go to South America, I'm still served. So I'm just being honest with you. Like this is YouTube. The same way I pulled up my phone the other day and I showed you Russian women, I had to scan because there were so many women. I can do the same thing with the Colombian girls. I can do the same thing with the Guatemalan girls. I can show you 15 of them, 20 of them easily in my phone. And the same way, scantily clad and all that kind of stuff. And you're like, okay, darling, okay. Because I showed you Guatemala. I was in the mountains. I showed you, right? I showed you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not lying. Like I have that, my friend. So listen, gentlemen. Some of us was blessed before we made our moves. See, a lot of you guys, y'all not blessed in your country. You having bad results. You having bad women, so you got to leave. You got a bad job. You got bad energy. You're not advancing. You want to be felt like a king. I was good when I was there. I just took my services to South Beach. I just took my services to Ukraine. I just took my services. I'm good, gentlemen. Mexican women serve their purpose in my life, and they still do. I get women to serve me. It's just there's levels of the serving. So, yes, I can afford to move on from that, and I can always go back. Remember, wow. I'm an unmarried man. I'm a bachelor. I get money. I'm taking care of myself. I got high insurance policies on myself. I take care of myself. I'm a catch. I'm a catch. That's why I don't have a website. That's why I'm not on a podcast. That's why I don't have to tell everybody all that. I live this lifestyle. I know my value. That's why I can't sleep with every woman. That's why I can't have sex with every woman. I can't take every woman home. I'm worth something. For you guys that are worth something, sometimes you will move on from the women who are good to you. I've had many good women because those are the kind of women I choose. So I don't have a lot of stories of drama, bad women, situations, money stole, robbed, fighting me, arguing, jealousies. Nah, gentlemen, I choose better. I choose.
So Donald, do you check your social medias, DMs, and your phones of your girlfriends, like who they're talking to? You check their and do they check your phone to see? Okay, you talk to another girl, but are you like that? Do you check their like who you talking to on Instagram or on Facebook Messenger, and did you check their phones, brother?
No, I've only checked one phone in my whole life. I checked the phone of an ex-girlfriend one night. We were up partying all night in Texas, doing what party people do. And I woke up and I got in her phone, and I knew I shouldn't have, but I found something I didn't want to see. Earlier that day, she was blowing some guy on a boat earlier, and he had all the information. Thank you for taking care of me, being on your knees. But when I read that, I had her as a girlfriend. I had other girlfriends, and I was good. But
was she Mexican? Was she Ukrainian?
She was white. When I read that in America, I never went to another woman's phone again, because that right there was the first time that I saw that one of my women was actually, So that wasn't normal, but I know that she was one of my party girls. So going through a girl's phone, I never have to because I'm me. So when I got over here, I've never ever feared or worried about. We talked about this on Patreon. Them having guy friends, me going through their phones. Man, these girls. From the moment I was writing them in Austin or Texas, and I was writing Eastern European girls, I saw that these Eastern European girls had the same boring lifestyle, even more boring than the Colombian girls. They don't go out dancing every night. They don't have the money. They don't have that spicy culture. They were just boring, pretty girls. Eastern Europe was full of a lot of boring, pretty girls who took violin lessons, piano lessons. Now they're outside of school, still living with mom, no job, no opportunities, no boyfriend, just beautiful, can't afford a gym membership. And I'm sitting here talking to like 5 or 6 of them. So I started getting them gym memberships, writing them, taking lingerie. Like, it's just different. So I didn't have to come here and be all raw. Who's your male friend? No more male friends. Come home at night at 5 o'clock. No more going out with your girl. Like, no, these boring girls, you can come over here and be a dictator, but for what? They're up under you. They're at the gym with you all day. They go with you to the store. You're together. It's me that wants to get out the house and go see other girls. My girls will always want to be up under me. I'm the Western guy come to their country. They want to be up under me. So I know their schedule. I know that there's no guys hitting on them and talking to them and trying to pick them up for lunch and brunch. I know that doesn't happen here. That's the West. I know my girl in America, she likes a guy at work. I know there's guys like, these girls don't be having jobs and stuff, man. So a lot of the stuff Western women go through, as a man, you can just come here and chill because you're like, man, I got a beautiful woman, access to beautiful women who don't give me none of that Western stuff. So I don't have to worry about who they're talking to, going through their phones, and vice versa. I give my phones to my girls sometimes when I'm lazy because I'm like, hey, man, get this from the store. Their telegrams, they know we'll send my telegrams. They know my pictures. Like, every picture I showed you was multiple girls. So you know my girls know what's up. You know.
Yeah, but hold on, Donald. Do they ask you, hey, Donald, can we check your phone? Have you ever had that question from any Ukrainian woman in your time? She wants to check your phone? Ever?
These girls know I have girls at my house and stuff. So sometimes the girls will be like, I'd rather you go to a club than be at home. Like, when I have a girl in a different city, I say, why are you mad at me? I'm not at the club. She's like, it's worse. You have girls at your house. I'd rather you be at the club. And I laugh. That's the little jealousy I get. Because no, they don't check my phone. They know what's going on. They know it's going to be other women. Like, I'm a bachelor. I have girls sending me pictures all day. Like, you saw a lot of my pictures, the girls didn't have clothes on. Like, I get it all day from this country, other countries. I'm a bachelor. I'm a man. I'm not a simp. I don't pay for this stuff. Y'all pay for this stuff. Y'all at home tipping tokens and paying for this. I get it free. Women walk around, all these pictures and stuff, these nude women, these nude hot girls and stuff, walk around in lingerie, and that, those pictures are free. They're mine. That's what y'all pay for. Y'all pay $8.99 a month for that, $500 for that picture. Hairless and no hair. We talked about that on Patreon. Do they have hair or no hair? I showed you.
Yeah. Keep it PG, yeah? Okay.
I'm staying up top, but I'm just telling you to your listeners when I answer your question, sometimes I got to answer from an average guy, then I got to answer for myself. So my passion to come out because you know I pee. But yes, I can give girls my phone and then they know what's up. Like, they know what's up. I tell them, hey, man, write this girl, tell her I'm coming to her place this weekend and make sure everything's good. Like, sometimes I don't have to do it. When I go see other girls, I didn't pack my own bags a lot of times.
Yeah. So
that's too much information. I'm sorry. But no, so nobody goes through my phone. I don't go through anyone's phone. There's a trust aspect here. Girls here are not into that jealousy thing here. And I know a lot of girls here know that their men are surrounded by women, but they're not like, what did you do today? Who'd you talk to? Like, you grow up with women here. So women don't have time to be jealous when all their friends are pretty. The guys grow up like this. So it's me who's excited to be here, but the average guy is normal. So the girls don't have that, hey, I got to protect my Western guy. Now, if you're a guy, you come over here, you get a wife, or you get a baby, she may act like that. When I was out last night with the guy from UK, his wife knew he was out having a drink with me, which some wives are not comfortable with that. Some are because they know me. But she did call him, and he had on speaker. because sometimes he was trying to expose to me how his girl talks to him. When I put her on speaker, he was like, "Damn, do you like that?" Yeah, that's how they talk to me. His was like, "Why are you not home? Where are you at?" And he's like, "I'm still having a drink." So yes, some of those women can be like that over their men, but he can't. That's just how it is. But some men like me, they know. They. Is any girls going through Leonardo DiCaprio's phone?
Nope.
Like they know he has a bunch, like he come home with 3 or 4. Like, why go to the phone when she's here, right here? You don't have to go to my phone. She's here.
So let me ask you, brother, right? So now I know Ukraine is a majority white country, and I know we touched upon it on Patreon, but that was the explicit part, right? But would you want the Patreon to hear that raw explicit intel? But I want to know, brother, right? Are there any other races of women out there in Ukraine that we can indulge in? Because I'll be honest with you, right? So some dudes ain't too big on white women. Some dudes want a Kazakhstani chick. They want a Japanese chick. They want a half Ukrainian, half Japanese, half Ukrainian, half Asian. They want a Blasian. Can we find other races of women there in Ukraine, brother? Or it's only mostly white women? So deal with it.
Okay, so don't come to Ukraine if you're looking for hyenas. Don't come to Ukraine if you're looking for black jaguars. This is the white hares in the European mountains. You're only hunting for one animal. Now, you want a mixture of women, then go to another country. Here, the only mixture you're going to see the most of is you see a lot of pure Slavic Ukrainian girls. You see some Russian girls. You see some girls, which I've met, that their dads are black and their mom is Ukrainian. That's normal here. I may have met maybe 4 or 5. I've had 2 work with me. There's a beautiful one here in Ukraine. She's very tall. She's a model. They have black African dads and Ukrainian. So they're rare, but you'll see them. You can tell by their hair. You can tell by their skin color. Like, man, girl, you got a black daddy. So that's normal. Or, that's like one thing. So outside of that, you're not going to see anybody else. You may see a couple of Nigerians. You think they're visiting. They may be visiting family. But no, I told you before when you asked me, have I dated any other woman here in Ukraine? I told you, you asked me, have I dated any black women over here? And I told you only students. I didn't lie. I dated a doctor, 2 doctors. So if they were a student and a doctor, okay, I may date them. If it's just a BW over here, she's not even on my radar. No, I'm being honest. Like I count like 1 or 2 a year. I'll be in the car with a Ukrainian girl. Like, hey, I go a black lady, but she's not. I can see her big old butt, her jeans. Like she looks like she's from Nigeria, Africa. She's over here, and she's here to visit. She can't be. She's not here for school. She's not an American woman. She's not from UK. She looks like an African, lady, but she doesn't look like a student. So when I see those big old ass, I mean, the big body, the thighs, and I say, okay, boom. But outside of that, no. I've dated a very, very attractive Moroccan dentist student, very attractive from Morocco. And I dated a semi-attractive, very fine Nigerian girl who's working on her MD. So that's one from Gym, one from Tinder. So I won't do it because it's like an automatic hit on Tinder. If they're black, they always say yeah. And I don't do that. If you black, you don't automatically get me on Tinder. That's not the way it goes. No. But on the reverse, because I'm the only black, I'm getting hit all the time from black girls all the time. So the reverse side, but yeah, there are different women here, but not as much. You're going to get pure Slavic women, and that's all you're going to get. Now, they may have some that look Siberian. They may have some that be a little Russian, boom, but they're still, but when it comes to Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, only the men come here. If they're married and they get their wives and the kids here, that's one thing. But usually it's just men. They come here to be taxi drivers, work in restaurants. So they come here and they get with Ukrainian women too. So Ukrainian women is like I said, when I'm going to Turkey, every time I go to Turkey, I hit the plane full of Ukrainian women. Full of Ukrainian women going to Turkey to date Turkish men. The planes are full of Ukrainian women going to Dubai. The planes are full. Now, it's not men with them. The men can't afford the trip to Turkey. The men can't afford the trip to Dubai. It's single women. So that commodity is being exported in larger numbers than just the war. So,
Damn. So, brother, let me ask this right. Brother, obviously, brother, respecting your time.
you're
Are
good.
you
You're
okay?
good. Continue on. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for
You
asking.
let, you let me know when if you want to end the stream, brother. So,
I'm good. I've done everything I need to do today. You're good.
brother, so let me ask this right. So, in regards to, so you've been around all around Ukraine, right? I
Yes,
want to
sir.
know what cities, name of cities where you were like, okay, they really like black men here. Is it Kyiv? Was it Lviv? Was it Crimea? Was it Donetsk, brother? What cities did you really get a lot of love in, brother? I know you get love everywhere, but what was the one or two cities where, as a black man, you feel like I'm a king here? The average woman loves me. This is incredible, brother.
I'm sorry, IP. Okay, so let me give you an example.
Hmm.
When Michael Jackson go on tour, can he tell you which city he got the most love?
Got love
No, no, no.
everywhere.
You got women fainting. You got women fainting. You got all the security. You got every city, right? Every freaking city. You are, and the smaller the city, the more they never saw anybody like you. So, like I said, women use the word beautiful here when they speak of a tall black man or a tall man. Like they use that word, and I know it's uncomfortable for us. But I remember being in a small city when I went with a beautiful girl to just the movies. I went with her and her friend to the movies. I wore a long trench coat. I'm just the way I dressed. But later she told me that her friends told her, who was that beautiful black man that you were with? So it's like a common, and when I hear them, like, oh, that's cool. I like that. Because I'm just an old man. I'm just an old man. But to me, it's like a common theme that you just can't get enough of. It's like a drug. It's a good drug. That attention you don't get in the West. Your radar is like bing, bing, bing to all women. You can see from the older women to the young women to the guys. You're pinging on the radar. You might be taller than everybody else. You dress better. You don't have a group of people with you. It's like there's a mystery to you. That sells, guys. It sells. I can't speak on that enough. Like it's just I can't tell you the small cities. It's great, but it's small. So in the small cities, I may go for a walk and I may see somebody I know going for a walk too. Right? Big cities, you don't run into. So the small cities, everybody knows you're at the gym. You may have two or three girlfriends there, but they're in your business. There's only one black guy in the city, so they're in your business. So small cities have their benefits and their drawbacks. So I can tell you when I got here, I went to small cities first, and I could clean them out. I went to small city to small city, but then I got to Kyiv, and it's like the options raised. I had more access here to successful women. I had more women here who had cars. In the smaller city, some of the women didn't have cars. It just changed in Kyiv. They had their own apartments. They had their own success. So for me, I'm a big city guy. I do well in big cities, but you kill the competition in the small cities. So I don't. I really can't tell you because my light shines bright no matter the city. So I can't speak. Other guys say, hey, I like Kiev most. There's lots of places, lots of clubs, and I do. I like that. But I did just as well in a small city. I do just as well.
Okay. So, brother, let me ask this right. So, brothers, feel free to call in if you have any questions for Donald. I doubt there'll be another Ukraine stream in a long time. So now's the time. Get your questions in. Brother, I've got a question here, right? Because I got a feeling that some of the viewers of this channel may take a trip to Ukraine. So I just want to get all my questions out as to what the brother's thinking, right? So when it comes to the type of men that Ukrainian women are physically attracted to, not race, brother, but physical attraction, does height matter? Is there a certain look they like, a certain dress code they like from you? Is it polo t-shirt? Do you have to have muscles? Do you have to be a bit tall? Do you need to have chiseled cheekbones, pristine white teeth, bold head? Is there a particular default look that you find okay, or is it like a rough look? No, that they like, brother. We want to know the kind of physical dudes that Ukrainian chicks like on average, aside from race.
So I'm lucky because my dad did a great job of being very, very hygiene conscious. And he was military. He always made sure our shirts were tucked in. We dressed very well. He was color coordinated. He wore suits every day. So I grew up with that kind of man, with that kind of fashion sense that carried over to my manhood. I couldn't wait to wear suits to my job, and dress the way I dress. So here, what I found out very, very fast was that average men here get very above average women. So below average men here had access and were dating successfully above average women. I'm not the kind of man that's going to say, I'm going to take my life experiences and I'm going to take them here and judge you men. Like, I don't do that. So oh, your clothes are not the best. You don't have a nice car. You're not very muscular, but you have a very, very beautiful girl. How do you do that? I just pay attention and observe. Yeah, that's about right. So the women here like men. If there's more women here than men, then a lot of women have to export their love. So the women who import and stay here and date local, date domestically, they don't really have. You start to wonder, like, they don't have a look. They don't go for just tall guys. They're not going just for the good-looking guys, the rich guys, because they don't have those options, guys. They don't have the options us men have. They're very humble. They're romantic. If the guy is sweet. So Igor, with the hump in his back, as long as he's able to produce the flowers, they find that to be like sweet. He's trying. So Igor here has a beautiful wife. I met another a boxing trainer. Remember, boxing is the #1 sport in Ukraine, boxing and chess. So I met a trainer, a black trainer here, the first and only black guy I met here. He was from New York, and he was like 60, 65. He had a 31-year-old girlfriend. Pretty. He pulled her out the picture. Because I asked him, I said, what are you doing here? I've seen you like 2 times. He said, I train boxers. I'm like, smart. I should tell my American friends where to get the boxers, because all the best boxers are Ukrainian. So I see them. I see them all training. It's the #1 sport. So when I met a trainer, he's an old black guy, 64, 65 years old. He had a 31-year-old girlfriend. He looks like the old guy from Rocky. He had the white stubble. He had the hat tilted to the side. He walks like this. He talks like that. Choosily down. He got a hot 31-year-old girlfriend. So you can't say I couldn't come here and look at this and be like, man, after my experiences around the world and everything, this is what they like. No, that's not true. They like men. They like what they like. And then they stay true to that till the relationship is over. Like, you don't think because he's not in good shape, you're gonna take his girl. That's not the case. That's not the case at all. The men here overall are in good shape. I know I'm from Texas. I've been to California. I know a lot of fat men, black, white, Mexican. I know them all. That's not common here. They don't have the foods for it. It's just different. Communism didn't create a bunch of fat people. It created a bunch of hardworking people. So it's just the culture, the lifestyle. So the women, it's not like they choose good-looking man, but I'm just saying, like, the average man here is not fat, and they do try to put in the effort to win the girls. American men sometimes don't have to put forth effort. I don't have to put forth effort a lot of times. So I can be lazy in my approach. I can be not lazy, but I saw she gave me attention. I take it from there. Like, I can be relaxed in my approach. So the women here are different, man, but they don't have a type. They just like a manly type. They like men. So if you're an ugly man, but you're a man and you're a good man, you have a pretty woman here, man. You can have a very beautiful woman here. You consistently write her, you talk to her. Next thing you know, she's dating you. I've seen it thousands of times. So I can't say they have a type. I can't say that, but they do love the men they love. They like unattractive men sometimes, man. I don't know how else to put it, because, I'm not gay, and I'm not saying, oh, he's a good looking man. But I'm saying that on average, Like these guys don't have the same charisma, the same looks, the same look at me as American and Western guys. Nice suits, nice shoes, nice like that. That's out of the window here.
So, brother, you mentioned how they like manly men, right? Which is good to hear. But I want to know. So, okay, so you got to be a masculine, manly man there out there in Ukraine. That's what they like, right? Now, brother, what are your tips for men, right, to avoid showing weakness, right? That that could make a woman, lose attraction to you in a relationship. If we find that in the West, right, if a man cries, all the women say they want soft guys, they want guys who are emotionally available. But if a man cries about something, women pretty much lose all respect and attraction to him, brother. So we want to know if that also applies to Ukrainian women, and what other parts of weakness that men must avoid showing in a relationship to make sure that she doesn't classify you as weak and she continues to respect you. Is that a fair question, bro?
Yes, sir, it is. So it's they don't. So I say that you gotta be masculine because that's what the women present here. You're a man. Your relationship with your woman is gonna be your relationship with your woman. You're gonna let your guard down. You may have arguments with her. You may have to repeat yourself. You may have to try to teach her to be your woman, and she's a Ukrainian woman, and she may not be conforming to what you like as fast. So as an American man, you may ask for these things, or you can just sit back and let her be a woman and you accept what she gives you. So, it's you got to be a man, but what you don't want to do, you don't want to come over here and you don't want to let them lead. You don't want to, you have your money in there, whatever, you want to pay your bills or you want to share a flat with her. You want to make sure things are taken care of. That's not what they expect, but that puts you in a more of a man position. So when you say something, it has more power to it. I see guys that don't have much and their girls listen to them. I mean, that's the third world countries, and that's life outside the USA and the West. You can have a stick hut made from trash and mud, but you got a woman that's sweeping the dirt and she has a kid wrapped around her back and she listens to you. You don't have to be rich to have a woman listen to you. So here, those women are not playing those games. Not that you have to be manly, and if you show weakness, they leave you. It's not like that. But it's just in your daily interactions with your woman, you're allowed to take the lead. And here, if your life is basic, you're going to be taking the lead anyways. You just go to work, you come home, you take her out a few times, you buy her flowers on the holidays. They're very simple women. It's not much money in the country, so you don't have to go get her a new car, a new ring, new dress. I mean, Kyiv got places where they got nice clothes and stuff. That's for the rich. A lot of girls don't get that. They just order online. Simple. So what you don't want to do is you don't want to come over here having Western expectations. Because these conversations we're having right here, I would never have with the woman over here. Because I'm not even going to put that in her head. She don't even understand some of that stuff. She'll just say, man, Western women are crazy. That's what she'll say. Like, she don't understand the moves and the book of reasons why they divorce and all these reasons why they get changed against the man and how they're on the pill and they get off the pill and they don't like you anymore. They're not attracted to you because the pill changed their estrogen levels. And there's so many reasons Western women got reasons why it just doesn't happen here. So it makes it easy for me to communicate with women. It makes it easy for me to be around them. And it makes it easy for me to be a man. So what you don't want to do, you don't want to come over here and you don't want to come over here and treat your house like a Western house. Come over here and live like a Ukrainian man. Act like it's a Ukrainian house. Because you bring those Western values, you lose your woman. So you stick with their culture. Their culture is they got a man in the house. He's sometimes a little cold. So I bring warmth. I bring comedy. I laugh. I cook. Stuff that Ukrainian men don't do. Those are extra things to keep your girl. They remember that. He cooks for me. Like, Ukrainian men don't like cleaning, cooking. I do all that. Even if I have girls here at the house. So, those are little things that makes you stand out from their men. You're direct. You say things, like, it's just, that makes you a little bit different from their men. So don't come over here expecting Western results from your woman. Don't come over here trying to be a Western man. Just come over here and be a man. Even if you're just the same man that you are in the West, bring it here, and you'll have better results. Because your woman here is not going to give you the room to go through the emotions you go with the Western women there. They put you through the circus of emotions of, what did you do tonight? Is she cheating? What's going on here? All that stuff goes out the window when you come here. Your girl is your girl. You can tell by the way she talks to you, the energy she gives, the extra calls she don't have, not in her phone with guys. She has all day for you. She's interested in you. She's trying to make the foods you want. She can't get it right. She don't have years of practice, but she'll try. So that experience is going to show you here, like, hey, it's not what I shouldn't do. As for being, I'm a man, I'm going to be myself, but my manly here in the West is not appreciated, but over here is over appreciated. So you don't have to make much changes. Just change your geography and try to be, try to just stand firm, because you're just going to get it. Even if you're the same man that you are in the West, you're going to get a different result. So just start there. Okay. So then you're learning the language. You're trying to, take care of her. Those are all more manly things. You're going to keep your girl. Don't worry about your girl leaving you. That's not a worry. You just worry about taking care of your girl. And if you're coming from the West, most likely you probably can on your budget. So I would say, if you shed a tear in front of your girl, that's your girl. She loves you. Like my dad died when I was over here. I lost family being over here. And there was times I was too much in pain to go back to America for funerals, or I was too much in pain of going through what I'm going through to even go back home. So I dealt with my pain over here like a lone wolf. So my girls are gonna be loyal to me. So I can show my pain and they love me for it, because there's other times I don't show it. So I'm able to be myself. I can't tell men to come here and be someone they're not. I would tell your listeners to come here and try to be the same man you are there, but you're going to get a different result. And just try not to be bringing those Western thoughts. Does she have friends? That stuff goes out the window, and you're going to see it. You're going to see it when you get here. That, man, I don't have to worry about her having friends or being jealous. She goes through my phone. I don't see her going through my apps. Like, she knows I'm here. I know she's here. So that's not all that extra. American girls can spend all day with you like a correctional officer at a jail and still think you're cheating, still accuse you for this, still give you problems, still make it hard for you. That's not here, gentlemen. And I said it on the Patreon, and I tell you again here, like, from the men I talk to, they don't have women that are, the women know they love them, they're coming home. A lot of guys are not like me, where you have options and you may not come home. Those guys are going home. They're boring. They live those lives. They love their women, and they don't see the options I see.
Brother, let me ask this right. So, healthcare, you've been there a long time, right? Tell me about healthcare. Is healthcare free there in Ukraine, or do you pay for it? And if you do pay for it, brother, is it cheap? You pay for it every month? Break it down for me, bro.
Great, great, great question. Thank you for asking this question so much. Because, gentlemen, I'm a 51-year-old man. When I was in America, I was in my cells. I had a dentist. I go see my dentist every 6 months. I had a doctor, a physician. She's always checking me to make sure I was clean because I was a bachelor. My appointments to go get my body taken care of were very regular in America, but they were costly. Thankfully, I had insurances, coverage, blah, blah, blah. Now, I get to Ukraine, my dentist visits, much cheaper. Cavities filled, teeth cleaned, all way much cheaper. No insurance thing, no nothing. Matter of fact, the work I would get done in Ukraine was so less expensive here that when I paid for my brother to come here, I got his teeth done. I got cavities filled, all that for small. I paid for it on my dime. I went and I had a gay day. For one day I was gay. Sorry, gentlemen, you got to hear this. For one day I was gay. I call it gay day. It's the day I go and get my prostate exam. It's the day I go and get my colonoscopy because I'm 50 or 51 now. So it's a gay day where they put me to sleep. They did the colonoscopy. When I woke up, I was all groggy. They get my clothes on and they took me to another room where a man checked my prostate. I wasn't even all the way up. So they're just, yeah, they were treating me not too good. But anyways, I had to have a gay day to make sure my health was good as a man. Things that we all have to do once we get a certain age. It costs next to nothing. So it's nothing when I bring a friend here or get a girl surgery, breast augmentation. It costs less. Now for breast augmentation, I take that back. We went to Turkey. But for other things, like, yeah, it costs less. So my brother came here and got some work done. You know, when my mom went to Turkey, she wanted to come over and get some work done, but we got all her work done in Turkey. But when it comes to getting work done over here, doctor's visits, surgeries, you know, I hurt my clavicle working at the gym, like all that kind of stuff costs way less than the United States. So your medical coverage, you're going to be okay, gentlemen, not just in your way of life, but also when it comes to taking care of your health, you are paying 3,000 less percent than what you pay in the West.
Okay. So, brother, do you have like a insurance, brother, that you pay monthly, or you just pay one off? You just go to hospital, you pay one off there. What do you do there, bro? Or do you have insurance you pay monthly?
So, medical insurance?
Yeah. Do you have that?
No, don't need it.
Wow.
You set the appointment up, going to the office. You try to get this worldly coverage thing. I thought about that. I already got insurances for life, but these other coverages and stuff, I'm like, when you get to these foreign countries, you don't need that. You just need the dollar.
So, brother, right? Let me ask this. So, do you earn your money in American dollars or in Ukrainian currency? I'm not asking what you do to make money, but do you earn it in American currency? Because obviously, if it's American currency, it will go far. Or do you earn it in Ukrainian currency, but you earn a bunch load, which covers for the American currency? Or is it a mixture of both, brother?
So I don't make any money in Ukrainian currency. I make 100% of my money in euros and dollars and rubles. For a second, I forgot rubles, Russian rubles. So all my money comes in American dollars, pounds, rubles, and euros. So I just translate. You know, so my money is longer. Yeah, I make American money. I make euros. I don't make Ukrainian money. I translate it to Ukrainian money.
Okay, awesome, bro. So, yep, so that will go further than Ukraine dollars and euros.
Much further, which is why your girlfriends don't have to be all in your investments and everything. When you're changing the Ukraine money and you give them some, it's like you're doing so well. They're not trying to see how much extra you got, you know?
So, probably, so all your girlfriends, right? Do you pay them monthly? Do you give them like a monthly salary or like a monthly or monthly money?
Man, you about to make. I don't pay them nothing. What you mean? I pay them with penis. I don't pay nothing. I don't pay my women. Why would I pay all these girls? No, they are fine. No, I have no. So I have. I pay for my flat. I pay for the flats that we live in. I may pay for tickets when we travel, but day-to-day life, like, nah, man, these girls work. They get their own money. We have our business. We work. Like, I don't need to be paying for nobody's. I refuse to do that. I won't do Tinder dates like that. Girls that I meet, they don't expect me to do that. Some of the classier women I date, it goes both ways. I told you in Patreon, like, my banker, she'll give me a massage or she'll buy steak or, hey, baby, I'm inviting you out here. Or let me pay for this. Like, that's different. But these younger girls, like, nah, you put them in a position where they make money. You take them, you show them where the water is at, and you watch them drink it. They should never come back to you and say, hey, give me some water when you've shown them where the pond is at. So I don't practice that. Matter of fact, the last relationship I had, maybe 2017, 2018, where I had a girlfriend from Crimea that I would send money, 200, 300. She always had a problem. And I've been through this when I first started with Ukraine Day in 2011. I don't like girls with a bunch of sad stories. So I'm not going to move here and get a bunch of sad stories. I know there's a war going on. I know babushkas need money. I know there's not a lot of jobs, but I live here. Like, there's no way you're going to empty my funds because you want surgery or you want new boobs or you want a nice Gucci bag. Like, I don't play that. Like, woman, you better go find a Russian dude to do that. You know, so no, I don't pay for apartments. I don't do that. If you're my girl, most likely you got your own thing going on. If you're my other girls, then most likely you're with me. You're probably in one of my rooms. You're probably at my flat. I cover these expenses, but no, I do not pay for all my girl stuff. And I may send a little bit to somebody in another country, but I expect to recoup back that money. I expect that. So I don't play that game with these girls here. There's too many men here that's paying for their beauty. There's too many men here. There's too many apps, too many planes full of women, too many buses, trains full of women going to some man who pays. I'm not going to live here and pay too. No.
Shout out to JX for the support. Just here, is Ukraine, this is a question to you, Donald. He says here, is Ukraine the last frontier? I have no interest in Africa. What's your thoughts, brother?
It's the last frontier. I have a frontier too. I'm going to visit. I spend time in Africa, Northern Africa. I spend a quality time in Egypt 2 times. I take vacations Ukrainians and Russians take. So Ukrainians and Russians go to Thailand, Egypt, Turkey, Dubai. I go. My plane is full of. So I've taken those trips. It's the last frontier. I don't need to go to. I'm black. Black women been messing with me since I was 10. My babysitters, the girls at church. Like I retired from black women early because I don't need that. So the African experience was not so much as a black thing. It's more or less that when I go to Africa, I'm in places like that I really truly enjoy, and the women I find attractive. I've spent time where I've seen Syrian women, Iranian women. I've met a lot of them in Turkey. Syrian, Iranian women, very beautiful. When I'm in Africa, it's not that because I'm in Egypt, I want Egyptian women. Sometimes the Sudanese, Ethiopian. So I don't go there to live though, but I'm the kind of man that if I like something exotic, I like something exotic. So it's not like I refrain from messing with African women. I can give you certain countries with women that I've dated, but I like them to be exotic because I live amongst the exotic women. Like if I was in the West and I'm around certain men and certain women, there's only certain women that's exotic and certain men have access to those women. Now I'm around a lot of exotic women. So when I go to Africa, I go to specific places. And there's specific women that I may date or spend time with. But I'm not trying to go there to live. I don't need to. My mom spent lots of time in South Africa. She lived in certain countries over there. I know I could go over there and enjoy life, and I can visit. Yeah, but Eastern Europe is the last frontier because we're not here. Why do I want to go? That's what kept me out of Colombia. That's why do I want to go somewhere we've been there? You guys don't understand. Even Russia, way before racism got better in the USA, there were many blacks who left the United States and moved to Russia. And a lot of people don't know this history, that a lot of blacks moved to Russia way back when the slavery days, and they have kids there. They have kids who are Russian, black Russian. They speak Russian. They're all black though. They came from the USA way back in the days. I know that history because I'm over here. One place blacks have never come is Ukraine, Georgia. Y'all not trying to, blacks don't come here. And I knew it back in 2011 when I visited. So the last frontier is where the last black man is at. That's the last frontier. So if you're the only black man there, that's the last frontier. Africa is not the last frontier. Austin Hallman there, I don't know how he could settle there, but he's there. Other people go there. I don't need Africa. I don't need to stay there. I don't need that experience right now. That may be a later chapter. My mom is looking to move to Nigeria anyways. We've been discussing that for like a year now. So my passport has stamps from Africa in it. But if you ask me where I live, where I keep an apartment, is here in Ukraine. This is my home base.
Okay. Shout out to Captain Cisco for the support. Ukraine is at war. How are you living there?
Okay, that's another.
Go on, bro.
No, that's another Western. That's another Western country. Like I said, you know who else is in war? How many people got stabbed in UK? How many people got stabbed last night over the weekend? Who got shot?
Hmm.
How many people got stabbed in New York? And people getting shot in New York, CEOs, and people getting choked out in the subway.
Damn.
Don't this stuff happen? Isn't this in the news? It's not over
Damn.
here. Don't
Damn.
Chicago have? Don't I open up the news in Chicago have 15 dead bodies in one night? It's not over here.
Damn.
Can I open up the news and see a man shot his whole family because they got so many guns in America? It's not over here.
Damn.
Do police shoot kids? Do police shoot people because they had a car accident and they're the wrong color? Doesn't happen over here.
Damn.
I watch car accidents over here. The police don't even come. You get out, you give your information one-on-one. There's not an over police state, man. So when you tell me about a war, the war is in the West.
Damn.
Y'all think y'all exporting your wars. Nah, there's wars in your city every day.
Let's get it.
Planned Parenthood just had what's that? 500,000 babies a year black women kill. The Planned Parenthood this over here they got orphans full of babies, not trash cans full of babies.
Damn.
I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna hit you in the face with this, man. Over here they got many orphans, so the women have babies over here. They drop them out. Over there they kill them. So you want to tell me? You want to tell me I'm in a worse place? Where life over there is devalued because of your color, because you broke, because of guns and drugs and babies. But over here, life is valued. There's not a lot of drug here. You don't see people shooting. You don't see carjackings, robberies. You don't see all that. You don't see a lot of that stuff, bro. So you can't tell me where a war is at because you know what? There's a war in Israel, but people live in Jerusalem.
Damn.
When the sirens go out, everybody go downstairs to the basement. Like that. There was a war here when Crimea was part of Ukraine. This is the second war in Ukraine I've been here. So you guys in the media, y'all create these wars. This war is all in Syria. But you look at the pictures in Syria where they destroyed the whole city with bombs coming from Russia and USA. But over here, they could destroy Kyiv, but they don't. But the West tell you they are.
Damn.
Y'all misinformed. And so I use that in my life to like, this is a teaching opportunity. You guys are so misinformed. That's why you sit over there and say it's a war. I won't go. I'm glad. Stay there.
Damn.
It's scary over here. Stay there. It's scary over here. The language is bad. It's cold. You can't find somebody you know that looks like you. It's a war over here. Stay there. I'm free. My money gone. I got a harem. I got the same harem the Ottoman Empire king had, the same harem that the Mongol warriors that came here and settled, the other kings that came here. I'm not a king, but I feel like one. You want to go over there? You want to stay there where it's free and you're not free? You don't understand what freedom is until you leave. Then you find out the places where they have wars at is like the best place. And the war wasn't here until the West brought it. If you're uninformed, if you're sitting over here and you watching it happen, it's the most safe place you could ever be as a black man. A police has not pulled me over not one time. In Texas, I get that 3 times a month, and I've done nothing wrong. Everything's over policed in America. Taxes, everything is. I find the loopholes. In America, you can't accept more than what 16,000 from a friend without it being taxed. You can't put more than 10,000 in the bank without them watching you. But you can get 100,000 from someone in another country. So you think I'm not going to use the same laws that Rich and Donald Trump people use to protect their money? You think I'm not going to use that to help myself? There's a war going on in the West, and it's against you.
Damn.
So don't tell me about no war. The whole empire of the West is built on war, and it's to keep them fighting other countries and keep you at home, where they fighting you too. And guess what? They got your women fighting you. You're at war.
Damn.
So I answered that question passionately because Western thought process, it may come out innocently. It may be an innocent question from you, but from a person who's actually living here, my days are beautiful. I turn my phone on. I let my mom see because she like, babe, the news is talking about Kyiv. I'm like, Mom, there's a couple bombs I could hear when I was sleeping this morning, but I rolled over. I grabbed my Ukrainian girl and I kept going to sleep. I got gym tomorrow. Like what they showing y'all on the West, mama, get off the news, mama. Come back to go back to living in real life. Go back to Africa. Go back to traveling. Because when you was in Africa, you were telling me, don't believe the news. When you was in Africa, you was writing me saying, baby, the streets look like Miami here. It's not all dust streets. It's not all lions, tigers, bears, hyenas. There's nice schools. They got school uniforms. There's nice buildings. They're building construction near the beaches. This place looks like Miami to me. My mom was overseas when I was in prison saying, baby, we've been lied to. Then I get over here and I'm like, Mom, they're lying to y'all. So you have to leave your war. You have to leave your fishbowl. You have to go into the ocean, get out the fishbowl, and then you see America says it's a war here. Go look at the map, man. There's like 300 wars going on around the world. And then you look at who's creating them. Now, is Ukraine at war, or is the world at war and it's the West? That's my answer to that. There is no war here. There's been issues from Ukraine to Russia, but in your daily life, there's not women, all these beautiful women not getting raped, people not getting robbed, there's not babies being deleted, there's not people shooting each other with drugs, there's not carjackings, there's not a whole bunch of crime going on, there's not this and that. Like, there's levels to crime, gentlemen. There's corruption and then there's crime. You got both in the West.
Ah.
And then you got war, you got corruption, crime, and you pushing wars. But then you want to come ask about what we're going through. You go to those countries, you find out they live a very peaceful life. The war was imported to them from the West. So that's my question. That's my answer, buddy. There's not a war. It's not worse than Chicago. It's not New York. It's not Baltimore. It's not certain places in the UK. Y'all got riots with Muslims and Africans. There's all kind of stuff going on. It's not happening here.
Okay, remember these are the guests' opinion, and we have to respect his opinion.
I'm far from upset. I'm just giving you the I'm
preaching. Yeah, but so I said it was your opinion, and people have to respect your opinion. So this is your opinion, and it is his opinion, and that's it. So next question for you, brother, right, is so brother, how long do you have left, brother? I'm respecting your time, bro.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Like I marked this day off. I had no parties here. I got people not disturbing me. Got my phones off and stuff like that. So there's a window where all my women are looking for me, but that's normal. They're always looking for me. Continue on.
Okay, brother. Thank you, bro. Brother, remember, keep it coded, brother. Keep it PG. Keep it coded, please, brother. With certain words. Mm-hmm. So, brother, next question for you, brother, is so brother, how do you know if a Ukrainian woman stops liking you, right? What are the signs where she's kind of not she's showing signs where she's not she's not showing love to you anymore? You can tell that she stopped liking you. You can tell that it could end, the relationship might end. What signs do Ukrainian women give, brother, that that it's coming to an end with the relationship or dating her?
You asked me this on Patreon the other day, and you asked me, out of your experiences, how often do they break up with you? And I told you two times.
Oh, but okay, but skip.
No, this is for the customers here. So I'm just relaying what we talked about on Patreon. So I'm
sorry, bro. Sorry, Donald. Let them join your Patreon for that, brother. Only on Patreon. Is that okay, bro? Let them listen down on the Patreon.
No, I'm not going to go into details, but I'm just going that question a little bit. So, yeah, so that's not a problem. So I don't actually have a lot of times where there's a female who's giving up on me. Okay, so that's only happened 2 times. So that happens. You can tell how a woman is giving up on you because here the women are very direct. They're very loving with you. So the only way you can tell is if she'll tell you. Ukrainian women, if they cut you off, they cut you off. If your relationship is over, there's no friend zone, there's no booty calls, there's no, hey, how you doing? All the stuff we do with Western women, where we know them from high school, we know them from work, and they're our friend after we've had sex, that does not work here. That doesn't, they don't do the friend, you're still my friend after sex, and we could possibly have sex again. They don't do that very much. Once a woman cuts you off, you're cut off. And so the way you would know, I mean, I again, I can't answer that question because, I went to go see one girlfriend. She asked me to go visit her. I wasn't calling her every day as I used to, because I got to get up and make all these phone calls, and it's just sometimes I get tiring. It's like an effort I have to put, and she should reciprocate. But with this particular girl, she's the one who liked for me to send her money more, and it was different. So she was the only girl that I would allow to treat me that way. But she asked me to come visit her again in Crimea, and I was here in Ukraine, and by this time the Russians controlled it. So that was difficult for me to go down there. But then when I did make it again back down to Crimea, I didn't see her for the entire month I was there. I saw her the first night and I saw her the last night. And I thought that was strange, because why would she do that to me? It cost me so much money to get there, do the trip, blah, blah. But she was done with me. And this was her way of showing. So I actually went, spent a month down there, did some other stuff while I was down there, so I didn't have to worry about her. And then I left. So that was my relationship with her. And later she would ask me for money, but I turned it off. And then recently I had to break up with someone because, it was a little bit very serious, and I could find myself falling in love with her even more. So you'll find out a woman is not into you, because the same way that they're into you, they turn it off like a faucet. But if that's your girl and your only girl, you should be able to see that and detect it. So women here, they don't do the like American women. They'll stop having sex with you. There's a lot of husbands that go through this. So you don't get those kind of indicators. Like, I don't know a lot of men who have dry periods and they have a woman at home. Like, that's very common in America, very common. But here, so in America, you would assume your woman's going to leave you if she stops sleeping you and being intimate. Here, she's still being intimate, right? So you don't get those indicators. The only way you get those indicators is if she has that discussion with you and it's over. So, if you have multiple girlfriends, then you're trying to manage. Yeah, you might lose one or two because they want you to be serious, or they may want you to have a kid. That's been happening to me my whole life. So Ukraine, yeah, it's a little different. If they love you, they love you. If they don't, they don't. There's no middle zone. There's no gray area for relationships. They don't really do that here. So that's pretty cool too. So that way, your girl's not stringing along any old relationships. That makes me feel good. That goes back to earlier. You don't have to worry about guy friends. You don't have to worry about all that. So a woman will cut you off here. They don't have as many subtle ways as American women do. You will know here. There's no behind your back where they're not going to let you pay bills for 2 years and they're not sleeping with you or they're cheating. They're not going to make you still do your responsibilities as they let go of their responsibility. They don't play those games here, which makes it so much easier for men like myself.
So let me ask, brother, right? So what image do Ukrainian women have of Western women, of American women, brother? What image should they have, brother, based on what they see on TV? Is it a good image? Is it a bad image, brother? We want to know what Ukrainian women think about American and Western women, bro.
You want to be honest?
Yes.
I used to have to show, sometimes girls I'm with, they would see my history, or they would see my exes and stuff, because sometimes they assume that a lot of our women are big. Like, they know you have better options when you come here. Like, they'll be like, you didn't see this in America though. I'm like, yeah, I did. Or, that's me. But a lot of women here, they look at American women as being loud, obnoxious, mean, arrogant, and big. It's just now they're getting the information that those women have high divorce rates, or those women lead in child abuse. Like, a lot of those stats, they don't know, and they find it surprising, but they do know that women, they delete babies more often in the West. So a lot of that kind of stuff is, how they look at Western women is sort of almost accurate, but it's, and it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. So I've got a couple of super chats here. Shout out to Mr. Osama Abdu. Salutes. what is the porg vibe in Ukraine? But we touched upon that. They you want to ask that, bro, or should I actually
Keep it PG, keep it PG.
keep it PG? Yeah.
So there was a question. We won't go into details. You asked me about the women's surgical procedures. So they don't the big bombs here, the big bubble butt here is not a thing. But what a thing is, if the women are health conscious, they know working out they can get a bum. So women here work on their bum. They wear clothes that reveal it. Everybody has nice clothes or shorts they wear in the gym, working on their bums. They do squats. They do exercises. American women are usually on the treadmills. These women are actually with trainers. They're doing squats, lunges. So pogs. So pogs, I enjoy because I'm an American man. I like the Western, but I don't like thighs. I don't like all that. So when I see a butt here, that means she's probably got some history in gymnastics. She's got some track history. Like these girls are athletic, and they got really good bodies. They opened up a lot of dance studios here where pole dancing is artistic here. So you see girls from 10 all the way to the 20 in pole dancing classes. When America, that's a 304 activity. But here, everything's more artistic. So you do see pogs. Matter of fact, would you say some of the pictures I showed you of some of the girls had a little bit more thickness to them?
Yeah. Yep.
Would you say that?
Yeah, I would. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so that's coming from you. I'm just asking the question. So I got pogs. I'm gonna tell you, I create pogs. I got pogs. I create them. I know how to find them. I date them. I said, I have a plethora of thin, very fit Slavic girls here that I date. But there's the girls that walk through thick. I tell them, oh golly, girl, do you know what you got? Or I see them in the gym. I do this, and they get a big smile. And no other man is doing that. The other guy's just watching them. Oh man, she got bum. And I'm thinking to myself, she has the small waist, the big bum, or she has the perfect. Pogs are here. Pogs are here, and they're so beautiful. They don't know what they got. They don't know how to move it like the Western women, but they walk with it. They dance with it. And you have to tell them. I tell them, I said, man, if you was in America, do you know no black guys here in this gym would be working out today? And they laugh. Hit me, touch me. I laugh back, touch them back. And I said, no, I'm serious. Ocean City, Ocean. I'm very serious. Like, you have the kind of body that we can't work out anymore once you walk in here. Like, I tell them. So, yes, pogs here are almost super special because they don't know what they got, but they show it better. Where the women they're the 304s here is innocent. They look very good in their skirts and everything. They look very good in their jeans. They look very good in their heels. And that bum looks very good. No cellulite, no stretch marks. There are pogs here. No BBLs, but there's natural, big-butted Ukrainian women in Ukraine. I hope that was PG enough.
Thank you. So, Calisthenic Arts says here, thank you for the support. It says here, have you been to Germany? If you have, how does it compare to Ukraine when dealing with women? The outer areas is not the same as Kyiv, in my experience.
Very true. We discovered when I talk here on the Patreon, I discuss village areas, big cities, I discuss all those because there's areas to the kind of women. So when I'm in Europe, I move through Europe as if I'm an assassin. I'm not really trying to go through there and get the attention of the European women. So when I'm in Paris, I'm moving through. I'm not really trying to, I'm moving Austria. I'm just moving through. I know where the gold is at. So when I see copper and I see, bronze, I know they like women there. All guys, hey, go to Germany. I was in the military. I talked to military guys my whole life. That kept me from going to Germany. I don't want to go there because military guys have been there. So I look at it differently. But have I seen the women? Have I been to these places? Yes, but I don't interact with the women the way I do here because those German women have access to black men. They have access to different cultures. They have their own cultures. And they're Slavic, they're pure Slavicness is not as pure. They're European women, but Eastern European women seem to be very pure in their Slavic culture. British, German culture has been watered down with Black culture, other things. Like it's been watered down a little bit, where Ukraine is still very Ukrainian. So I still choose these women over European women any day. When I'm going through Spain, Portugal, I still choose these women.
Awesome, bro. Brother, so next question for you, right, is what do I have here? I wrote some notes down here. We are nearing the end of the stream, brother. So get your super chats and get your callers in. We're gonna end the stream very soon. So, brother, let me ask this, right? So, Ukraine, there's a possibility that Ukraine will end the war. The war will end next year. I think Trump is saying we need to end the war, and if that happens, he's planning to end it as soon as possible. Where do you see the future of Ukraine? Do you think it could become super westernized when the war ends? Because I think they're talking about a lot of foreign investment coming in, and that could come in, that could come with foreign culture.
Different culture here.
Western culture. So, brother, the future of Ukraine, brother, do you think it will continue being conservative as it is right now? Or could it be more liberal? And do you see it like just changing completely, brother, when the war ends? What's your thoughts?
So from the inside, of course, I keep an ear to, the politics of the West, but then I'm on the inside here. In reality, I live here. So I know we already gave up a portion of the country when we gave up Ukraine. The world said nothing. The world did nothing. The CIA, no one did anything. They just let that happen to make sure that they could fight another war, a bigger war. So we've already lost territory from Crimea to Donetsk, Lugansk. I can keep naming cities that's already been lost to the Russians. So what I foresee is more territory going to the Russians. What I don't foresee is Ukraine joining NATO, because Poland is already part of that, and Ukraine does not have the support to join NATO. And, in reality, American comes to those countries like Poland and Belarus, like they go to those countries and they set up these defensive systems to prevent Russia's rockets from hitting their neighbor. But those defensive systems can be easily turned offensive. And the crazy part is that Russia is not in Cuba, Russia is not in Mexico, Russia is not in Canada putting offensive systems up. So the meddling of the West into Russia's territory has created a lot of this mess. They shouldn't be this far over. They shouldn't be this close. They shouldn't be telling people to join NATO because NATO is part of the USA. They do what the USA wants.
But what about, brother, in terms of like, culturally, I'm speaking culturally, where do you see
culturally, they're staying conservative, IP.
Okay.
Culturally, they're okay. So I have many friends who left the country. They're in Poland, they're in other countries. So they tell us, they write back, call back, FaceTime. They're having a gay parade. It's so fun. It's so different. There's rainbows everywhere. And I'm thinking to myself, oh man, they got them. They got them in Poland. In Poland, they got the parade, they got the flags, they got the kids out there. They got them. They don't do that here. They don't do that in Russia. That's not, no, they had a parade 2 weeks ago. I told you about that. It was only what, 3-4 gays there? Like they just couldn't do it. It's not the West. It's not Poland. It's not part of NATO. They don't preach this. They don't need it in the schools. It's not something that overwhelmingly people agree with. So the conservatism is going to stay the same way as monogamous marriages, the same way as the Orthodox Church means a lot. A lot of things are going to stay the same. Foreign business, yeah, there's a lot of people here making moves to prepare for when the war's over. And yes, they're trying to make different requirements for the banks. They want the people to be accountable for all their money. They don't want oligarchs to hide money. They're trying to change certain things in the system, but the internal system is fighting back. So even Trump knows, stop dumping money because they're not going with our requirements. They're not fixing the government. They're not fixing the army. They're not doing anything. We're just putting a Band-Aid on something that's dying. So from the inside, the Ukrainian people think that they can actually fight this war because the city of Kyiv has not been blown to smithereens. So sometimes they're delusional. No, a lot of times they're delusional. because they think Big Brother is going to help because he's prevented the country from being destroyed and taken over completely. They think that that's winning. What they won't tell you is how many Ukrainians are dying. They won't tell you how many Ukrainians are dying. That's a number they don't like to say. They always talk about Russians, how many North Koreans committed suicide, or sorry.
Yo, bro, we got. Sorry, bro. We must skip that, bro. We have to skip that part just in case, bro. Yeah. So, bro, let me ask this right. So, okay, so Ukraine will stay conservative, which is great. Now, would you say, in terms of business, right? Next year there'll be a lot of business opportunities coming for Passport Bros.
There's more opportunities now. So the opportunities for Passport Bros are going to be, they're not going to exist when everything opens up, because the people who are investing are already here. The people who are going to make changes and buying property are already here, smoozing with the right people. They're already here, like me, looking at the apartments, buying them up. They're already invested in the country to some degree. When Passport Bros come, they're going to try to clean up on small investments of property. But other people are here buying up buildings. There's new malls popping up. I talked to a couple investors of a new mall in the area, so that it's already happening here. I told you there's a lot of buildings going up. I told you that earlier. It's a full war going on, but the city continues to go up, apartments and stuff like that. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of money invested in the infrastructure, but with that money, requirements to bring certain things from the West here, that's being fought against so hard that certain Western entities are pulling their money out because they're like, hey, we're not going to be able to fix this. The oligarchs are still going to have control of this. Corruption is still going to be there. They're not going to change this out. They're not going to. Zelensky said he's going to try that, but he's so focused on the war, it's hard to clean house. And then it's a part of the culture. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of investments for lower level investments. You can always do that with the war, without the war, but higher level investments, the people are already here. Same way when there was a war in Afghanistan, Iraq, the businesses, the oil businesses, and all, they were already there. They got to be in part of it. They got to be helping with the infrastructure. They have to already be here. So I don't know how much opportunity Passport Bros can come to a place where expats and other guys who are not Passport Bros, who spend much time abroad, they're already here investing. So yeah, I'll say that.
Awesome, bro. JX, thank you for the support, brother. He says here to you, Donald, if you were to get married at this point, what woman country would you choose being worthy and why? Ukraine.
Thank you for the question. I will marry one of these Ukrainian girls. Like, I think before my kid comes, I like to make sure that, my wife is my wife. So I won't have a kid outside of marriage. That was something we were taught, and, I won't do it. But in my lifestyle, I know I don't have to have a marriage, right? I don't have to be married. But if you would ask me the question, I've already long since decided my wife is here. I've already long since decided my daughter will be born here. She's here. So, I'm gonna go to Thailand for a few months. I have other places that I may sneak off to, but this is my home. This is where I live. So this is where I want to build my future, and where I've invested the most in the women and the culture, and I've rewards as well. So I know what I'm getting here. I've been here 13 years. I've been part of the culture. I've lived in different cities. I know exactly who I am and who my options are. Like I know them. I feel safe.
Wow. And brother, when you get married, right, will you still have multiple women on the side, or you're gonna stick to that main woman forever, or will you have multiple girlfriends on the side?
That's a good question. I guess that's probably between me and God, because to be honest with you, why do I have to change? Like it's almost like I'll put it like this. Sometimes I tell myself, You got to find your wife and leave. I'm like, but go where? I'm not taking her to the West, or take her to Spain, take her to Portugal. I said, yeah, but then you'll have some Spanish girl you're attracted to. Like, I'm a man. I'm a man. So, I like to think that I want to be a good father. So I haven't had a baby yet because I want to give my baby attention. I want to be a good husband. But do I practice trying to be a good boyfriend first? Yeah, I may make some mistakes. But in my mind's eye, yeah, I tell myself that I think I would make a great husband, but and a good father. But I don't know if God would be in my life to make me a great man. So because sometimes, gentlemen, we have to get away from us of who we are on earth, but then say, okay, I'll be more when I become a family man, I'll be more conscious to let God lead me, and then I try to lead my family instead of me trying to be the leader of my women, my family. I got to sort of give some of that to God, so that way I can look for Him to help me to be a better person. So because I've had that in my history, in my past, I think to myself like, hey man, you want to be a better man, then you may need more God in your life. So from that aspect, I think that yeah, I like to think I'll be a good man, a good father, and a good husband. But my character, nah, my wife would totally. I could marry a woman now, and she would understand if I had a mistress, because they understand now. So I know it's possible. I know it's possible. I know what kind of men around here do that, and no one says anything. Their wives don't say anything. The mistresses don't say anything. So I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just saying that I'm a work in progress, and I got a buffet, so I don't have to order off the menu when my buffet is just full of food, and they keep putting the food out there for me. I don't need a menu, and I don't need to order from McDonald's when I have a buffet. So it's a little different. We'll see when the time comes. But yeah, my daughter, and then to be honest with you, gentlemen, it's, I could be like other men and have my missus has a daughter. I have a daughter here. If I turn 54, I have no kids. Maybe I want two. Now, another thing that we didn't mention, we didn't talk about, is the orphans here. There's a lot of orphans in Ukraine. There's a lot of school for orphans. There's a lot of orphans here. A lot of kids that are unwanted, sadly enough, for different reasons. And I've always, because my family has always taken in other family members, I've always helped other people. I always knew that I wanted to adopt. So I'm well aware of the adoptions in here in Ukraine. I've talked to families. I've been on the bus or the train with families coming from USA. They're coming here to adopt. I've met different people to adopt. I've went to the orphan schools, dropped off clothes, uh, toys, shoes, shirts, MP3s. So I understand that part of life as well too, and I'm sharing it with you gentlemen. Is the orphans here, because there's so many. So it's always been in my heart that yeah, I'll have a kid. I look to have a kid, but I will come here and adopt. I will come here and adopt a kid. Like there's been times when I went there to give gifts that they take me to different rooms. So you got the rooms of the kids certain age, then I go to the room where the babies are at. And when I was doing a tour, one of the babies was having problems sleeping, a little boy, and he raised up in his little bed and he was like, Papa. And my black butt is in there with one of my girls. We got a lot of. Well, I was there to get the numbers of the kids, to talk to the warden, to find out how many kids, their ages, to get all the information. I was going to come back with all kind of stuff from volunteers that sent me from the West, people from America, stuff I went and bought. So this particular time, I'm only just to get data. And for that little boy to raise up and scream Papa as if I was there to get him, that touched me, man. That touched me. That touched me in ways that, when I went back, I'm giving kids the toys to the kids, and I got pictures. I'm sitting down. I got to get down, kneel down, and give it to them. And I'm the only black guy they've ever seen. And some of the kids had little dots on their faces, like they were sick. And I don't hang around kids, so I don't want to get sick. But these kids, I'm like, I let them hug me, and I just prayed. I'm like, God, if I get sick after this, it was meant to be, because I should be here at this moment. So it's times like that, situations like that I don't share, that I'm sharing with you, that yeah, as a family man, I want to be a good man, a good father. I take care of my team here. I look forward to being a good father. I'm a great uncle. I'm a great godfather to other kids. So I know when I have a kid, I'm going to be a good dad. I want to be a good husband, but I think that I need to have space in my heart, in my life, and in my finances to adopt another child. So almost 85, 90% of the girls that I like or I interact with, I tell them, hey, I'm going to adopt as well. So you asked me a very sensitive question. I try to answer it the best way. Yeah, there's a lot of good in me. There's a lot of stuff I'm not expressing because we're not talking about family and stuff like that. But I do love the kids, man. And I look forward to having a daughter one day, possibly two kids, and then I'm going to adopt as well. And so I know that to adopt, there's a kid here in Ukraine that's going to need, you know, that's going to need that. There's so many kids here that need it. So, yeah. So yeah, I hope to be a good husband. I hope to be to be a great father. But I do realize that I will always have temptation and options because of the man I am. Period.
Wow, incredible, bro, incredible. Um, so, brothers, there's no more questions, but we're going to end the live stream very soon. It's been an incredible live stream, Donald. So, Donald, yeah, brother, Donald, let's end it, bro. I know it's late over there in Ukraine. So, brother, do you have any closing statements, brother, before we end the stream?
No, I don't. If anyone want to get in contact with me, I don't know if you're allowed to say that, but I mean that's the only thing. I do have people that ask me questions. They want to write me. My Instagram is sort of private because I'm a private guy, but I have my email and I have my IG, and who knows? Maybe I may start to give you guys a little bit more information in a different way. So, Black Slav Life is where you can find me at Black Slav Life, BLACSLAV Life, or Black Slav. Black Slav on Instagram. So the Black Slavic guy is only me. So if you guys have any questions, I've been here a long time. I understand the processes, the language, how to, set up shop here for business, how to get your flats, your vartitas, how to start your little, real estate empire. I have contact and resources here in Eastern Europe, so it stretches from Ukraine to Russia as well, and Moldova, and even Poland. So as I said before, I'm your plug for Eastern Europe, and if anyone wants to get in contact with me, just contact me at Black Slav.
Awesome, man. Thank you very much for your time, Donald. Much appreciated, bro.
Sir. Thank you, sir. I hope I did a little bit better job than that show on Patreon. So thank you guys for your time, and I hope I was able to teach you guys something. I'm a little different man. I'm a very different man. So I hope I was able to convey my lifestyle, my beliefs, some of the things I see from the inside, and hopefully it'll change your worldview, guys. And I promise you, if you get out, you're gonna see freedom for the first time. Your life will change if you get out the West.
Awesome, man. Thank you, brothers. You heard that. So again, brothers, you want to hear the raw and cut intel on Ukraine during the Patreon. I'll be dropping part 1 this week, part 2 next week, and part 3 the week after. Aside from that, we got the Patreon course. So we got the Python course coming Q1 next year, where I'll be teaching you brothers Python. You want to get out there and have a remote jobs and have a stable career. IT is the way forward. So reach out to me for IT consultations too. You'll find that in the Calendly link, which is in the description box below. Aside from that, I'm now planning for the Ibiza Spain live streams, the Munich Germany live streams, and the Japan live streams. I have a lot to say on each country. So again, get me to keep on following me on Twitch and on Kick. I will only be streaming on Twitch and Kick for those 2 countries, nothing else. Okay, so you want to hear those intel in regards to particularly Japan. I know you guys are interested in. Okay, please make sure you hit me up on Kick as well on Twitch. Donald, feel free to jump up anytime you want to, bro. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, sir. You guys take care.
Take it easy, bro. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you, everybody.
Peace out, bro. Classic. Okay. Yep. So again, reach out to me on Kick and Twitch. Follow me on there for those free streams. Cop the merch, show some support. If you weren't able to support during the stream, you can support on the PayPal outside the stream. 6 hours, 30 minutes. I'm super tired. I need to get some rest. But I hope we've delivered good content there. to further expand your horizons. Okay, so thank you very much. Look after yourselves, and we shall speak very soon. Peace out. Peace out.